Take off your clothes.
I don't like women giving me orders.
I spit on your grave. What you are about to see did happen. I spit on your grave. This woman will soon cut, chop, break, and burn 5 men beyond recognition. And there isn't a jury in this country that will convict her.
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 183 of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast is coming at you live. I am your host, Mr. Spit on Your Podcast, and I'm still the toxic offender, aka Moods. Yeah. And of course, I have my internet troll life mate by my side tonight, Double Trollin' J, aka JP. And I'd like to welcome back to the show the old man who loves the 1991 Canadian horror flick Wicked World as much as he loves the smell of his old man stinky balls, Dave, aka Mr. Parka. Yeah, what's going on, guys?
Yeah. I hate Wicked World, and my balls don't smell.
Okay, so Dave, first off, welcome back to the show.
And I'm not a troll.
No, that's true. You're a troll.
No, you are a fucking troll. Anyways.
But it's funny, so it's okay.
Dave, I got a bone to pick with you, man. So I'm starting to think that you are specifically just hating on Canucksploitation films. First, it started with The Tower. Now it's the amazing Wicked World that you're hating on. I don't think it's about the films themselves. I think it's about
you should
where
hear what
they're
he
coming
said
from.
about Video Germany the other day.
Yeah, and
you know
I
what?
Just imagine he's probably like David
just...
Cronin, like farthead. Like that guy sucks, man.
Actually, Cronenberg's in my top 5 horror directors of all time. He's probably the most underrated director of all time.
See, now one of them. I'm confused here.
Yeah, see, we came up with that. That was actually a theory that we came up with.
It's not. Everybody knows that. Anybody that's watched more than 50 horror movies knows Cronenberg's is shit. But regardless, The Tower is not Canucksploitation. It's just made in Canada, and it's a piece of shit TV movie, isn't it? If it's not a TV movie, then it's fucking... Canucksploitation has to have an exploitation element, and I don't think Barry J. Gillis can understand exploitation. The only thing he's exploiting is his own fucking self when he made that movie.
If a film is just Canadian, it can't be Canucksploitation?
I don't think so. Tower's not good enough to be Canucksploitation.
No, it's technically not exploitation. I was just generalizing by using the term. But
yeah,
you know
I love Canada.
Yeah.
I love Canada.
I just feel like next you're going to be hating on the greats like Nickelback and Drake and shit like that. Come on, man. You know, I'm just joking. Fuck those guys.
I've been disconnected.
No, seriously. It's okay to say fuck Nickelback and fuck Drake. That's okay. But no, but
I didn't even know Drake was Canadian.
Yeah,
dude, it's Aubrey Graham from Degrassi.
Dude, Drake started his career actually on Degrassi, on the reboot of Degrassi High, which is obviously classic Canadian stuff.
Cast. Degrassi all day.
Listen, and here's the thing. Let me just say this, okay?
It's kind of funny
about that. I know that you really like Degrassi Junior High and Degrassi High.
Of course I do.
I'm just going to be out here to say that Degrassi The Next Generation was just as good, if not better. The only problem is you got old, so it's going to be...
Dude, when did I ever say that the Next Generation of Degrassi was trash? I said I never...
I thought that was not... You didn't... I swear you... Maybe it wasn't you.
No.
This conversation came up in one of the chats.
Okay, so...
where somebody said the original series
Canadian.
I'm not 100% sure, but okay, let me iterate. So... when the Next Generation came out, I believe it was like around 2001, 2002 in that era. I remember
exactly.
Okay, so I remember this because I was living in Vancouver at the time. I was still in music school, and my roommate at the time was one of my good friends from my hometown, and he was also a massive Degrassi fan. So we were like counting down the days for the Next Generation. We're like, we got to check this out. And you got to remember, you got to put this in perspective. We are like in our early 20s, respectively 21, 22 years old, both of us. So we're at that stage in our life where, you know, that type of stuff is probably not going to connect as well because we're very, you know, at this point, 4 or 5 years removed out of high school and stuff. So, but we both ended up actually really enjoying the first season. We watched the whole thing, and I just kind of felt, because I got busy in those years, got really broke, had to move around, and I got disconnected with TV and shit like that in general. So And so I never really went back to it. I never said I didn't like it. I said I just kind of lost its way with it. And now there's like, what, 20 seasons of like the next generation? I think there's like different...
So they did like 9, 10 or something seasons of like, 20-ish episodes per season. And then they did this thing where they started putting it on twice a week. And it was like more soap opera, and there was like 40 episodes in a season and stuff.
Yeah,
it was still good all the way up and through there, because I did watch. I mean, it came out for the perfect time for me, probably when the original came out for you. Where I was like 11 or 12 when the first season came out, focusing on characters that were like 12, 13, and then it followed them all through high school, so it worked out perfect for me. But I loved that. I actually started rewatching it the other day because it was on Tubi. And I'll be honest, dude, it holds up pretty cringe in the first couple episodes, but it gets back on track. And it's like, this is very good stuff for kids. Like I think it's one of the best things that was ever made for like teenagers, because it deals with all the shit people deal with, whether it's like, doing drugs in school for the first time, or getting pregnant, or suicide thoughts, or being gay, or how to deal with people who are, racist and stuff. It's super. It handles it in such a natural, realistic way too.
It was
I own the first series, the junior high, on DVD as well, and that one was great. I think they're all great. Except for the newest one. I couldn't get into it, but I'm probably just too old now.
Yeah, so like the original Degrassi series was like such a strong tool that teachers they used episodes as lessons and stuff. I remember watching Degrassi in school. It was crazy, and then running home after school to watch Degrassi. Right? So it was like totally amazing. But I did like the fact that they incorporated like some of the old characters like Joey and Snake and those guys.
That's one of my favorite aspects of.
Oh, even Spike. I think Spike was in there, and like they had a lot of.
No, Spike was a main character. Yeah. Snake was actually lasted through the whole series. He's
because Snake was actually one of the teachers, right? Yeah, and then Joey was.
They even had Mr. Radish in there, the principal, or he was a regular teacher.
I know that there was other characters too. I don't remember if Yick or those guys like ever made appearances, but I know
think just like 1 or 2 episodes.
Yeah. But at one point, I think they had pretty much everybody made a cameo in those the new series, which is pretty cool.
They actually brought on a couple people for like regular reoccurring roles, like Caitlin. Like she was on the show regularly in like season like 3 or 4 or something.
Oh, because
she actually had a fling with Kevin Smith.
That's right. I even have I even own the Degrassi episodes that Kevin Smith actually directed, because Kevin Smith actually owns the rights to the original series.
He's a big fan.
Yeah, so he actually bought him up. So I was like, that's insane. So of course he had to write and star in a couple of the episodes, but that's pretty cool.
Dave, big Degrassi fan.
Dave is like,
absolutely not.
Where the
hell? I don't watch television, and I don't even know what that show is. I think I saw part of it on TV once.
He's so old. He's like, I don't watch television.
I don't watch the networks. I stick with the my own programs I have on digital video disc.
How's the 1991 going for you, gentlemen?
We got 23, 24 down.
I noticed, Dave, that you have been slowing down drastically on that. I don't know.
Well, because I had to watch all these I Spit on Your Grave movies. Or those 6 titles of there would have all been 1991 titles.
Dude, that blew my mind.
You could have fit in 2 for the third one at least.
You had watched all the first 5 I Spit on Your Grave movies, and I hadn't even started yet. I'm like, wow, I should probably start here.
I actually did. I watched one every night starting on Sunday, and then I skipped the night, and I finished the last one last night. I was way ahead of the curve on this one.
I did it. I started earlier than I usually do too, because I knew that I was going to have to watch one, take a break, watch one, take a break. So, and I was completely correct on my theory of how to watch these movies. So I did. I started on Tuesday and kind of stretched them out to yesterday, but it looks like I watched them right in a row yesterday. Like I kind of did, but I took breaks throughout the day. But I'm watching like 3 yesterday, which was just enormously not the right move to do. But yeah, I was incorporating 91 films, and I'm up to 32 now. Man, 91 is just, dude, it's making my head hurt.
You're watching all the shit ones. Start watching some of the good ones.
No, I mean, I don't
want to waste the good ones right away, and then you'd be covered in shit ones like I was for 85.
Pepper them in.
Dude, the last couple I watched, I like Shock 'Em Dead for how bad it is, and I like The Borrower. I think The Borrower.
Aldo Ray for the win. 18 pepperonis on each pizza moods.
I can already see you're being way harder on your ratings than I am with the ones that we've watched.
Shock and Dead actually has one of the funny. My 2-word review was, I think it was pepperoni peeper, because there's literally the weirdest part. Literally the weirdest part in that thing where the dude's like working in this pizza shop and there's this like thing on the wall, a big pepperoni pizza, and it's got like a little peephole and right into the dressing room. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, how does that even happen? But
did you guys notice Aldo Ray was way less drunk in Shock 'em Dead than he was in Biohazard from 6 years previous? And what Evils of the Night? It's like he had to like sober up a little bit to be in Shock 'em Dead.
Yeah, a little bit, right? I mean,
he's actually the best actor in the fucking movie.
Yeah. Honestly, man, I think a lot of people shit on Tracy. I mean, she doesn't really have a lot of great lines, but she's actually fine in the movie, man. She is.
The movie's fine. It's stupid and silly, and it's got a bunch of tits, and it's entertaining heavy metal horror crap. I like
still
it.
think I reviewed this movie years ago, and actually Derek even brought it up in the chat a couple days ago. But when I reviewed it, I was like lip syncing the menu song, because that song in the movie.
I'm a virgin girl. I wait till I'm married. That song is catchy as fuck.
Girl. And it's like something like I get down on my knees, and I'm like, that song is super catchy, and like, oh man, like, as soon as I popped in the menu, I was like, oh my god. So I was riding my workout bike in my house watching the movie. I'm like, this is awesome. It's getting me all pumped up.
So the people, Dave, you asked that question. Are you friends with just a bunch of people who don't watch horror films?
I don't know what happened. Like, I asked the popular. Asked the popular last week, 91, what the most popular horror movies are. And
I'm seeing like some of the.
Everybody got 5, right? And the number one was on everybody's list was People Under the Stairs with 18 votes. So it was the most popular. But then a bunch of people were like, I spit on your. They're like, sorry. They're like, People Under the Stairs. They hate that, and they hated like. People are saying like, shit, that's not even the worst. When I asked the worst movies in 1985, people were like, Midnight Hour, Bad Seed. It's like, what the fuck are you guys watching? Like 10 movies a day? A year? It's just like you guys have not
usually let that shit go.
Some shit.
I usually let it go, but like I had commented, right? So I was getting the updates, and I was like, oh my, I just have to respond to a couple people, because one girl said Puppet Master 3 was the worst film of the year, and I was like, actually, that's like the best one franchise. In the original franchise.
That's like the best Puppet Master.
It's like, what the fuck? And in terms of the whole year, besides like, outside the franchise, I mean, it still kind of holds up. I'm like, that's fucked. So
I mean, just going through this here, like the first one that I see is Dance-a-thon of Death, and I'm like, okay, that sounds Sorority Babes like and the Dance-a-thon. That sounds like a turd. I'm with Watson.
Well, even James Higgins said 976 Evil 2, and I'm like, yeah,
and I'm like, no, I like that.
No, 976 Evil is not a great movie, but in terms of just it being, I guess it's kind of related to the first one. Not really, it doesn't have continuity or anything, but it's a fun movie though. I think it's actually really fun.
Well, like the real turds are shit like Wicked World. Especially since it's Canadian.
Sometimes they come back. I mean,
yeah, I love sometimes. Here's what it is: it's an age group. There's an age divide because we all saw these movies when we were like 5 to 10. These guys saw they were like, oh, I love Last House on the Left and Hills Have Eyes. They went to the theater to see People Under the Stairs, and they're like fucking 30 or like 25, and they're ready for some extreme shit. And then People Under the Stairs is lightweight kids movie. It's like a kids horror movie. It's great, especially if you see it young. But for an old guy, they're like, fuck this. I want some gore.
Yeah.
And that's people being let down is what it is. It's people putting things on movies that aren't there. You know what I mean?
The thing that definitely I always notice from this is that we see like way worse films than any of these people.
Like, so we like
when I did write that. Or Freddy's Dead. Like, I mean, yeah, there's arguments that can be made that they're bad movies, but like, I mean, dude.
Well, they're
like saying the worst movies. They're all like 6s and like 6.5.
My hatred.
Like, I kind of like it
for Freddy's Dead. Like that movie just frustrates the shit out of me. But by any means, is it not? It's not even close to like on the level of some of the shit that I was mentioning. Like Beauty Queen Butcher and Science Crazed are some of the worst movies in my entire collection. Just happen to be from '91. Yeah. Like Zombie 90 is like these movies are 0.5
Zombie
out of
90
10.
Is unbearable.
They're fucking horrible. Like no one. Okay, going back to Canadian films, Dave, have you ever seen Science Crazed before? It's
I have it. Okay. I've had it for years.
Okay, so
watch it.
I'm not even joking. It's gonna make The Tower and Wicked World look like masterpieces. It's that bad. Like it's one of those so bad. It's just like you have to see it at least once. It's fucking so bad, man. Beauty Queen Butcher, like these are the type of movies I'm talking about.
Like I Spit on Your Grave, Deja Vu. Those are the kind of movies we're talking
different
about.
levels of shittiness. Yeah. Even Blood
I don't
Massacre.
understand what
even the Don
hate is.
Dohler film.
I Spit on Your
Even the
Grave,
Don
man.
Dohler film, Blood Massacre from '91, isn't even as bad as those ones, and that's a bad.
Dude,
movie.
I like Blood Massacre when I saw it.
Yeah, no, it's a bad movie, but it actually is decently fun. But a lot of people, if they saw that, they'd be like, "Oh my god, that is like the worst shit ever."
Yeah,
but I'm like,
and we'd be like, "I like it."
Dude, the people
like
on the stairs
6.5.
made me laugh though. I was like, "How the fuck does that even get brought up, man?" Like that is literally that's probably gonna make, I would say,
everybody's list.
I would say probably 5 or 6 of the list. Like, come on, it's
like top 5
good.
Craven. I'm talking.
Yeah, dude, it's pretty good. Like that's a weird.
I saw it at I was like 5 or 6 when I saw that, so I loved it. You know, I haven't watched it in like 10 years though, so I'm worried, but I think it will hold up.
Yeah. I rewatched Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah the other night. Man, dude, I forgot how fucking ridiculous the storyline is in that movie. It's a time travel movie. It's basically like Back to the Future meets the Terminator.
With Godzilla.
Godzilla with King Ghidorah. It's
I've never
so
seen
much.
that
It's
one.
so much fun.
Either.
Man. It's so much fun.
You know what's crazy about the Godzilla films? There's so many of them that no matter what year we get, there's
I gotta
like
watch a
guaranteed
Godzilla movie every fucking year.
Oh yeah, there's tons. Yeah.
Did you guys notice this too about 91? It's like I'm watching all the same actors in this 6-year period. I'm seeing Brian James from fucking seeing Jeffrey Combs and David Gale. They're all still working. It's all the same people directing too.
Yeah.
Like fucking Don Dohler has another one. Like I thought Don Dohler was done in '85.
I feel like I've
forgot
seen
the
Richard
Blood
Lynch
Massacre.
a few times.
Yeah, no fucking every full moon movie. Richard Lynch is like, let me get my $20.
Yeah. Right. See, now JP knows who Richard Lynch is.
Did you see Dave hating on Subspecies, man?
Nobody
y'all.
hates on Subspecies,
Dude,
man. It's
I've
so
seen a
good.
million vampire movies. It says it's funny in the opening of Subspecies. They're like a story based on a story by Charles Band. I'm like, you mean fucking Bram Stoker, motherfucker? Because it's not anything different than a bad Dracula
Dave,
movie.
have you not realized that Charlie Band
Yeah, but there's
thinks
little
that
creatures at the beginning.
Not only does he think he's he's Charlie Band, but he thinks he's God. So therefore he thinks he's everybody.
Charles
I
Band
like
is
full
quite
moon
humble,
movies.
actually.
I like the Tremor movies. I meant the Transfers movies. I like Dollman. I like fucking Puppet Master 3. Subspecies is nothing special.
Subspecies is
same
probably my
old-
favorite one out of all those.
You know what? It
The
always
vampire
sucks me
looks
in.
excellent. He looks great.
Radu
And I heard
is
the sequels
amazing.
are much better.
It's
I think
Radu.
Radu pulls off a great performance in that, like the guy that plays Radu. It's just shocking to me that the production value, because if you look at something like, I watched Subspecies one night and I watched Dollman right after, and I've always loved Dollman. I think it's super fun. And but if you look at the production values in the films, like Subspecies honestly is one of the better looking actual Full Moon Pictures releases.
Albert Kuhn makes a lot of mistakes.
Yeah.
a lot of
It's not
continuity.
perfect and stuff, but I actually really enjoy it. Like the atmosphere, like the locations and stuff. They did a pretty decent job at that, man. I mean, story
They
wise,
did a good job with the atmosphere and the locations.
Yeah.
It's just the script is very generic.
It is very generic. I actually don't really care for the script all that much. It's actually kind of silly. And
I like the atmosphere in it. That's what I like.
Yeah, I mean, just the way the movie starts out is kind of
All
it's
the
a
Full
little
Moon
bit,
scripts are light,
but it's
dude.
a little bit aggravating though, man, because you're like, oh yeah, Angus Scrimm's in this movie, right on, man. And he fucking dies
Worst
in like 2
wig ever.
seconds.
Worst
You're like,
wig ever. He
Well,
looks like Card from Master of the Universe.
You're like, come on, dude, you gave him the father role and he fucking goes and shanks him in 2 minutes.
Charles Band was one of the people to start the trend of getting one named actor in your movie.
Yeah.
And you can't pay him to be in the whole movie, but you just have him on the title.
And just
Like
not even-
William
it's like a
Hickey and
B-lister.
Puppet Master.
Dude, there's like fucking Transfers 2's got like everybody in it. It's got Martine Beswick, Jeffrey Combs, Richard Lynch, Tim Thomerson, Helen Hunt. It's got a lot of people in it. Art LaFleur. It's like man, this cast is actually really good.
JP, don't you really like when people mention Richard Lynch's name now and you actually know who he is?
Yeah. Like what's funny is like
Dave, do you
ever
remember that
since
conversation
then,
on the show?
I've seen him in like a million other things. Like
He's
in
in Cut Run,
fact,
too.
he was like last year. He was one of my top watched actors on my Letterboxd. When you have Letterboxd Pro, you can see
It's
like who
still
you're-
one of the most ridiculous conversations 22 Shots ever had. I'm like, I don't really even remember what the movie was, and I'm like, yeah, and Richard Lynch is in this, and everyone knows he is. And
It's Puppet Master 3.
it was Puppet Master. Actually, it was Puppet Master 3, and then Jeremy and JP are like, nobody knows who Richard Lynch is. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? Richard
Why are you
Lynch
gues on
is-
a horror podcast?
I was like, dude, he's
I
literally
was
been in hundreds of
trolling.
movies and like so much movies you guys had even seen before. And it's not like he was playing in $5 indie movies. It was Richard fucking Lynch, dude. Like that was
I don't
still
know
the most
that
daunting
Halloween
conversation
at all.
I've ever had with you guys. It was so frustrating because I felt like I was getting ganged up on. I'm like, how do I explain this anymore? It's Richard Lynch, dude. Like,
Listen, you guys better not gang rape me on this episode.
oh, you are getting gang fucked.
Well, I got The Rock ready. All right. Moods, you get his arms, I'll get his legs. We'll
Exactly.
bring in Derek's
I
coming
have
in.
really lanky arms, so I can totally hold down both of his arms at the same time.
I got lanky
Or
arms
legs.
too.
Yeah.
Dude, okay. Like,
I'm 6'1", and
y'all are
I think
taking
my
it too
arms are
far
way
now.
too long even for my height.
Me too. I'm 6'1", I got monkey arms.
Yeah, man, me too.
I like
man.
drag on the fucking ground when I walk.
I am 6'1" with 30-inch legs. Yes, I'm very unproportioned. It sucks.
I have really long legs.
I have
But I have super
the
long
longest
legs and arms.
torso.
Dude, I'm getting so mad. A lot of the stuff that I ordered for this 91, like I ordered the Resurrected, I ordered Body Parts, I ordered Black Demons, like I ordered
Shit's
a bunch
taking
of
forever,
stuff.
ain't it?
What's that?
Shit's taking forever, isn't it?
Dude, I literally haven't got like most of the stuff that I ordered.
It's UPS is holding it up. UPSU, or United States Postal Service. My order from Vinegar Syndrome shipped April 24th. Right now is May 8th. And it hasn't moved since May 1st. Like it's hitting these big cities, and they're just like sitting on the mail. I think.
Yeah,
because they're so busy.
I'm getting my UPS packages.
Yeah,
but
but it's not Postal Service stuff at all.
Yeah,
I love
it's like it's super annoying because I'm like I ordered like a lot of these 91 movies that I don't own, and I'm like kind of, but some of them are streaming. I'm like, damn it, I should have just streamed them.
I'm sure they'll show up before we, I don't know when we're going to do this, probably the end of August kind of thing, but I mean, I'm sure they'll show up by then.
Hope so.
You might be okay. See,
You're
Vinegar
fine,
Syndrome.
yeah.
Vinegar Syndrome is one of those amazing. Like, I love ordering from Vinegar Syndrome for a couple different reasons, man. It's just the package deal and stuff is awesome, but they actually ship their international packages out of Canada, so they don't even go through customs. They have actually a base in Toronto. So, which is awesome because I for the longest time I couldn't figure out why I was getting my shit so fast, and I'm like, damn, it's crazy. They just shipped out a couple days ago. Yeah, because they have a base in Canada, so that's amazing. So I got my I got my new Vinegar Syndrome package, and I actually talked to the guy. He messaged me and he's like, yo, Moods.
Pendulum.
He's like, I'm sending your shit out first. He's like, you're the first package since we got this that I'm sending out to you, and I'm like, I feel special. Thank you for that. Right? So I'm like, that's awesome. And yeah, so fucking Vinegar Syndrome's awesome. Love them.
Yeah, well,
yeah. I ordered Dolly Dearest, which
so did I.
seen
Still
before.
waiting on it.
I watched
saw
that
it when
while
I
I rode my bike.
at
That
a
movie is
campground.
still bad and boring.
I remember being at
See,
a campground
that
and I saw
sucks,
it
'cause
in
I
a
thought-
trailer, and I feel that's the only way you watch Dolly Dearest is in a trailer.
Pretty much, right?
For some reason, I thought it was a full moon film, but I guess not, huh?
No. Dolly Dearest actually has its moments. I mean, the fact that Rip Torn's in that movie and the doll is creepy as fuck, but it's just, and I actually kind of like the narrative. Like, the narrative is actually not too bad, but it just has lulls in it, man. It just gets boring at times and shit.
9 out of 10.
I got my copy of the McPherson tape today.
Nice.
I got that a few days ago.
I had ordered that with the Vinegar Syndrome package, so that was cool.
What are we talking about? What movies are we reviewing today?
Well, hold up.
I
I
don't even know.
contest to do still.
Oh,
I was even speaking of Body Parts, man. I just fucking watched that right before 91 got picked, and Dead Space twice. So maybe
I watched so many movies before. I don't want to watch Revenge of Billy the Kid again.
And I watched
And
The Unborn.
Curse 3. I don't want to watch Curse 3 again.
Dude,
I always-
Revenge of the Billy
I
the
always
Kid.
just-
dude,
I always just go with the
Curse 3 sucks.
I always
Curse 3
just
is a
go
snooze.
like if I watched it in the past like year, then I'll just count it.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I have this weird kind of
Unless it's something that I feel like I need to rewatch.
yeah. I don't know, man.
I don't know if I'll rewatch Curse 2 or 3. Curse 3.
I might just
No
save them
reason
right to
to.
the end just to do a quick little watch. I mean, even though,
Me too.
like I said, Body Parts and The Unborn are super in my mind. I just watched them. And Dead Space twice. Which
Body Parts is actually good though.
I would actually
Like,
watch Dead Space again because I love that movie. That movie's great. That's a great fucking animated film.
Oh, Dead Space is a different animated movie. It's not the same one from 91.
Dude, I'm trying to go
Which
to
one
the
is
damn
it?
drive-in, bro.
It's one from Corman.
I miss going to damn movies.
Oh, what the fuck? Seriously?
That animated movie came out in like 2006 or something.
What are you talking about?
Boots confused the animated Dead Space with the Corman Dead Space, which I haven't seen the Corman one or the animated one for that matter, but they're definitely two different movies.
What was I thinking, man? Maybe I was thinking that and I got it confused with the other one. Oh yeah, the one I'm thinking of is from 2008 for sure. Man, I'm retarded.
Yeah, because you liked it a lot. Yeah. Who gives a shit?
Oh yeah, this one. Fuck, totally, man. I was totally tripping balls when I was thinking that was the same one. But now when I think back, I'm like, there's no way that shit was made in 91. Fuck me.
No.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I know which one it is.
Oh crap! My drive-in's opening next week. Sweet.
What are they playing?
Wow. Well, that makes sense to have the drive.
I don't know.
You can social
Trolls
distance.
World Tour.
You can social distance that
The
way.
Vast of the Night. Oh, that looks kind of cool. I don't know what it is. The Vast of the Night.
No, never heard of it.
It looks like it could be something
Spooky.
like sci-fi or spooky or something.
I must have had 91 on my
Vast-
mind today. I'm actually wearing my Necromantic 2 shirt right now. That's just kind of strange. That wasn't planned.
You have a Necromantic 2 shirt.
You know what's
I have a
fucking
Necromantic poster.
You know what's cool about this shirt, man? So I'm in
Necromantic
Amoeba.
2.
I'm in Amoeba Records in San Francisco one time
It's
with the
thriller
wife,
sci-fi. Nice.
and I was doing some shopping. And when I'm doing some shopping, the wife usually separates from me, and she goes and does her own thing in the same store. Though she was wandering, doing her thing, she comes back and finds me after like an hour with this Necromantic 2 shirt, and she's like, "Man, this shirt's amazing." And I'm like, "Yeah, that's totally awesome." She's like, "I'm gonna buy this for you," and I'm like, "Oh, this is like the coolest wife ever."
Wait, you found that shirt at a store?
Yeah, at Amoeba Records.
Oh, that's crazy.
Well, do you know what Amoeba Records is? It's like probably one of the biggest and best like record, movie stores, like probably in North America. It's huge.
Us old guys don't go outside, Boots. We stay inside where it's safe.
Yeah. Well, the one in Frisco's
Order
amazing.
in McDonald's. Huh?
Yeah, it's one of those places where you could literally spend it's like Costco size, and you could spend like days in there. It's ridiculous. Like, and me, I'm into music and movies, so it's like the whole store is like my fucking.
But is it Canadian?
No. It's that one was in San Francisco. They have one in. There's one in Hollywood. The original one's in Hollywood, which actually they're just moving the locations now, which a lot of people are super pissed off.
I've never been there.
And
I was just going to make fun of you when you said it was Canadian. I was like, oh, I can't go there.
No. And the other one's in Berkeley, which I haven't been to the one in Berkeley, or I think the one in Berkeley is actually a little bit smaller. I think it's
sounds expensive.
Amoeba is not cheap by any means. It's more about the experience at that point. I mean, you do pay a little bit more, but I'm telling you, man, like I was finding crazy out of print shit and like just insane shit in there. I was like, this is nuts. But they know.
When you're out of town, though, you don't care about the price. When you're out of town, like if you were in your hometown, you're like, that's way too much. But when you're out of town, you're like, $30, so like 10 where I'm at, I'll take it.
Exactly, right? I mean, if you're going to be all the way in Frisco doing shopping, you're going to pay that extra couple dollars for some titles.
You just fucking spend like an idiot when you're out of town.
Yeah, I'm like, this record's like $32. I'm like, fuck it, I'll do it.
But I want it now.
Yeah, but yeah, Amoeba's dope, man. I've been there a few times. It's just, every time I'm in there, I spend way too much money. It's just hard not to, really. Like, I literally was carrying a basket around like I was grocery shopping. That's how insane it gets. So, but that's my little Amoeba Necromantic 2 story. JP, are we going to do something? Give away something?
Yeah,
contest, right?
I'm gonna give away something. I will let the person pick what they want. I have a copy of Takashi Miike's First Love sealed on Blu-ray, and I have a copy of.
Did you just call yourself a cop?
Yeah, I have a copy of Hope, her new film. What is the title of it?
Oh, Tom Horball's daughter.
Yeah. I dare you to open your eyes.
Yes. Are you seriously trying to announce what you were giving away and you didn't know the fucking title of it? Dude.
No, I was giving you a chance to say it, is all.
Well, you did ask me what it was called.
So who made this? What's it called?
But then you
Where
didn't
am
answer, so I answered correctly.
Well, I was giving a little bit of, background. It's our good friend
You were
Tom.
stalling.
Good
He was
title,
stalling
good
so he could
title,
find
good
the
cover.
case.
I don't own it. So
I will. So you can pick between either of those. So we have one copy of that to give away. I have two copies of Takashi Miike's First Love to give away. I also have some other stuff that we'll save, but we're gonna bring back the monthly giveaway here on 22 Shots. So anybody who's supporting the Patreon can get entered in the contest.
Dave is gonna win.
57 people here. I have a randomizer on my phone.
It's rigged. Dave's going to win.
I'm going to randomize. The winner is Dustin Collins. I think that's Dusty Mark, right?
Mm-hmm.
Check that out. Dusty joined the Patreon last month. and he wins.
He must have been on a binge again. That's not nice.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So, Dustin, hit me up with your address and title choice. You could either go with Takashi Miike's First Love, or
you have to be super drunk to join the Patreon on 22 shots,
or Horror Balls.
Can you call them horse balls?
Is it horror?
Can't even
Horrors,
read.
pluralized.
Horrors.
Kid can't even read over here.
It's not Horror's Balls, because
No, it's one word. Horror's ball.
Horror's Ball. But then you're like Horror's Balls.
No, if you think about it properly, it actually makes sense. If you say horror ball, that just doesn't. It sounds like two words. Horror's ball
Horror's
sounds like
Balls daughters. Because I'm trying to say his daughter. You know what I mean?
Horse ball.
Then just leave the
It's
horse
hard.
ball
It's
out
not
of it
easy.
then, and just say his daughter, Hope.
Tom Horror's Ball
Second
daughter.
feature film. Her second feature film. Yeah,
And was it? Did she? I thought her other one was a short. Was it a feature?
it was a feature. Yeah, it was
Sounded
shorter.
alright.
It was shorter.
Yeah. My favorite thing about this is that I remember seeing her as like an 11-year-old girl in his videos, like just a little ass kid. Now she made a movie.
Did more
Yeah,
than we
man.
did.
Yeah, that's more than what. Yeah, exactly. Well, Dave, you've done some. No, you haven't.
Like they named
I
her.
made some movies.
They named her perfectly. You know,
You can't even read it, JP. You couldn't even read it.
What? Read your movie?
No, you could. Well, there's nothing to read in my movie. You didn't get the subtext. It's like subtext. It's about eating Jello.
No, Hopeless Pictures. Come on, that's super cool, right?
That's clever.
Yeah, right.
I like
I mean, this is perfect.
Yeah. But yeah, so you could pick. I know what I would pick, but you can pick what you would pick. I can definitely tell you that I like the Takashi Miike movie, but I also am interested in how old is she now? Like 18, 19?
Yeah, probably around there. Yeah, I would say.
Yeah, I'm interested in a 19-year-old girl.
Oh no, I think she's 20. I think she's 20 now at least. But yeah.
So yeah, pick what you want, but and then we'll give away something next month too. Next time. So and obviously if whatever you don't pick will be available next month as well. And after we run out of that stuff and some of the other stuff I have, we'll start getting stuff like we used to. Like we'll do like, for example, like this month would have been cool to give away the McPherson tape or something. You know what I mean? Since it just came out and it's kind of like a title that everybody wanted. So we'll go back to doing that too. I miss doing that. That was very fun.
For sure.
So, yeah.
For sure.
And we have got, I think, like 9 new Patreon supporters since we did that 85 thing.
Cool.
Which we will be releasing. For the
Actually,
rest
by
of
the time you hear this episode, the video version will actually be live on my channel. So if you didn't know or didn't check it out before this video dropped, or this podcast dropped, then it'll be live on there. So
yeah,
there you go.
check it out.
Check it out. Check it out. Do we got anything else?
No, I think that's it.
Alrighty. Well, I guess we should probably maybe get into the main attraction here on the show. Is that what we're gonna do?
Yes.
All right. Well, let's do that here.
22 shots.
All right. So before we get into the featured reviews here, I'm gonna bust out a little bit of a knowledge segment.
The word I bring to you today is knowledge reigns supreme. You got no time to joke and play, cause knowledge reigns supreme.
And you got to do it, man. Since we're doing some rape revenge films tonight, I've got to do the top 10 rape revenge movies according to the cinemaholic.com website.
Now, why did you pick their list? Because I know there's a plethora of them.
Oh, there's tons. It was just happened to be the first one I saw when I Googled
What is it dated?
2018.
Okay,
so not too old.
No,
We've
no,
had
no.
a couple since then.
July 15, 2018. So yeah, this one's not even 2 years old. So yeah, I mean, that's it is what it is. Like I said, I don't overthink this. Click on the first one. And it's kind of the fun of it. It's kind of a gamble what you're going to get too. But I made sure it was 10 best rape
At least
revenge
it's not
movies.
real old, because when it's real old, you cut out such a huge
Oh, for sure.
chunk of
For sure.
films.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, the 10 best female rape revenge movies ever made. So they're going off the best.
They're going best here.
They're going best. All right. So in at number 10 is Baze Moy from 2000.
Rape Me. That's a crazy
Never
movie.
seen it.
AKA Rape Me. Yes.
Yep. It's a nuts.
Brutal, nutty film. Actually was released by Arrow in their old DVD line. They put out a really great uncut version of it. It's pretty nasty.
So it's literally called Rape Me?
Yeah.
It's like actual porn inserts and shit, isn't it?
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
actual sex in it.
Yeah, there's actual full penetration in the uncut version and stuff.
Is there actual rape?
No.
To me, it looks real. Like, it's crazy, actually. Like, the scenes are nuts in this movie, but the revenge is good, too. It's very gritty and grimy, like, grindhouse-type style, but from 2000, like, it's definitely a stick-out film from that era. So
Not seen it in years.
yeah, I don't know if it's ever going to make some, summer series list or anything from 2000, but you never know. But yeah, Baze Me, a.k.a. Rape Me, number 10. In at number 9, actually this is kind of shocking me a little bit that it's this high on the list, I guess, or low. Fuck, I never know what to say, high or low. But in at number 9 is 1981's Miss 45.
Love it.
Which is actually probably my favorite. It's up there in top 1, 2, or 3 rape revenge films for myself. I love Miss 45.
I would probably stick it right there where it's at.
Okay.
Number 9 for me.
Yeah.
Top 5. For
So
sure.
we already know where this is going tonight. Yeah.
What?
I think it's a great film, man. I really do. I think it's a great one. Number 8. This is interesting. 2007's Teeth. What?
I wouldn't put that at rape. Does she even get raped? Some guy
Yes,
attempts
of
to rape her.
course. No, that's
she
how
does.
it starts.
Yeah, she
Yeah,
does.
She's getting-
and she bites his dick off in the cave, right?
Yeah. So she is getting
No,
raped.
that's totally a rape revenge film. man.
Yeah. It's a good movie.
I was just
I
shocked to
love
see
it.
Teeth on
I would
here 'cause
definitely put it. I would put it at probably top 10.
It's
I
funny.
didn't even register that a rape revenge.
No, it didn't
because
actually,
I'm
because
thinking old.
you think his teeth is just a vagina with teeth in it, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Using
I
her
would think
vagina as it's
They
actually
keep showing that scene from Black Scorpion with the teeth on the TV.
right.
I showed my parents that movie when they were alive.
it's a good movie.
It is. They were like, "What the fuck?"
I really like. I think the casting for the lead actress is perfect.
Yeah, it's a fun one, man. It was just kind of one of those shocking films that came out at the time. I'm like, Teeth, what is this about?
Dimension
Oh,
Extreme, baby.
Ooh.
One
Gotta
of my
have a
favorite
rewatch.
lines ever.
It's a vagina with teeth. That's amazing. Like, who isn't going to watch that shit, right? And the funny thing is, I remember when Netflix first came out, this was one of the films that was on there. So, like, everybody was checking out Teeth. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh yeah, it's definitely one of the. It's probably the best killer genitals film ever.
Yeah.
You know
Better
what?
than Pervert, Bad Biology, right?
Yeah.
It's funny. I was actually
think
talking about bad biology before this show because I was listening to the Ari the Rugged Man interview on Take It Personal podcast, which is like my favorite podcast. And they were interviewing him, and he actually wrote that movie and collaborated with Frank Henenlotter because Frank Ari the Rugged Man is a massive, massive film fan, not just a horror fan, but Frank Henenlotter is like a god to him. So, anyways, I was just kind of thinking about that earlier. Just kind of weird you brought that up, but
Hear me out here. Hear me out. Would you consider Rabbit a killer genital movies because the isn't the armpit vagina mouth, isn't it somewhat?
pretty much,
No, dude.
right? I don't know. I think that's kind of stretching a little bit, but
It's
It's
a stretch. If you had to make like 10 killer genital list and you only had like knew of 9, then that's where that would be.
There's killer tits, right? There's got to be movies about. Yeah, there's the killer rack. Killer rack.
dude, killer rat, killer rat,
Isn't there
killer
like
rat,
one,
killer
a
rat.
black exploitation killer genital film?
Yeah. I don't remember what it's called though. I never watched it. Vinegar Syndrome put it out.
And then
Killer Rack is somewhat like there's She Kills. Have you guys seen She Kills?
Yeah, not a fan.
There's
is
Angst.
the
Angst.
taint about killer genitals or just killing genitals?
Well, your dick grows giant and you go nuts.
you do.
I would
it's not-
consider that killer genitals.
It's because you're getting infected. It's like you get very rapey with it, though. It's not
Like-
actually about killing. I don't know. I guess
Serbian film. Somebody gets killed with a dick in that movie.
that is true. Angst. There's the movie Angst. Not
German
not,
one?
No, not the German classic
There's,
serial killer
there's
film.
sausage.
Yeah.
in
The
Angst.
Angst. I think it came out in the
I don't-
early 2000s or something. Like that.
Yeah, that film's called I think it's called penetration angst in some countries.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I have that angst. I have both angst. I've seen the It's
I have
German,
that
right?
angst.
The
Yeah,
German
you're right.
one's really good.
You're right. It actually is called Penetration Angst in some countries. I have a DVD that just says Angst on it. There's the more recent one, Bunny the Killer Thing, with the rapey.
Oh
rabbit.
yeah, dude, we could totally do a couple volumes of Killer Genitals.
And what the fuck is the one? It's the beginning. It's somewhere at the door or something. Doesn't that guy have a giant dick in it? I never watched it. Breaking Glass, I think, put it out. Like literally, the back of the cover has a guy with like a foot long dick chasing somebody down a hallway.
Okay, hear me out.
Dude,
what about
totally.
Chillerama's sperm, Wadzilla?
I mean,
Does that
that
count?
it's a short. It's a short.
And then
but
Killer Condom,
Killer Condom is the trauma
Killer
film.
Condom from
Sexual
96.
Parasite, Baby Blood, maybe.
Baby blood?
Well, it's in her body. I don't know.
Yeah.
She never fucks anybody, does
What
she?
about One-Eyed Monster with Ron Jeremy? That's
I've never seen One Eyed Monster.
Never seen it.
big killer. There's Soul Vengeance, the blaxploitation killer penis film, which actually Vinegar Syndrome
That's the
put
one I
out.
was thinking of.
That's the one we were thinking of earlier.
Okay, so that's Vinegar Syndrome released it under the other name, the brother Charles. I can't think of it. I've never seen Killer Pussy before. The Asian one, I've always heard it's really good.
Sexual Parasite.
Yeah, I've never seen it before, and in fact, the DVD, the release is really hard to find. But I've always heard that one's really good.
There's actually a hell of a lot more than we thought.
Yeah. The funny thing is, I actually have a list somewhere where I was going to do a top 10 Tuesday on killer.
Bad Karma by Alex Shandon, the short movie. There's a giant, not nasty monster dick in that.
Is there? It's crazy.
Is it Bad Karma or Drill Bit? I think it's Bad Karma. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that might be a 91.
Interesting. Yeah, there is a lot, man. Well, I mentioned this a long time ago, JP, about doing a Killer Genitals show.
It was on the list at one point.
It was actually.
on the list.
We were. I don't remember what the movies we had lined up, but we never did it. But that's definitely going to be a thing, though. I think we should.
Yeah,
do
maybe
that.
Patreon.
Fuck yeah, man! I'd be down for some killer vagina and penis movies.
I think we might. I don't know. We're kind of almost caught up on everything, so maybe we'll take some more submissions soon.
Well, we actually are caught up, technically. Well, I mean,
we still have the one. Oh,
we just
this show.
we have to record the shows.
By the way, this show was courtesy of Vitaly Wundersee. Wundersee?
What?
How do you say that? WUNDERS.
I thought this show was courtesy of fucking Andy.
No, Andy would never pay this much for a show.
True. What was I thinking?
He would never pay that much.
That actually
I think he paid a trilogy once.
Okay. So yeah, that was number 8, Teeth from 2007. Coming in at number 7, the classic exploitation film from 1972, Last House on the Left, of course.
Should be higher.
Number 7.
I've come around so heavy on Last House of the Left when we did 72 show. I love it too.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about the movie a lot.
Warts and all.
Yeah, I have a love-hate relationship with it. It's literally one of those films. I like it more than, I watch it one time and I'm like, oh, it's, and then I watch it again years later and I'm like, oh,
I think
I'm a little bit lower.
Other scenes in the film just make up so much for the bullshit that you and I don't like. Mm-hmm. And honestly, I kind of forgot that it came out in 72, and I give that more props too, because you think of stuff like I Spit on Your Grave as other films like that, but it's this was done way before I Spit on Your Grave.
I have the same problems
David
with
Hess is amazing.
Yeah, I have the same problems with this movie that I do with the Town That Dreaded Sundown, man. Just the goofy ass parts that kind of take me out of it. I mean, this movie's playing itself serious, but then it has this goofy shit with cops and stuff, and I'm like, what the fuck, man? And
have you guys ever seen Whirlpool? Sorry.
No.
Yes, Whirlpool.
The Jose Larraz?
Yes, yeah, I got that. Yeah.
JP, watch that. If you like Last House on the Left, watch Whirlpool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just the ending will knock you out.
That was number 7. Number 6.
Sorry, Lou. Sorry.
No, it's
cutting
fine.
you off.
Coming at number 6 is, of course, on the menu for tonight from 1978. I Spit on Your Grave.
Really?
Be higher.
What is? How many?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I
didn't scroll through this.
Yeah,
I literally
actual serial killer rapist tapes or something.
to keep this authentic with my reactions. I don't follow the news. So when you tell news, I'm always authentically surprised when you're spitting some shit. I only scrolled through the first 2 just to make sure it was actually rape revenge, and I was like, okay, well, that's good enough. Hopefully, the rest is rape revenge. But I Spit on Your Grave.
Best already.
I'm trying to think. Okay, we're at what number?
Number 6.
Okay,
if my
so we got
favorite's not
5
on here, I'm
left.
gonna be pissed.
Mm-hmm.
So we have 5 left.
Well,
what do you think that their number 1 is?
This is what I love
Just
about lists.
predicting.
This is what I love about lists.
Spring.
everybody's lists are so different, and everyone has different rankings, and that's why I love doing the Top 10 Tuesday series, because people were always like, that should be high. I'm like, dude, I don't make best of lists, but this is actually a best list, so this is a good argument, because this is they're spitting it out there as a best, but I always make personal favorites. But anyways, yeah,
I can't. I'm blanking on Raper's.
Irreversible or Virgin Spring's going to be on there, and I hope my favorite's on there. When it pops up, I'll say it.
Okay,
I can tell you right now, Virgin Spring will not be on this list.
I'm just saying, maybe this guy says best, he's going to be like, it's arty, it's the best. You know what I mean? I'm just saying.
I just have it.
I mean, there's an argument there, right? Favorites and best. Okay. Coming in number 5, Dave actually just mentioned it, from 2002, Irreversible.
See, now
Gasper,
I'm really confused on like what's ahead.
Gasper, no.
That's probably a top 5 for me.
I always said that Irreversible is one of those movies that it has to be probably the most nauseating fucking movie ever made, but that I love. It's weird. Like I don't like want to go out of my way to watch Irreversible, but I think it's a good film. But man, dude, he does it properly with that soundtrack. He must like reverse that shit with like industrial sounds. He like industrial sounds remixes that, and it's meant to do that to you. It's actually meant to to fuck
no doubt.
It's meant to fuck with your equilibrium. Like you can do
the repetitions too. The repetitions of the same sounds over and over again. They'll make you sick. And they do it. They do it in Requiem too. Like when they inject the eyes, they do that in Irreversible better, and it makes you fucking ill.
Absolutely, man. Like
it's one of my favorite watches ever that I don't ever want to watch again.
I don't think I want to watch it in its entirety either.
Yeah, Irreversible.
Even the lines he's saying when he's raping her, like if you had to repeat that whole monologue, how embarrassed would you be? I think I'd throw up.
I think the
most.
I think my favorite moment in the entire movie is when that dude, like at the end of the hallway, like walks into the frame, which was apparently was an accident. And
was it a dude or a woman?
It's a dude.
Is it a dude? Because that wasn't supposed to happen.
I think it's the most impactful, powerful moment of that entire film.
It's funny, right? Because it totally heightens that whole scene, because you're like, why the fuck would this guy just walk in there, see that shit, and do nothing? But it wasn't intended to be like that, which
doesn't want the problems,
right?
Yeah, which is very not.
I think it's true. I think
100%. Like
it just makes it so much more impactful, and it wasn't even meant to be. It's just an interesting development in that scene. It's crazy.
In fact, I saw a video today of this like young dude like fighting this old man, and like there's literally dozens of people standing around like doing nothing, and I'm like, wow, what a bunch of pussies.
No, but honestly, people are probably not standing around doing nothing. They're probably all standing there filming it on their fucking goddamn fucking phones.
They were.
Right?
Yeah, because that's what people do.
Just so they could get some, world star.
Do you know how many fucking YouTube and media stars there is nowadays because they've been pussies? They made a point of being a pussy, watching some shit go down, filming it, uploading it at the right time, and they get a million fucking hits, and now they're a goddamn YouTube star. Actually, my wife was talking about this shit last night.
Profit off your misery. Remember Cannibal Holocaust? It's all about that.
Yep.
How would you like people to suffer, to make profit off your suffering? And that's just what people like.
Yep, exactly. Yep.
That's why it's one of my favorite movies.
Yeah, we were literally, the wife was actually making fun of this bitch the other night. Same thing happened. She filmed some shit and uploaded at the same time and stuff, and then just became this huge YouTube star, got millions of fucking hits, and I was like, oh my god, it's typical shit, man.
What about the cocksucker who went to that Japanese suicide forest and started laughing at dead bodies? That motherfucker's famous. He's rich. Fuck
Are you talking about the Paul dude? One of the balls.
Piece of shit, dude.
No, I remember. That's when I first heard of him.
Oh my god,
me too. I didn't know who the fuck he was until that.
Sensation.
For laughing at dead bodies.
Logan Paul films, the suicide that walks upon a dude. That shit was
Japan. And films going into the he fucking pays for a trip to Japan, goes in a fucking suicide forest, films it, and laughs at the dead bodies, and people click on it like, oh, it's great. If it was some ugly motherfucker doing that, people would be like, hang that bitch, because people find him attractive, they let it slide. That's how people beat her.
That's exactly what the wife was talking. She's like, I think this girl only gets millions of views on her fucking videos because she's hot. And I'm like, of course she does. I mean, face it, dude. Like, if any pretty face on you, they get so many fucking views.
That's why I've gotten the success I've had.
Well, me too.
That's why you got Joe Bob on the air.
I'm fucking beautiful. I get it all the time.
If some troll asked for Joe Bob on the air, we wouldn't do it, but we got fucking JP over here.
One of the most famous comments we get on the podcast is, you guys should do more video podcasts so we can see your beautiful face. Really, that's only coming from Jill. But I'm fucking getting out of getting out of ways here. Okay, so that was number 5, Irreversible, Gasper Nose. Nauseating, but well done film. In at number 4 from 1960. Oh, Dave called this The Virgin Spring.
Virgin Spring's on there.
I can tell the list.
So JP, once again, you are completely fucking wrong with your predictions.
I was completely wrong. Here's why. I'm not saying that it's not good enough to be on the list. I just saw that this guy's list seemed like bullshit, that he just was listing all the popular stuff. I didn't think he knew about that film. But I will say this. I completely disagree with the fact that film is better than any of the ones above it. Because although it's good, and but like even if you watch it today, like it's like, you know what I mean? It's been done so much better since then.
I've actually never seen it.
Really? It's the same thing as Last House on the Left.
I know.
Look, if you guys are gonna yell at,
it's better.
Fucking Savage Vengeance for being a closed rape scene. So does this film. This film has it as well.
I know a lot about rape revenge movies. It's one of my favorite subgenres.
Yeah, but JP, you can't compare.
I never watched it for some reason.
You can't compare the dry rape scenes to. This is 1960 Sweden also too. It's like a different period. I mean, we're talking about Donald Farmer, 1988 is when he filmed it. Like he has every opportunity to have penetration in a shot and video film.
But when we get to Savage Vengeance, I'll tell you why that scene sucks. And he could have filmed the clothed rape scene perfectly fine, but with two insert shots, he just fucked it up.
Of closed rape scenes that play better. Like I feel like, did Hitchcock's Frenzy, like kind of have a clothed rape scene a little bit?
I don't remember.
I don't think we saw him take his pay. I can't remember. Yeah. But anyway, no, I think Virgin Spring is good, but I honestly think Last House on the Left is better than Virgin Spring, and they're pretty much the same movie except for one's modernized.
And they're only 12 years apart too. I mean,
well, their intent probably was different too, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, I think Virgin Spring's a period piece though, so it's
it's more of it's more like it plays out more like a drama too. It's weird,
but the story is the same. Is what's weird about it, more.
Yeah, because Last House on the Left is literally like a remake. Well, it's not a remake. It's the inspiration. Right?
Instead of two girls going to to a rock concert, I think these two girls are going to like church or something.
Yeah.
Dude, the thing about Last House on the Left is its intent. Wes Craven went and saw a Western, and he was like, why are these people dying and no one cares? There are like 100 people falling down. He wanted to make you feel the pain and violence and horrible nature of violent acts. And that's why those movies are so, like Wild Bunch, too. Peckinpah wanted you to feel that violence. Last House on the Left wanted you to feel that violence. Night of the Living Dead wanted you to feel that violence. That's why those movies are so impactful and they hurt, and people get upset at them.
Exactly.
See, to me, Virgin Spring.
See, the Virgin Spring works for me,
especially when you talk about rape revenge, right? Like the film subgenre of rape revenge. Like, if you're counting that as a factor for where you're ranking these films, I feel like it's one of the easiest rape revenge films to ever watch. I think that it probably honestly, I don't think it necessarily belongs on the list, but if you're going to put it, I'd put it like number 10.
Yeah,
it's a good movie.
He's not basing it on how hard the movies are to watch. He's basing it on probably filmmaking. But I feel like this genre in itself, the whole name is an exploitation genre for the most part.
Yeah, for sure.
Including non-exploitation movies is a little weird, but I could tell this dude was going to go there. That's right. I'm not, you know what I mean, JP? I could tell it is weird. Really? I probably wouldn't include it in my list if I watched it and loved it. I'd just be weirded out including it. You know what I mean?
It's a good movie, but I don't know. I don't know if I would put it at the top. Well, see, that's the thing, though, Dave. Are we talking about the 10 best films that are rape revenge films, or the 10 best rape revenge films?
The ones that really encase the genre, right?
Yeah. So this wouldn't be that.
I don't think it. I haven't even seen it. But from my understanding is what it is an art film really well made. And when you're talking rape revenge movies, something that encases the genre would have to be exploitation, or something that has been thrown in the exploitation category for years. Even if it isn't exploitation, it's been thrown in there. Because some exploitation movies they rise above exploitation, and their meaning wasn't to be exploitation, but they're thrown into it, like Cannibal Holocaust or something like that.
Given what the narrative is, right? Yeah.
Here's even a quote from Robin Wood. He said, "The Virgin Spring is art, Last House is exploitation."
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's the truth.
Yeah. See, I think the reason why Virgin Spring works so well for myself is because it's like set in like the medieval times, which is kind of interesting.
It is a great movie.
Yeah,
I really do. The last time I rated it, I think I gave
cinematically,
it
it's amazing.
8.5 or 9.
I'm sure
Mark Bergman never set out to make. He never set out to make an exploitation film at that time. It was more about this kind of dramatic, narrative and stuff. But it's eventually going to be put into that category, considering what it is, right? So
it actually won an Academy Award.
But that's what I'm saying, right? Like in 1960, this movie I don't think was considered exploitive. I mean, it became that because of what that category became itself, right? I mean, rape is a little bit exploitive.
Last House on the Left is the one that coined that genre. Well, even if it wasn't the first, I feel like it was the one that
that's what I'm saying.
The drive-in grindhouse circuit. But if this movie has Straw Dogs on the list, this guy's a fucking moron, because Straw Dogs is not a rape revenge movie. There's no revenge driven from a rape.
Okay,
it just has rape in it.
Yeah,
and a fight in it.
1960s, the Virgin Spring at number 4, and of course, fuck me, man. Okay, 1971's number 3, Straw Dogs.
This guy's a moron. I don't even want to get into this.
This is a very highbrow list.
Movie. But Straw Dogs isn't a rape revenge movie. People are like, it's a rape revenge movie. Dustin Hoffman did not know the rape took place. That movie has a bunch of weird, different elements in it that are not about rape revenge. The movie's about masculinity, about fucking country versus intelligence, all that kind of stuff. It's not about that. It's not about revenge and rape. He didn't know she was raped.
I know. It's bullshit. I totally 100% agree with you.
Wait,
I've said this before.
Can we get Death Wish on this?
I've said this before, man. I'm like, this is complete bullshit. I mean, the reason why he's taking out these motherfuckers has nothing to do with the fact that his wife was raped. Right?
But are they saying this is a female-driven? She does get revenge at a point, but it's not even revenge. She's not going to do anything about it. She's defending her husband at the very end.
Exactly. Well, the focus revenge, or the battle in this is Dustin Hoffman versus these dudes. Not knowing that his wife was being raped. Yeah, so exactly. Once you've been pushed around to the limits, you're going to fucking defend yourself.
But now, he's not defending rape. Hills Have Eyes, a rape revenge.
He's not defending rape, so therefore it's not actually a revenge film. This is more of almost like a siege type film where these guys are trying to kill him and stuff, and he's defending himself off. Really, with
Straw Dogs says so many different things in it. It's not just your. He misunderstood Straw Dogs 110%.
100%. Yeah,
he doesn't understand it.
I agree, man. I've always said this too, man. I've heard other people say that they, it considers to be rape revenge. I'm like, no, it's not. It's not the point of what he's doing. So
Sam Peckinpah is my second favorite director of all time.
Every film that has rape isn't necessarily a rape revenge film.
Just most of them
not
are.
Even, it's so weird. It's this fucking completely. People always like rape revenge. It's not a fucking rape revenge movie. Then it's not her getting the revenge. It's not him getting the revenge for that. There's no fucking revenge in this movie.
No, he's defending him. That's all it is.
There's no revenge.
There's no revenge.
There's no revenge in here.
No, there's no revenge.
I've never seen it.
You can't get revenge for something you didn't know happened.
Well, it's not even that. It's defending.
Let me give you guys a scenario. Let's say that in a movie, your girlfriend gets raped. You don't know about it. Then later on, those rapists who just left your house, you're pumping gas and you're drinking your milkshake, and they bump into you and you drop your milkshake and it spills, and then you chase them down and kill them for that. Now you're getting revenge for something different, and it's somebody got raped, so it technically has rape and revenge.
Possibly, but Straw Dogs isn't about revenge either.
But it's not the focus, JP. I'm talking about the actual focus of it.
What do you mean?
It's not even a revenge movie.
Dude, if you're going to hunt some people down for knocking over your milkshake and breaking it and kill them, you're just a dick, man.
Yeah, but you're getting revenge for that.
Well, honestly, JP's technically right because it has rape and revenge. You would throw it in the rape revenge category on the technicality.
Technically.
But Straw Dogs is not a revenge movie. It's about somebody being pushed to their limits and finally snapping and being like anybody, no matter how wimpy or how weak or how
pushed to their limits. Are they getting revenge for being pushed to their limits?
Huh?
Are they getting revenge for being pushed to their limits?
They're defending the house. He will not. He doesn't take pleasure in the killing.
No, it has nothing to do with revenge. Absolutely.
He is somewhat proud of it at the end, but there's no revenge. It's not systematically planning to kill these people. He has to fight for his life because he finally made a stand that he's not going to let these guys break into his house and take this guy. It's not a rape revenge movie in any sense of the word.
He's got morals. I mean, some of the films that we're talking about, these rape revenge stories, man, like they are raped and then they make it a point of kind of dropping, losing their soul a little bit and getting that slick revenge and shit. That's not his mentality in this at all.
Now,
he's not taking pleasure.
Even if he wasn't getting revenge for
he's not taking any pleasure.
I can see a case made for revenge films that just so happen to have rape and revenge in them.
Yeah, I understand.
I agree with that. I'm not arguing with that.
I understand your point completely.
But that's not Straw Dogs.
Yeah, and I'm not saying it is. I've never seen the film ever.
Well, actually, what JP is saying actually applies to Straw Dogs because it does technically have a rape and it does have revenge, but it's not even revenge.
There's no revenge in it.
I mean,
it's not about revenge. Oh, yeah, well, it's not somebody else getting revenge. The bad guys are trying to get revenge on somebody else.
Yeah.
but Dustin Hoffman is not getting revenge for somebody.
It's even stretching the point.
It doesn't. It's not in the subgenre. It doesn't count.
No, I 100%
well, this guy's
agree.
list sucks. Then is what you're
I've
saying.
completely 100%
saying his list
agree.
is kind of horseshit.
I agree because I've had this argument with people before about Straw Dogs, and I'm like, why the fuck does Straw Dogs always pop up on fucking rape revenge films? I just
Because
I don't get it.
It's nasty and it fucks with your head, and it's grimy and gritty, and you know.
It sounds like it gives all the same emotions that you might get from.
Yes.
a rape.
Yeah, Peckinpah does.
It makes you conflicted. You're very conflicted while watching it.
It's shot so well too, man.
What's the movie where the girl gets she's like a trans person, she gets raped?
Boys Don't Cry.
Yeah, that's not a rape revenge film, right?
That's a great movie, though.
It's a great movie, not a rape revenge film.
I don't know.
No,
if
not
actually
Is that on this list?
I bet Higher Learning's on the fucking list.
I don't know. I haven't scrolled through. I'm waiting to move on here.
Okay, let's go to number.
I do not know what
3.
number 1 and 2 are. I mean,
oh, it's 1 and 2 now.
Yeah. So number 2. Okay. So number 2 is 1973's Thriller. They Call Her One Eye.
Oh, that's a great. I forgot about that one. It's got to be on there.
Well,
when I said
my top 3 rape revenge movies, man, it's in there, man. It's right up there with Miss 45 for me. I love this movie, man. Yeah, it's fucking awesome, man.
Slow motion. Best slow motion ever.
Now is this the same one with Michael Jackson or?
Yeah. You didn't know Mick Garris is in the background raping a bunch of people.
1973 Michael Jackson. No, man, this is awesome.
Well, I just figured it had something to do with Well,
the fucking
there's revenge in it.
Actually,
he ate her popcorn.
The Daryl Hannah character in Kill Bill is actually based off of this. So
Kill Bill, that has rape and revenge, right?
It does.
Stop it, JP.
I'm just saying.
Technically,
if you had to make like a top 1,000 rape revenge.
Well, it's only a segment. It's not a. That's not a. The movie's about revenge. Yeah. And there is a rape that also happens to get revenge.
Yeah. I mean, technically, she does get revenge on that dude.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But it's it's a multi-layered thematic.
That's not actually the point of the narrative.
We got a mini rape revenge there. We also have vengeance going on.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, man. Fuck you. Someone try to kill you on your fucking wedding day. Yeah, I'm gonna avenge that shit. All right. Yeah. So number 2, Thriller, which actually does have hardcore scenes in it too. Actually.
2 versions. Yeah, that's got to be on the list.
I love Thriller. It's so gritty. It's amazing. Great film.
Now, did John Landis direct that?
Stop it.
I'm confused, man.
You're not confused.
Okay. Oh my god. This is not just happened. 2003's Kill Bill 1 and 2. No fucking way. What the hell?
That's their number 1?
Yeah, dude.
Dude.
How in the...
That's ridiculous.
So pretty much... This guy's list is horseshit.
So pretty much...
They didn't even have House on the Edge of the Park on there. That's the number 1.
Those are my top 3. Those
that's
like my top...
1.
Miss 45... Thriller and House on the Edge of the Park are like my 3 favorite rape revenge films, and fucking wasn't even in there. What?
Hey, dude, the best part about House on the Edge of the Park is, like I told you, the music's always stuck in my head, right? And the theme music in that, like David Hess is like a sadistic. He's a sadist. He likes people to bend to his will, and the music's so twisted. It's like it's playing in his head all the time. Like somebody, like all the women are telling him, "I do for you anything you desire," and it's just like it's just really weird music to have for it. It's twisted as fuck.
What about
and Hess's best performance is that movie?
What about fucking the Italian Last House on the Left, Night Train Murders?
What about Handy Calder? That's a cool one.
Yeah, like
what about I Spit on Your Grave, Deja Vu?
Yeah, right.
JP, you need to stop talking. Like
he's no, but they're missing some, and there's some like Straw Dog shouldn't be on that list. Kill Bill shouldn't be on that list.
Yeah,
no, it's a perfect example of what JP just said. There's rape in that movie, and there's revenge. And even though she does actually avenge her rape, it's not the narrative. It's not the fucking narrative, man. What are people missing? Like, you're so stretchy when you put shit like that into lists, man. It's ridiculous.
I swear I didn't pull up that list or anything either. I was just thinking of after we started thinking about Straw Dogs, I started thinking of other.
Rape revenge movies.
Here's a question. Here's a question.
Where's Death Wish?
Well, Death Wish is definitely more of a rape revenge than some of those.
I put Death Wish 1 and 2 on my list. Probably.
What about the Clint Eastwood film, Sudden Impact?
Oh, I love that. It's my favorite one.
Yeah, dude, Sudden Impact is a rape revenge movie technically.
Okay,
most definitely is. Okay. And the woman gets revenge like it should be.
Yeah.
Here's the thing about this guy's list, right? He's making a top 10 rape revenge film list, but like wouldn't you want to pick films that like define that genre?
Yeah, of
and
course.
like, although you can make an argument that like something like Kill Bill has rape in it, has revenge, there is a little bit of vengeance on the person that rapes her, but it's not the stretched out full film
It's not
worth of it.
It's not the narrative.
So like, wouldn't you just as a list maker just, you know, that it seems so silly to put that. It doesn't even, it's not an example. You wouldn't use that as an example, right? Like, let's say somebody said, hey, I've never seen a rape revenge movie. Can you give me like 5 to watch? Like, would you ever consider Kill Bill to give to that person as an example of a rape revenge film?
No. I'm leaving what you said before.
Who is this guy? I feel like I need to call him out.
Incorporating rape and revenge, and it just whatever. Okay, here's a question for you. Since we always bring this up,
he hasn't even seen Straw Dogs. He hasn't seen it.
Oh yeah. Since we always bring this up on the podcast, this is actually kind of funny. What about Deliverance? It has rape and it has revenge in it.
Oh yeah.
Yes, 100%.
I think it is.
Yeah.
That should have been on the list then. Deliverance should be on that list. There's very rarely male on male rape and that kind of stuff. And that movie, that's a great movie. That should have been on his list.
Yeah, of course.
Yep.
I actually think it's a rape revenge film too. It's just, it's straight up exploitation to me. I don't think it's a horror movie. I think it's straight up exploitation.
Rape revenge films as horror exploitation usually.
Depends how it's done. I mean, you have versions of rape revenge films that kind of play out like horror films. I think we'll get into that. But what about one of the more modern rape revenge films that's been pretty popular, the French film Revenge? Did you guys like that movie?
Revenge. Oh yeah. No, you know what? That one has grown on me. I thought it was bullshit when I first seen it.
Well, dude.
And now it's become one of like,
I think that's what adds to it. Like when she should have died when she got pushed off the cliff there, and like how she survives that is beyond inhuman. It's ridiculous. She totally should have died.
I actually did watch that movie, which is terrible. I know I need to see it.
Oh my God.
I had the Blu-ray. I bought the Blu-ray.
Yeah, if you can separate yourself from, the
obvious. Once I listened to Watson sort of give all the examples of like the phoenix rising from the ashes, and like there was more, I understood that concept, but I didn't know there was as many tells that was like pointing it out throughout the film that made me appreciate it more.
I don't really know much. See, I didn't really take it like that. I just kind of took it as, I assume that's probably what they were doing, but
there's a lot of like examples and metaphors like earlier in the film, like foreshadows and stuff.
Okay.
And then also, like she's supposed to essentially have been like like the concept is a phoenix rising from the ashes and stuff. Even the beer can thing that she brands herself with has a phoenix on it.
Of course. Yeah.
There's two great ones that people don't mention very much that I think are exceptional. One called Avenged, aka Savaged, which is a fucking great rape revenge movie.
It's like a supernatural one too.
It's like The Crow meets I Spit on Your Grave. It's fucking good. It's Savaged, aka
Naked Vengeance.
I reviewed that movie.
I think Vengeance is great too. Yeah, it's fun. But no, Avenged and Savage is actually great. But fucking nobody talks about it.
Yeah, I reviewed it either on the podcast or on my channel. So I don't know. I talked
about
that one.
Bound to Vengeance.
I really liked it.
And there's another one.
Oh, that movie sucked.
I didn't see Bound to Vengeance, but there's another. This one's really not rape revenge, but it's a bunch of women who were raped or mistreated that get together and decide to kill a bunch of people. Now, I'm not talking about Ladies Club, which is worth watching, but this one's called A Gun for Jennifer. It's a fucking exceptional movie. It's very hard to find, and the movie's never really had a real release. It was made in 97, 98. That's a great one too. That should have been on the fucking list, but he didn't make it yet. As you can tell, also, I'm a big fan of this genre.
MFA. I don't know if you guys saw that one.
Movie too.
I didn't really care for MFA that much, but I know it has its fans.
I actually didn't really care for it either. Actually, one rape revenge film that I saw recently,
American Mary.
It's okay.
Dude, fucking cut me off. So one I seen for the first time recently. Actually, I had the Blu-ray in the collection for a while. Vinegar Syndrome released it, and it's called Trip with the Teacher. You guys see that one at all?
No.
That one's pretty cool, man. I enjoyed that one. It was good. Do you guys consider Gutterballs to be rape revenge?
Yeah, most definitely.
Right? So I always do too.
Yeah. I always do too. Extremities, Lisa, or not Lisa, what is it called? What the hell's that one called that I had on my top 10 list? Lipstick.
Oh, yeah, it's a great movie.
Lipstick is great. Yeah, that one's a good one. Yeah.
Bedeviled, if you count that. Oh, Girl with the Dragon Tattoo.
I never watched that one.
Yeah, I've seen them.
Me neither. Yeah, there's a lot that could go on this list. Like if Bedeviled counts, that would be high up for me.
I don't remember her being raped in that. It's been a while since I watched it.
She's there's rape.
I believe you. It's just that movie was pretty miserable experience for that lady and the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's some good ones out there, man.
Her Vengeance is a great Hong Kong movie. Really good one, too. Like, the bad guys are really intense and crazy. It's good stuff. I think you'd like it.
Yeah, I mean, shit. Crazy.
We just made a top fucking 30 list.
We really did. But, like, really, I mean, I can't take that.
Father's Day?
I just can't take that list serious by any means.
Yeah, that dude's list sucks. It's honestly one of the worst.
Like, lists. Kill Bill at number 1, but, like, not having House on the Edge of the Park on there just seems fucking blasphemy to me, man. It's ridiculous.
He didn't have any deep cuts either, which shows that he's never really explored the genre.
Yeah.
Well, of course not. He probably put, like, those are probably literally all the ones he's seen. He's like, oh, I heard of this movie, Straw Dogs. I'll put that on there.
Although, I mean, to have Rape Me on there and then have Kill Bill at your number 1, that's
true.
It is weird because
he had Teeth on there too, which is kind of a deep cut.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of people haven't seen Basemoi, which is kind of unfortunate. But so, I mean, it's very conflicting on how you look at the list. But really, Kill Bill and Straw Dogs, like, dude, what the fuck, man? So I'm giving your top 10 list like 4 out of 10. Yeah, he's kind of blew it, dude. Dudes,
yeah.
People.
You dropped the ball heavy on that one.
Kill Bill. Even if you put Kill Bill on your list at number 1, just to get the fuck out of here. Like, I mean, it's not even. If you're gonna put something like that on your list, that should be number 10.
Mm-hmm.
It just doesn't belong on a list in general. Really it just doesn't belong.
Like outside the genre a little bit, but
yeah, acceptable ones, Irreversible, I Spit on Your Grave, Last House on the Left, stuff like that. The big dogs. They're the big dogs for a reason.
Ooh, Landmine Goes Click.
Is that a Rape Revenge?
Yep.
I still haven't seen that.
I think you're the only one that ever saw that movie, JP.
I know. Big Driver.
That one's actually seems to be hard to find.
Landmine or Big Driver? Because I haven't seen either.
Oh, Landmine. Big Driver.
Landmine, yeah, it is a little hard to find. It streamed a lot on like Prime and stuff. But
yeah.
Yep, definitely one of the most fucked up movies I've seen in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody out there, Patreon Dave and Moods Landmine Goes Click. Since we're Patreon people not on the show every week, like Mike.
Right.
I'm Patreon and Mike. My next Patreon pick goes to Mike Merriman for Wicked World.
Yeah. Can somebody Patreon Landmine Goes Click to Dave and Moods?
I love it.
That's I still awesome. Remember the day that I revealed that as my number 1 in 2015, and everybody was like, "What?" And I was like, "No, seriously, you guys haven't seen this?"
He's pulling shit out of
watch it?
No.
Or did you just keep it secret?
No, it's because he watched. It was one of the last movies he watched.
It was like I watched it the night before we did our lists.
Yeah,
and that was honestly one of my favorite times for prepping because I just had these bangers. Like I swear, like half of my list ended up like being from one night.
I mean, people could say arguably it's because they were the freshest in your minds too. I mean, if you're going to admit that, you are going to get people saying
there is a recency bias that happens sometimes.
Of course, yeah.
But
yeah, I agree.
That one, looking back, I don't know necessarily if it would have been my number 1 because there was some great films that came out that year, but it definitely would have been top 3.
It's kind of funny, actually, if you look at the majority of the last top 10 lists we've done. Every list that I've done has a film that I watched probably my first to 5th watch of the year has made a top 10 list. It's really fucking strange. It's weird.
Your first and what?
Out of the first 5 watches from a specific top 10 list that we are doing,
mm-hmm.
Are you following? End up making a top 10 list. It's, you know what I'm saying?
Well, I think Hereditary was the early one for me.
Yeah, like even last one, from 85, man, it was fucking Return to Oz. I think was the very first 85 film I watched. Top 10.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's weird. It always happens like that to me.
See, I think my 2017 list was very spread out. Like there was stuff from the beginning, middle, end of the year. Like I remember, like just titles like Clove Hitch, very end of the year. Stuff like Marrowbone, very early in the year. It was a pretty cool mix of stuff.
I feel like that's not going to happen this year. 2020, I feel like if we get an abundance of films by the end of the year, I think some of those might be hopefully the heavier hitters. But I mean,
honestly, I haven't seen
May
many films that I would that I would think would stay on my list in any other year.
Well,
really,
I know
so
one
far.
movie that is never going to get knocked out of my top 10. Actually, probably 2 movies from this year already that are probably not going to get knocked out of my top 10.
I got one for sure.
I mean, I definitely have one for sure, 100%. I mean, the other one could be...
I would be okay with any of these films going off my list.
But, you know, I'm only 23 movies into this 2020 year, and I mean, yeah, it's been slow. It's been really fucking slow. Just a lot of pretty decent, average kind of films, you know, hasn't been atrocious. I mean, I would say it's been pretty bad so far for memorability, but yeah.
I haven't been watching because I'm so busy. I was like, I'll catch up later. This could be like, nothing's catching my attention where I have to watch it.
No, and that's the thing. I've been kind of forcing myself to check out films that people have been talking about. I mean, you know, I heard people talking about, you know, We Summon the Darkness, hated it. I've checked out The Hunt. Everyone's talking about that. It was pretty good. The Lodge, not as good as people were making it out to be at all. It's definitely way above average. Really, it's good. It's good. It's not great.
I feel like that's those directors' MO.
I think it's great. I don't, especially since sevens to you are great. You guys.
I give it like a 7.5.
Yeah, I think The Lodge is
but people are literally giving it like 9.5s and shit. I was like, whoa, crazy.
I'm not that high. I'm definitely not that high. But I think that, honestly, that was a great movie to see in the theater, man.
Oh, yeah. I could see that being very cinematic, for sure.
I'm at 22 watches for the year so far, which is more than I normally have around this time.
Oh, man.
You know
what I watched last night?
After pretty much 1/3 of the way through what I usually have.
Nice. So after I did all those rapey films last night, I was like, I need to like cleanse my palate here. So of course I would go and choose something called Butt Boy. And
I had a screener for that, never got around to it.
I watched it.
Fantastic. I loved it.
I like it too. Everybody was like, I don't care for it. I was like, it's very fun.
It's super. I love the idea. It's so bizarre. But it plays the thing I liked about it that I was not expecting is that it played itself straightforward.
And it's just a serial killer, but
yeah,
his MO is so gross and so fucking weird.
It's so different. And yeah, he's literally a serial killer movie, but it plays itself serious and it actually works. Like,
the 2 leads are very good too. Two leads are really good.
You know what? Now that I'm looking at it, there are a handful of films that I really like.
And then I dropped it down, man. I watched The Room, you know, the Shudder film.
Oh, it sucked.
I didn't care for that.
I don't think I'm going to watch that. I'm not watching that.
No, I see what they were trying to do with some commentary. I was like, no, it just didn't work for me, man. It didn't work at all. I didn't like the direction in it, the way it went and shit. It was just, no, not for me.
Yeah, it was bland.
Fuck that movie, man.
Hunter's Moon sucked too. I don't know if you see that.
No.
Shitty title.
Right? Okay, anyways, man, we should probably move this along.
Yeah, we should probably get into that shit.
All right, so that is some knowledge. Top 10 apparent rape revenge movies. The best top 10 rape revenge movies of all time.
Trash ass list.
Poopy.
I agree. Fuck that list.
And now, our feature presentation.
Yo, who this?
Yo, Modes, it's your boy, the ill-mannered funky child, calling you to remind you that the featured reviews on this episode contain spoilers.
Aw, yeah, man, that's right, brother. Thanks for the heads up, playa. Now go back to being an unproductive asshole.
Fuck you. I tell your listeners to stop being so dumb, silly, sensitive.
Yeah. Alrighty, so moving into the featured reviews here on episode 183. This is, I think we did actually mention this earlier in the show. It's the Patreon pick from who, JP? Vitali, yeah. Of course, he chose I Spit on Your Grave, the entire franchise. All right. So, we've talked a lot of rape already, but let's talk about these ones specifically. From 1978, the original I Spit on Your Grave, directed by, now this is up for debate on how you pronounce his name, but what is it, Mir Zarchi?
Let's say Mir Zarchi. Let's just say fucking Zarchi, right?
Zarchi. Yeah, I mean, I've heard it's said so many different ways. I just don't even know what the hell the actual pronunciation is. I don't really think it matters. But yeah, this is his debut film from 1978. In fact, he actually is only ever actually directed 3 movies. He's such a strange filmography. This one from 78.
No doubt.
He directed his second film, which came in 1985, which we actually did watch for the Prep for 85 show. And it's called Don't Mess With Your Sister. And, of course, all the way into 2019, he directed the official sequel to this movie called I Spit in Her Grave, Deja Vu. So it's very, very odd. I don't really know much about the director, but it's just very strange to have movies so spread out in your life. But
yeah, great filmography, though, huh?
Shut up.
Listen, okay. You guys think that I'm trolling all the time. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Keep trolling.
Exactly, man.
I read it like
Fucking
that when
Fred
you typed
Durst.
it.
I typed it like that.
Okay,
Watson.
Let's get into this. I Spit in Your Grave, man. Notorious film. Quick little synopsis. I'm pretty sure everybody knows what it is, but I'm going to read it anyways because I like to read these things. An aspiring writer is repeatedly gang raped, humiliated, and left for dead by 4 men who she systematically hunts down to seek revenge. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Hey, Moods. You
not
can't
bad.
start this review without the tagline. This woman has just cut, chopped, broken, and burned 4 men beyond recognition.
Yep.
But no jury in America would ever convict her. I spit on your grave.
It's literally the longest tagline in history,
I love it. It's one of my all-time favorites.
right? It's so long. I always laugh about that, but you're right. And maybe even mention the fact that whose ass is... I mean, is this ever been fully confirmed?
I mean,
It's Debbie
I
Moore.
don't know
It's
how to
confirmed. She
confirm
confirmed it in
it.
her book. She confirmed
Did
it in
she?
her book.
Oh, did she? I actually didn't know that she actually confirmed, because I heard that she had
That's
it. I
the
didn't
rumor.
realize it was actually written in, in a book. That's crazy. But
Charles Band was like, let me see that ass. You're 18 years. He waited till she was 18, sitting there on the sidelines, rubbing his hands.
yeah.
Got to get you in a model shoot.
So if you didn't know, actually, the cover of I Spit in Her Grave is obviously not Camille Keaton's ass. It's actually Demi Moore's ass that they used on the cover, which is I always found very interesting.
It was that for the Wizard video release then.
Yep, from the 1983
What the hell was the
Wizard
cover
video.
before that?
It was Day of the Woman.
Yeah, Day of the Woman was the...
It was cut,
There
too.
was no woman on the cover of it.
Probably Camille Keaton.
I can't remember. I've seen the artwork
No,
before.
no ass on it.
It's not this one. This is the
I mean,
the Wizards home video
that
release.
image has gotten quite
Iconic.
considering all the other films use like a similar setup.
Exactly.
The funny thing is, Mir's Archie, I think people were thinking, like, this movie is put in exploitation, but I think it was really the marketing that pushed it even further, that VHS and that re-release of the uncut version, because Day of the Woman had like 7 minutes cut out to get an R rating, and it was all the rape and everything, and it flopped. And the name Day of the Woman plays much more like a feminist piece that I think that, hear me out, I do think that I Spit in Your Grave does have a little bit of that here. And I don't know.
A little bit?
Well,
I
that
think
was
it is a feminist movie, but
No,
I
it
do
definitely
think,
is.
it
It's
actually
not
is the
debatable.
it's
I
actually
do
the
think it
focus
is.
point of it. I mean,
But
according
at the same
to
time,
yeah.
I think that a lot of people would say that the rape went so far that it cancels some of that out. I disagree. I
let
think
me
that
ask
you should
you
show
guys-
violence is violence, right? And it's nasty.
Let me ask you this: did you guys listen to the Joe Bob commentary at all?
Of course. And the Mirrors Archie. I listened to both.
Okay, I ran out of time. I started the Joe Bob one, which he was absolutely killing him, by the way.
He's the best. He's the best.
and I didn't get a chance to finish it. I have heard that commentary before. It's
Me
one
too,
of my
me too.
favorites. But he pointed out something right away that I didn't even notice. But just whenever she comes into the town and stuff,
Yeah.
the stuff that she's doing, little nuances that I never noticed before. The fact that she, when she's talking to the kid, she says that she writes, she's writing
magazine.
a novel, but she wrote short stories, and it's she wouldn't be mad if you didn't hear of any of them because they're for women's magazines.
Yeah,
like that right away, adds to the lore of the character of her being like sort of independent and a feminist, really.
And her going on the road by herself too.
Yeah, and Joe Bob points out like a dozen little
Tons of it,
things in the first 10 minutes of the movie about
the
all these
independency of her,
feminist qualities. What's that?
Being an independent woman too. Yeah, traveling by herself
yeah.
and going to an isolated area by herself because she's independent. Is it in the Zarchi commentary that he states that that the idea of I Spit in Your Grave actually came from a real event that actually happened to
Joe
him?
Bob points it out.
Oh,
too.
okay. So I
he was
remember
in a park or something,
Yeah,
right?
so
I know the story. I
what
remember the
happened?
commentary fairly well. It's pretty fucked up, to be honest.
Yeah, like he literally saw. I mean, the short and long of it is
Tell the story, Dave.
Yeah.
Oh, him and his friend were driving through the park, and he had his daughter in the car. Mm-hmm. It was a rainy day. They were going to go for a jog. His daughter was like 8 years old at the time, and they saw this poor woman wander out. She was about 18, 19 years old. She was beat. Her jaw was broken, and she was naked, and had just been raped. She tells him what happened. They say, do we take her to the hospital, the police, place? They decide we'll take her to the police so they can catch these guys because it looks like it's fresh, and they'll take her to the hospital. They go to the police. The police were complete idiots about the whole situation. He got very upset with it and finally yelled at him. They took her to the hospital, and they tried to find the guys and everything, but the police did such a terrible job that he had that fantasy that he wishes that she would have carried out the revenge,
Wow. See, I didn't know that last part about the police not handling it good. That adds a huge level.
They handle it the same way they did in the movie Act of Vengeance, which is another example.
Right? Yeah.
But yeah, so I think that's why it looks so real in terms of just how dirty and filthy and the word that Joe Bob used a bunch is unerotic, right? It's not erotic at all, and
the whole movie's natural. There's no sound. There's no music. Nature is the soundtrack, and it's shot very natural and flat. And on film,
that's what I love about this movie.
Film.
That's what I love about this movie, that they didn't ruin it with a stupid soundtrack and stuff. It just plays out natural, and it's just you notice that though, and that's a good thing.
Speaking of sound, there's some stuff that I noticed this time I never noticed before when I seen this film. Like, whenever you have Jennifer as she's almost one with nature in a way, you know what I mean? Yeah. She's very peaceful. She's sunbathing. She's out in her little canoe, and Joe Bob pointed that out too, where she has this nice little quiet canoe, and then the dudes come up in this loud motorboat that's just a disturbance to the natural environment at play, and it really shows the contrast between those two. Yes, exactly.
Of course.
And I never noticed that really before, but that's why when people say this movie has no value to it, there's nothing deep about it, or it's just exploitation, it couldn't be further from the truth. There's a lot going on here.
Now, these series aren't subtle. Subtlety is not the I Spit on Your Grave franchise's strong point. There's nothing subtle about any of these movies. But this one is the most subtle with its movements. Mm-hmm. And they set up things a lot better than the other ones do. And there's payoffs, and there's great things like that about it. And you were also mentioning the boat. And it's also like with the loud boat, they're like, pay attention to us. We need attention. We're like, they're not comfortable with themselves. They're idiots. They're bona fide morons. All the men in this movie are portrayed moronic.
Well, it's also exploiting the those type of rednecks in general too, right? Yeah. They have no respect. They have no respect for anybody. They're out for themselves.
But
they even say it in dialogue too, like, "Oh, you were out there sunbathing and you were turning us on and shit like that." And it's
they try to blame her.
They try to blame her and try to justify their rapey and
which
their obnoxious
is quite
behavior
common,
based
right?
on her.
I mean, that's
but I love that.
To justify your guilt.
Exactly, you have to justify it, but I think it's portrayed very, very well in this, because that's exactly what she was not doing, right?
No, she was just being herself. She shouldn't have to worry about that kind of shit.
So,
that's an argument that's used, that is very prevalent today, where the whole like slut shaming thing that goes on, and you have like, okay, well, they're like, well, she's walking around with no bra or her nipples hanging out and stuff like that. Like, she's asking for it. You know what I mean? Girls from New York love getting fucked. You know what I mean?
California too.
But it's always been a double standard.
Everything.
It's always been a double standard, though, man. I mean, if you see a woman out in her front yard, she's in her bikini suntanning, you're like, oh yeah, a lot of consensus. Oh, she's a slut, kind of thing. It's like that mentality is so fucked up, because if it was a dude out there, if it was a dude out there in the same position in a hammock reading a book with his shirt off, wearing little skimpy 80s fucking tight little NBA shorts, nobody would say anything about it.
Or
it's
like
such a double standard.
Without a shirt mowing his lawn, like, oh, that guy's a slut.
Even though,
can you imagine it? Like this 50-year-old fat dude mowing his lawn without a shirt. I was like, that guy's a fucking whore.
Yeah, right. But I'm just saying. So you get this attractive guy, he's all built, and he's wearing these little short shorts. Maybe his little fucking helmet is hanging out the bottom of his short shorts and shit. I mean, nobody looks at it like that this guy is actually trying to attract. Maybe he's the total opposite of this, and it's like no one even looks at the situation like that. But you see a female in that situation, and she's automatically a slut, a whore, and needs to be banged. That's the mentality.
Also the fact that the store clerk asked her if she has a boyfriend, and she says she has plenty of them. That's probably not a great thing to say to
a mentally handicapped person,
mentally handicapped people, and people that are in this rednecky ass
she's
town.
Also being playful with them too, like not thinking that's ever going to be. I don't think she would have said that.
No. I'm not
trying to be sweet and nice to him.
Yeah,
she's trying
exactly.
To be nice to him.
Giving him something he can understand. Kind of thing. Like, oh, I got many.
Not many people are nice to Matthew.
She wouldn't have said that to the other assholes in the film. Like, oh, you got a boy. Oh, I got lots of them. It just wouldn't happen.
Johnny
like
and her interaction isn't even bad at first. Like, she doesn't have a poor interaction with Johnny at first.
No.
Yeah.
No. And that's, and to go back to what you were saying about the whole country versus city thing, that is something that was kind of popularized with Deliverance. And we saw a lot afterwards.
Exploitation.
And it worked great in this era, but there's something that I think it comes off so lame in modern.
I agree. Thank you. 110%. You can't make these kind of movies in modern day society and have them be successful anymore. They're a product of their time. You can't do I Spit on Your Grave that kind of way, and other exploitation too. I just don't think it works. I just don't think it has the rough edges and the unforced quality that new movies are so forced when they do it. It's
forced. Also because the internet and even the far places are connected more than they ever been. It just doesn't have.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think back in the day, I think those little hick areas and stuff like that, they were actually a little bit more isolated, uneducated people and stuff. And I just don't think it's as prevalent as a lot of people think and kind of stereotype it to be these days.
It comes off as caricatures.
You have those areas, but like you said, they're connected to the world. They have cell phones, they have internet. It's maybe the education is a little bit better and stuff. It's a different world that we live in. It can't be pulled off the same for sure. And I've always thought the same thing. I think exploitation just doesn't work in this era because
they don't do rednecks.
It's the progression. It's the progression of
they're all forced.
It's the progression of man in general too. I mean, those areas have just come a long way. It's just not what it used to be. So I completely 100% agree. Exactly.
The casting
these people feel so natural.
Yes, and they're
not like that.
They just didn't have the education.
MTV casting people. They didn't come from some casting fucking a bunch of people that have never been in the South and don't know how these people talk or never been around backwoods people that you get nowadays. These guys are the real deal. They feel like they understand it. They have nuances and they seem natural. All of them.
It's natural.
Here's an example.
It's natural back in the 70s because, like you said, they didn't have that connection. I mean, what Hicks thought of city people and vice versa was the way it was because
that was a real commentary.
They didn't. Yes, exactly.
It's not real now.
Like today, you have the connection. As if you're isolated in, how the real the big cities are and stuff because it's in your palm of your hand. It's on your computer, whatever. Right? They didn't have that back in those days, and that's what I love about that. It actually works. It actually does.
It works.
Yeah.
It's real.
It's real.
Right.
It's real because
they look like real people.
That was the education.
Like real people.
It wasn't even being. It was just the way the world was. They were just isolated from it. So makes perfect sense.
Yeah, today it's just so hard, and I noticed that
you can't argue
while watching one of these films, obviously, but like even other films that it got me thinking, like, man, why is it so hard to cast like a realistic, like true rednecky hick character nowadays? It just comes off
from big casting places where these people aren't natural. They don't use character actors anymore either. They don't go to Kentucky and find like a Warren Oates or somebody like Ned Beatty. They don't go to Pennsylvania and find a Charles Bronson. They don't have these guys anymore. They import them from other countries and they just do piss poor fucking accents that are over exaggerated, or they take them from some fucking, I don't want to sound like a fucking hick doing this, some big city fucking casting thing, and they just don't work. They just don't have life experiences to play these characters.
Yeah, like
and that's what the problem with the remake is.
I was watching
I fucking
Cabin
agree,
Fever,
Dave.
Right?
It's funny.
I was watching Cabin Fever, and they were looking for, I remember the Eli Roth commentary, they were looking for like somebody to play like the bigger hick dude, and they just found him in a Lowe's, and they're like, hey, and it worked.
That's why Sling Blade works. That's why fucking Sling Blade works. All those dudes they're just from fucking the area, dude.
They're just from fucking Lowe's. You just go inside a Lowe's and there's a plethora of them.
Or back in the day, character actors used to come from all around the country, and it worked, and they were perfect, and you remembered their faces. They were memorable. But now these guys, they just don't look the same. And these guys, I feel like, Matthew is the only performance in here which I feel a little iffy about. Everyone else, I feel
a little
amazing.
bit overdone, a little bit.
Yeah,
but
I agree.
There is some natural moments to it too. It's like sometimes it's good, other times it's not. But I think the other dudes, like even like they're just sitting around, like there's nothing to do. Like two of them don't have jobs, they're just hanging around all day, bored as hell. Going fishing, seeing a movie they already seen before, or raping some girl,
hanging out at the gas station.
People, hanging out, annoying Johnny.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And Johnny seems like a guy that just is hanging out with these dudes because it's like there's nothing. They're just there.
He feels important.
Don't you just think it's kind of fucked
They
up?
look up to him. Yeah, he's the leader of this stupid little clique.
Like Stanley and Andy are just these kind of like uneducated, fucking unemployed, fucking rednecks. You know, they're very they're very stereotypical of the stereotype. But then you got Johnny seems to be okay. Like I mean, at first, he seems to be the dude. He's got the job. Seems like he's got his head on a little bit. But then you got Matthew, who's he's kind of handicapped and shit. But he's the one that works. And Stanley and Andy don't work. Like, what the fuck is that about? This is crazy to me, man.
And Stanley is so weird to me. Like, towards the end, when he becomes like he starts to molest her and rape her and everything with the bottle, his aggression would suggest some sort of actual sexual impotence over Matthew.
Yeah,
he's so Stanley creeps me out the most. I think Stanley is the most aggressive, probably, and weird. And he has the balding one.
Yeah,
and he has one of the best faces. He has one of the best faces when Andy is raping Jennifer Hills on the rock. There's a slight second where they cut to his face and he's like trying to hide in a laugh or a smile. Yeah. And Mears Archie said he did 8 to 1 takes. So there's 8 fucking takes for every eight times they filmed it for every one take. So they have a bunch of B footage that he said I printed all too, so I can see these little moments, and I feel that moment with Stanley is probably one of those, and he put that in there, and that little moment for a second where it just cuts away to him smiling, because there's not a lot of cutaways in this movie. There's a lot of long takes.
Yeah, exactly.
It's impactful as fuck for me. I don't know why. I just see how fucking his mentality is right there.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that when you
it adds to the realism of it too. Yeah,
when you speak of the long takes and stuff, when you look, it's so crazy. Like when you look at like Deja Vu, which I don't want to get into now, but it's like I can't believe the same guy made those movies, because choppy
as fuck.
When you look at the scene where first of all, that rock scene is so brutal. It might be, I think, the best done scene in the film. And whenever she like walks away, and it's so unappealing. Like I can't believe people made the argument that people like got like they reveled in like the disgust
that they wanted to rape somebody afterwards. Like,
even
if someone was getting aroused by it, there's no way that they would go out and do it. I think that they would be disgusted with themselves.
Oh, it's the argument for everything what you see in on film and TV and shit like that.
We're too dumb to
99% of people
monkey do
don't do that. Yeah, they don't go and do shit that they saw. Right? It's just,
and Roger Ebert said they didn't see deranged. He said they didn't see deranged moods.
Right.
They didn't see
fucking deranged. They're fucking horrible. What do you want them holding their cock, drooling like
wow,
like fucking Dirty Harry who's holding a knife on his cock? You know what I mean? Like, come on, guys. They're
the
fucking
craziest
deranged.
thing is Ebert gave Last House on the Left a very favorable review, and I just don't see the difference here.
He had a bad experience in the theater. That's what happened. He sat with a bunch of dirty people, and they made him feel gross, and he made him feel ashamed of himself.
Probably, but he was kind of on a crusade against horror films in general at the time too, so that probably did factor in. But he did say that people were cheering on the violence and the rape in the theater. But like Joe Bob said,
really,
dude,
wow,
teenagers will do that to anything. You know what I mean? They're just trying to look fucking cool, or like it doesn't matter. They just want to
sing in front of a sad movie so they don't cry.
Yeah, if you say it was teenagers cheering it on, I believe that. But if, like full-blown adults that have conscience, no, you're not fucking cheering on rape scenes. That's ridiculous.
Not in public, especially. Maybe you make a terrible joke to your friend, but
in a joking way, we're going to make jokes like that and shit, for sure. But I mean, at the end of the day, you're not making that serious joke. It's not happening.
I don't know if you guys can tell, but I'm sorry I'm talking so much, but this is one I saw very young, probably 15, 16 years old.
Yeah.
And it was a staple in my watching. I showed a lot of my friends it because I was a twisted fuck. And back then I'd be like, isn't it crazy? Isn't it brutal? But like, I was worried to rewatch this. I'm not going to lie, because I hadn't seen it in 10 years. 10 years, probably, maybe. And I'm just like, man, I don't know if this is I'm gonna put this in. And I saw the Deja Vu, and I was like, I'm starting to maybe think that this one is just as bad or something, maybe. And when I rewatched it, no, I fucking was like, no, this is fucking fantastic. Still,
I have a story about when I seen it for the first time. I was probably about 15 or so. And this old woman opened a store down the road from my house, like a half mile away, like on a back road. She like turned her house into a store. And there was a guy that she was like dating from Mississippi in there. This gross dude, right? He was overweight. He had long. Cool. What's that?
Sounds cool.
Yeah, he had long hair in a ponytail. Redneck as can be, rebel flags, tattoos, rebel flag tattoos, super redneck. He was like one of those dudes that were like proud to be a redneck. You know what I mean?
South's
like,
gonna rise again, JP.
Yeah, and we would go down there and just kick it with him in the store. We would kick it with him in the store because he was just there was nothing to do. You know what I mean? And we would go down there, and he was, you know, he would tell us stories or dirty jokes and stuff, or you know, and he would start to be a guy that he would go buy us beer and just like sit it outside, and we'd go get it and give him the money and stuff like that. And he's like, I might leave a case of beer outside there. He's always like real coy about it and stuff. And he's like, hope nothing happens to it, you know? And eventually he bought a pool table to put in there. And then you paid like $5 and you could play pool all day, basically. And me and my friends would go down there and we'd talk about movies and stuff with him. And he's like, have you guys ever seen I Spit on Your Grave? And he was telling us that he told us basically gave us a plot through the whole movie. You know, like these guys start messing with this girl, you know, she gets away, they find her in the wood. I think he added an extra rape scene in there when he told the story.
Did he use the term cornhole?
No, but I'll tell you what.
Oh.
It was very disturbing how he talked about this movie, because he talked about it in the way that Roger Ebert explained people liking it. Like, it almost was like he was talking about how like good looking the girl was and stuff like that.
He became the example.
It stuck with me forever because I started thinking about it. Like, when watching it this time, I was like, I feel like he was kind of into that whole like the sexualization of it. Like, and I'm like, wow, that's kind of crazy now that I think back on it. But again, he was probably on the side of the rednecks or something, you know what I mean?
There's also like,
he was a dirty, gross dude, but he's dead now. But we rented it because of his recommendation, and we watched it, and it blew my shit out, as Mid said. And I haven't seen it in about 10 years either, Dave. So I was a little curious going into this one.
Weren't you worried? I was like, man, I'm going to turn this on and be disgusted with myself. But I feel like, although people that would probably be sexually fantasize this movie, like, there's probably something wrong with you. But at the same time, I doubt any of those people ever carry out a rape because they understand that it's wrong. I mean, this movie never says rape is right.
No.
If you don't see the movie, if you haven't seen it, like if you don't know about the movie and you're just watching it and stuff, I could see early on definitely like Camille Keaton, seeing her in a sexual way. I mean, she's sunbathing and stuff like that. But once it gets even once it's about to once a rape is about to happen, you feel so uncomfortable and sad. You just so far away from sexually erotic, as Joe Bob would say.
Well,
it's disgusting.
It completely starts on the water when they grab the rope from the canoe and they fucking drag around and shit like that. You're like, oh my god, it's just like this. It's this uneasy prequel to what's about to happen and shit. I actually like that sequence, man. It's crazy.
And then they leave at the end when they leave the canoe and throw the bikini there in the water.
Actually, it's my favorite. It's my favorite shot in the entire movie. I literally have
a good shot.
It's my favorite scene. It's just so haunting because it just shows like the lack of remorse. They just don't give a fuck, right? And I love how
it's like they owned it. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, it also shows that they're just like they really didn't even give a shit about just leaving that behind and stuff. And I mean, it might come down to the education portion of it too. I mean, hence what they do with the handicap guy too. Like you're gonna send him in there to kill her. Like, really? Is that gonna fucking? I don't know.
It plays on Johnny being a manipulator though too. Johnny is such a fantastic manipulator. That scene when they're in the ice cream bar or whatever they're at, and he's talking to them and he slaps Stanley and he starts talking to him and then he's like, get the guys a beer and give me one of those lady killer smiles, and like how he just manipulates. You can tell he owns these guys.
He's the alpha male.
He's the leader.
He's the alpha male manipulator for sure.
Yeah,
but
he's a great actor too. I feel like he could have been a 70s heavy.
Yeah, like his But I mean, the idea behind it is, I mean, it's just the uneducated portion of it. It's like, you're really going to trust this guy to go in there and do that stuff? I've always had an issue with that, you know?
Well, they're chicken shit. I think they're scared.
Well, exactly. But I mean, at that point, you got to realize, like, he's probably not going to do it. And she's probably, okay, well, we'll get into that in a minute here. But,
well, I think, yeah, go ahead. What were you going to say? Well, I was just going to say, you know, that whole thing with, you know, not trusted. What's the special dude's name?
Matthew.
Like, the whole thing with not trusting Matthew to do it, like, I could see where you're coming from with that, because it's like, you know, he's kind of a fuck up, and also he was the one that was showing some sympathy towards her.
They want her to do the job. They want
no,
but at the same time,
they were trusting him because they're the ones that sent him in there to, you know.
No, I'm saying you, like, you not trusting him.
Yeah.
Like, if you were there. But I could totally kind of see that where you're coming from.
100%. And that's,
but at the same time, I could kind of see, like, also where it's like you're just hoping that it goes through because you just don't want to have to deal with it yourself. You know what I mean?
But I mean,
and like, whether it's dumb that you would take that risk or not, I think that at the moment these guys were like kind of just done with the whole situation, and also just I don't think they felt like they could get, like, I feel like there's a sense of,
I feel like, see, I don't though, because they make a point of talking about it. You know, it's been a couple weeks, and, you know, people should have probably, you know, maybe found her or something by now. Like, you know, no one's even talking about that, you know, this girl is dead and stuff like that. It should be stinking by this time. So they're making points of it, and they're starting to get a little bit worried about it. Like, okay, shit, like, what really, like, went down here and stuff. So I mean, it goes back to the argument.
Matthew is the least guilty. Yeah. He's the one that would get off if he told on them. So they definitely want him to kill her because he has to push it. Kind of like in the Manson family murders where they made the one girl stab the dead bodies so she would be an accomplice, so she couldn't speak against them. Mm-hmm. They want Matthew to do the deed. The only mistake was not sending Stanley or Andy in there to watch him do it. That was when they fucked up. He should have went in there and fucking basically held the blade in his hand and pushed it through. But having him do it is very realistic.
If Matthew kills them, if Matthew kills her, then he's not going to rat. Like, he might rat ahead of time because he was forced to rape her. Maybe, you know,
he's retarded. He might get away with it, or mentally handicapped.
But he, like, if they explain to Matthew, like, Matthew, you can never tell anybody about this. You stabbed her. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, you'll go to jail forever.
I completely understand.
That's a plot hole they didn't go in.
I understand why they sent him in to do that and shit like that. It just doesn't seem very reliable. It doesn't seem smart at all. I mean, at that point, and in the fact that they sat there for 2 weeks, you know, just like, holy shit, you know, like, did this shit act? Because they never actually knew if it happened or not. They were starting to question it and shit like that. So I just feel like that was inevitable. That was inevitable when you're going to send in the guy that had a little bit of remorse for, had feelings for, and you send him in alone. Also, I just think it's just a little bit sketchy to do. And wait 2 weeks. Also, I think that you would probably go and investigate that a little bit further.
We don't know the history of their relationship with him. Maybe they've done other shit, and Matthew's always done what they've said. You know what I mean? He does seem to listen to them. Like, there's not really examples of him not listening.
There's an argument for that, but I mean, we're talking about something. I mean, it's different from, you know, stealing something out of a store. Go steal that, you know, that chocolate or whatever. But to go and kill somebody, I think you have to kind of separate what he's capable of doing too, considering he had a little bit of feelings for her. Right.
I think that they were scared to do the murder full way through too.
I think it's easier for us to see that he has feelings for her too, you know, because the script and how it's written.
They actually talk about it in the film too, that like he kind of had something for it.
Has to be somebody special is what Matthew says. It has to be somebody special. I don't like, you know what I mean? And he liked her.
Yeah.
I do think that they're just chicken shit. I really don't think they even want her dead. I think that the point is we sent Matthew in there, and it's weird. It's like they want to kill her, but they also don't want to be fully responsible for killing her. So they send Matthew in, and if he does it, he does it. But at the same time, they're not really thinking it through. It's sloppy either way you put it.
The whole thing is a little bit sloppy too, because it doesn't seem like they went with a plan to, like, gang rape this girl and murder her. It seemed like they were, like, gonna just go and see what happened and try to get
they planned after they raped her once. They had the rest planned out. They keep meeting her at certain places. And man, when they meet her with that harmonica playing and you hear the harmonica first, so effective.
Yes. 100%. But I'm saying the initial, like, I think,
the initial, I agree with you.
I think they were trying to just see what kind of happened. They were like, you know, and once they were all there, they were like trying to get Matthew to have sex with her.
So you're saying that
hook Matthew up.
More or less, these dudes, you know, it was more of an opportunity, right? Because they were
just bored and scumbag.
They were planning something, but they didn't know how far they were going to go.
So I think
they were planning it.
Here instead of going right onto the shore, I think the opportunity presented itself when she was in, a canoe with really nowhere to go. All they had to do was grab the rope and take her where
Johnny
they wanted
was
to.
waiting in the wilderness. He was waiting for him in the forest on the other side.
Yeah.
Like
they were planning
planned
something, but I don't know how far they were planning on going. They most certainly weren't planning the second and third rape until after the first rape happened.
And also,
what I'm saying, they could have been
even
done,
how that scene plays out. They're trying to get Matthew to be not a virgin anymore, and then Johnny is pretty much fuck it. Like I'll do it. I guess since we already
they definitely planned this shit for sure.
But after the first rape, they went and took it steps further and further. Because Joe Bob thinks that they felt. I first didn't think. I think that they were planning on grabbing her.
Yeah,
but maybe I think they probably had to be planning on having Matthew having sex with her. But after the first rape, they most definitely planned the second and third after the first rape. They didn't have all three of those planned.
Well, because it plays out in front of our eyes, like it's totally. I mean, he wouldn't be sitting in the wilderness playing a harmonica.
Yeah, waiting. He wouldn't.
Right? No, all that shit.
It also they get desensitized, and then Joe Bob talks about that. The first rape is kind of like, but then by the second time they're fucking sodomizing her. So, and then by the third time they're ready to kill her. They're desensitized for sure.
Yeah,
100%.
That harmonica scene is.
That's a nasty rape. That's up there.
That's what Joe Bob said. He said, hearing harmonicas or banjos in the wilderness is never a good sign.
The only worst thing than hearing that in a rural area is hearing a chainsaw.
Right.
He's playing that blues
That's the scariest sound
too.
to me is hearing a fucking chainsaw.
Like he's playing that blues harmonica too, right? And it's like, oh my god, it's like such a depressing scene.
I don't know, dude. This movie came up heavy on my list here.
Me too.
I'm kind of.
So one thing. Okay, so yeah, I've always really liked I Spit in Your Grave. Even though my very first experience with watching the movie was actually quite shitty because I'd actually rented the movie. I want to say, shit, man, 92 maybe 93. I don't know. Somewhere in that time. And the copy I watched, like it started out pretty good. It was all clear and shit. And then, once it gets in about 20 minutes into where the rape starts.
That's horrible.
It actually starts to track. It's like he was.
Come on.
Somebody was watching that a bunch of times jerking it.
I'm not fucking joking, dude. It started to track it like once the shit started to go down. I was like, are you fucking serious? Because like all I had ever heard about like how crazy this film was, you got to see this shit. And like the tracking's pretty bad. Like it made my experience pretty devastating. Let's just put it that way.
I mean, somebody was watching that scene over and over again.
I did get to see the revenge pretty good, but it did track itself a lot in that like 20 minute to like 50 minute mark where all the rape kind of goes down. So yeah, that was kind of my first experience with I Spit in Your Grave. Very memorable in the fact that I didn't really get to see a lot because it was pretty bad.
You know what? I don't have the Blu-ray. I just have the old Anchor Bay release from like 2010, I think. But I'll be honest, dude, that DVD, I don't know if it's like because I played it in a 4K player, if that matters or anything.
No,
but that DVD transfer looks fucking really good.
Dude, it's not because you play. No, I even thought it because I have all these movies on DVD. And I literally said to myself when I was watching, I'm like, there's no need to upgrade. This shit looks like it's in high def. The transfer on that DVD is so amazing. It literally is fucking crystal clear. Because like I've seen the movie many, many times back in the day after that shitty ass experience, usually on, analog tapes and stuff, the fucking VHS, but it always looked gritty and grimy and shit. And it, given what the narrative was too, it kind of added to it. But then popping in that shit all these years later, I was like, oh my God, man. That's a great transfer. It's really damn good. So there's only no need to get to, the Blu-ray for that. I mean, why would you if the transfer's that good? So
I got the Blu-ray, but I'll buy it every time it comes out. I love it.
Of course. But anyways, what I was getting into, my first experience was memorable for a couple of different reasons because I was like, it gets into, the rape pretty quick in the film. There's not a lot of character development. We get to meet these characters. We get to meet her a little bit. We don't know a whole lot about anybody, but, 20 minutes in, the shit starts going down. And then there's that stretch, of like 30 minutes in the movie where, 35 minutes where it's all the shit's kind of going down. And I always remembered that too. And I was like, man, the fucking rape scene in this movie is insanely long. It's so fucking long, from the time they take her off the water to rape her the first time, the second time, into the house and shit like that. It takes like 45, 50 minutes or something like that of time or some shit like that. It's crazy. It's
not a short movie.
No, it's
like an hour and 42 minutes or something like that.
And, it's crazy. So, and like coming back around, I watched it a few years ago too, and I think one of my, I don't want to say biggest complaints about the movie, but it's a little unbalanced though too with that, because but it is effective. It is effective what they do to her and stuff. You really you get the point, but it seems to go a little bit too long for myself. It's just the balance of the movie, because I feel like, that goes on for 45, 50 minutes, and then the revenge seems a little bit short in this for myself, just for satisfaction purposes. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but I think that for myself, it's just a little unbalanced in that aspect.
I like that her revenge is quick. I mean,
it is too quick.
You don't really torture people. It becomes a fucking comic book like all the other movies. And that just becomes silly.
That's the problem with this movie, is because if you're gonna unbalance that axe, the rape to the revenge, and have the rape so much longer and stuff, and it's so drastic, it's so brutal, it's so hard to watch, and you're just like, holy fuck. I want the revenge to be, a little bit more satisfying in giving what they just showed you.
I like the revenge.
I Spit on Your Grave, the original.
I like it.
Yeah,
I think the revenge.
Dude, the revenge is great. The only issue I have with the revenge,
I'm not saying
is
revenge
the last
is bad.
two.
It just
should have been first.
I'm just saying it's too fast.
She systematically plans it.
Why?
Matthew's easy to pick off because he's been isolated from the group and he's dumb. No one will care if he disappears. You kill Johnny first because he's the leader. He's the smart one. Now, in a movie, it doesn't make sense, but in real life, it does. You kill the leader because those two idiots can't function without him. They can't fucking know whether to shit.
But you don't
fucking
have
it just makes sense.
It doesn't even matter if
it
you
does.
do it in a short amount of time. They don't even know each other.
I think it does because they're always around Johnny all the time.
He kills Johnny, or she kills Johnny second, though.
And you got to kill Andy.
Yeah, but if they're always
together.
around Johnny, then they don't even know he's dead.
That's the thing with this. Nobody even knows when the shit's
going
down.
But they can't get help from Johnny. Yeah, they do know.
What I'm saying is the last two are the weakest, and it leads.
No, they know that
the climax happens.
No, Andy and Stanley are actually the most aggressive, and they're always together. They're never separated. You save them for last because they're not the. You got to kill Johnny because they have no lead.
I'm just saying it doesn't play good in a movie.
It doesn't. No, it's not cinematically great.
No. You can make it good because you.
Well, you always kill the leader last. That's just the trope.
That's right. Yeah, but this is more reality. This movie's based on more. It tries to live in its realism.
No.
So it's not going to do that.
So essentially, in a realistic way, you would kill the weakest first, then.
No, he's isolated.
He's just getting him out of the way because he's easy to pick off.
But Johnny has to go before the other two. She's been watching them. She's been watching Johnny and Matthew. She actually was going to kill Johnny first, but her kid, the wife and kids showed up, and she couldn't.
Yeah,
so she killed Matthew and came back and killed Johnny.
Yeah.
Johnny should be killed first because he can command and he's smart. The other two are fucking idiots. They don't work. They're moronic. Stanley and Andy are always together. You're gonna have to kill them together. That's the biggest risk. You want to make sure Johnny's dead first because Johnny's the ringleader.
Because then at least you get the rapist.
Matthew and Johnny.
See, with Matthew, I mean, for me, it doesn't even matter when you kill him because he's an easy target, right? I mean, she lures him in, but the way she gets him it's kind of brilliant. But I've always had a problem with that death, though, too, because there's no fucking way that she could ever prop him up like that. There's no way that she was strong enough ever to actually hang him like that and shit. It just, wouldn't.
That's an issue I have.
It always bothered me, man. Ever since I first saw it, I was like, how can that 90-pound girl actually? That's harder than you think it is to do.
Oh, no doubt. And he was about 100 pounds, so
even him being, slightly retarded and stuff is like he would have that strength too. He can break free.
There is a way to kind of do that where if she would have got, because you don't have to have someone hanging to be choking them, right? No. So if you would have had it more shot to where she was pulling the ropes and he was it was lifting him, he couldn't get away because it was straining him, and then she wrapped it around the tree and then he stumbled backwards and swung off the little ledge or something, could have worked there. But yeah, I've always had an issue with her being able to hoist him up. If you have some kind of pulley design or something, sure.
So she did, but it still wouldn't be able to.
Because I didn't get it to make my point on this. My issue with the way that the revenge happens, although Dave, that's a pretty good breakdown of why it makes sense for the movie. I'm saying it's anticlimactic.
No, you're right about that. Cinematically, you're right. You're right.
Well, I never got to fully finish my point. What I was saying, but anyways.
What was your point?
Hanging?
Well, no, you said you were kind of implying that I didn't think that the revenge was good enough or whatever, and I wasn't. I just said it was really quick in time. Yeah. I'm talking about the balance of the film.
I just didn't think that it was.
And I do understand where Dave's coming from with the order and stuff like that. I mean, I never really thought of it like that, but I always saw it as anticlimactic a little bit too, killing off the leader second, and shit. But the way Dave explains it does make sense. You know, considering we have Beavis and Butthead that are hanging out
He
together.
actually made me come full circle on being okay with that.
But I've always saw it as like, why? Like, I mean, I always saw it as killing Matthew first makes sense because he's a target, but he also makes sense to kill him last too because he's such an easy target too. Yeah,
he might fib though. He'd fib.
I like Matthew being first.
It depends on how you do it. If you kill the people without anyone knowing, then he wouldn't know
Archie
to say
says Matthew's first because she needs to kill the one who might be the most sympathetic first. Because after that, when he's talking about cinema here, he says if she gets the audience on her side by killing him first, then they're all for it. But in a way, she kills Johnny next, and that's against cinematic. You know what I mean? No, but you're all in or you're not.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
I think
that's actually very smart, and it makes me question if he actually had any involvement in Deja Vu.
Me too. And I heard. No, I don't want to say that, but I heard something about his son being involved in Deja Vu. Here's Archie.
Let me continue with this. So I don't have an issue like Moods does with the quickness of it because I never actually feel that it's too quick. Like to me, the Johnny death and the well, go ahead.
I'm talking about. It's not necessarily
the runtime. He wants it.
It's just the unbalance of it because we've seen this extreme shit for so long, and then our payoff is just a little bit shorter. It just seems like it's a little bit unbalanced. I think if the rape had been shorter,
well, that's usually the argument on a rape revenge film is like the rape's always more impactful than the revenge. But I think that is.
But it's
I don't think the torture in the other ones.
It's the
majority. I don't think the torture's
of the
realistic in the other ones
because you don't want to go away from this feeling like you like better, like it's like the revenge was stronger than the rape. Like although you wish that was the case, it's never the case. The rape's always going to be worse. And it should be worse because it's a more heinous thing, right? It's the worst thing.
I guess it depends on how you look at it and how you receive it yourself. Like, I mean, it's funny because like the rape, I take the rape as a rape, and then I'm all about the revenge, man. Like I want that shit to be vicious.
We're all on board with the revenge. We want the revenge. But if you had a great revenge that overshadowed the rape, I feel like you walk away almost like cheering on the situation instead of
I have no problem with that.
Feeling shitty.
That's my point. Like, I actually have no problem with that. I mean, I think if the revenge overshadows the rape, which is fine. I mean, in this case, I don't think that was what was intended, which is fine. But it is like the balance in the film is crazy. It's just
you got to show how brutal the rape is, so her to get her revenge.
Of course,
and also it's
of course.
Come and see the movie when they get revenge on the Nazis, they kill them quick because they don't deserve anything except a quick death. Mm-hmm. It's you know what I mean? Like they're not going to turn into the exact animals that she doesn't want to be as bad as them technically. I don't know, but she systematically kills them really, really nasty. I know it's not very long, and it is cruel. She kills them very cruelly, which I like.
I think what it comes down to is that, they prolonged her, they raped her in 3-4 different times, kind of thing. And it plays out so heavily, like, for her. I think for the viewer, for myself, I just want to see her kind of prolong that a little bit. Maybe not turn it into like a torture porn, but just make it a little bit.
Yes. And that's the point. That's what we want, because we want to see these people get horrible things that worse, as bad as what happened to her. We want to see that acted out on them.
I agree, and that's why the remakes don't work for me.
And but to go back to my original point that I was saying too is, and even though that's what I'm saying about rape revenge films in general, but I actually don't think that this one is that. I actually think that the Johnny death especially, and even the Matthew death to me is pretty powerful.
Stanley too. I think so.
Which one? What happened to Stanley?
Well, Stanley says, "Suck it, bitch," and he says, "Please don't kill me, please don't kill me," and she says, "Suck it, bitch," and pulls the motor. It's fucking great, and the one-liners are utilized very
crazy
rarely,
about those
but it works.
Motor deaths because I just don't believe. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like that would happen to me.
Probably not.
The Johnny death is like amazing, dude. Like how he
got chills this time. Got chills.
Screaming.
It won't stop bleeding.
It was way more powerful than I ever remember that shit being. Like just leaving him in the tub and like dude, wow. I thought that one was really impressive.
After asking about his wife and kids, so she knew everything about him, knew his best sides.
And he could tell he's like it makes him more human too, and less of a monster, which is good because it's good because it makes you see like, wow, even regular humans can be pieces of shit garbage. You know, he's not. He's not.
But at the same time, it almost makes her look. I mean, I shouldn't say it makes her fully look bad at that point too. But when you're humanizing him in that moment too. I mean,
no bad guy should only be all bad. It's
right.
Stupid.
I mean, you can come back to this
real characters.
Yeah, I mean, it comes back to that argument. It's like, you know, I mean, two wrongs are not making a right kind of thing here too. Like when you're humanizing them.
I think that's the thing with Matthew too, though, is like where you're you see like people think that because he was slightly against it that somehow makes him better than the other people, and maybe it makes him too. He still deserves to die too. And I think that if somehow they would have written it to where she was a little bit more sympathetic towards him, I would have been very angry and hated that. You know what I mean?
Well, it's funny because he's super selfish too. Like he doesn't say I'm sorry. That's not the first thing he says. He says, you know, I have no friends now. It's all about him. It's always about him. He's a piece of shit too. I don't care.
I don't care if he's handicapped a little bit. I still think he knows right from wrong, and
he knows right from wrong because he feels bad.
Mm-hmm. Right. Exactly. But I think to me the weakest part is the boat scene. I don't really care for it that much.
Well, the boat scene doesn't really. I've always had a problem with that too because I mean the second, obviously when she shuts off the motor, he's tired from treading water and stuff. He wants to grab onto something, but if you're in that predicament, I know shit's kind of crazy. Not everyone's going to act the same and stuff, but you're never going to grab onto that motor. You're going to go to the side of the boat and grab onto the side because
I just don't.
What do you think's going to happen? Turn on the motor, you get fucking hacked up. I've lived on boats my life, man. Do you think it works like that? Though you think you're going to get chopped up by a little propeller for one of those tiny little boats? Well, I mean, you have to be basically parallel with the. No, it doesn't really exactly work like that. It'd be close.
I don't think clogged up by seaweed sometimes.
You're going to get your legs hacked up for sure. You know, I mean.
You won't be able to swim anymore
if you're close enough. But that's my point, though. If you're that dude in the water, you're not grabbing onto that motor. There's no fucking way. That scene only works if he grabs onto that. If he grabs onto the side of the boat, then what happens? What is she going to do? Overpower him? I don't have that much of an issue with it. I see where you're coming from, but I mean, I don't think a lot of these people would do. I would like if I raped a girl. I sure in hell wouldn't want to ever see her again. And you know what I mean? Like these guys are. I'm just saying, like put Johnny, in any especially. Situation, you're never grabbing onto a motor in the water. It doesn't matter. You're just never going to do that. But I mean, if I could see some dumbasses doing that. But it's a lure, though. She shuts it off purposely for him to grab. Oh. It's like I've
seen guys put their hands in machines and cut their fingers off. But I've seen people do some stuff.
Yeah, I know. And here's the thing, dude.
But that's also because you work in a repetitive job, and that's common in people that have been working there for 10 years.
Well, I believe
if they would have stressed more that he was, if they would have stressed more that he was extremely struggling to, like tread water, like he was going to drown, then 100% I think he would have grabbed onto that. They do show that though. Actually, come to think of it, it's fine then because you're not going. You're going to take your chances holding on to something than drowning. No matter what.
It's not perfect. You
can grab onto that motor, but the first thing you do is grab on the motor, and then you're going to shimmy yourself to the side. Every single time. You're going to get yourself out of harm's way no matter what. You're fighting for your life. That's running through your mind. You have to admit that, right? You know if you're behind that motor and she turns it on, you're done.
It wasn't done.
I think it's worth it, though. I think the payoff is worth it for me because she gets to say, suck it, bitch.
She gets to say, she gets to
give his own medicine. Suck it, bitch. He's pleading for her life. Like she pleaded to him. She pleaded to him. The only time she pleads in the whole movie is after she's been physically, mentally, and emotionally beaten. And at the end, she pleads and she says, "Please, I'll give you a hand job. I'm too beat up. I'm too hurt." And he takes no sympathy or mercy on her. He goes nuts, even worse. And she does the same to him. And it's simple, not dragging out. Suck it, bitch. That's boom. It's perfect. I don't care if it doesn't make that much sense, but so those moments you have to forgive a little bit.
And the reason that I like those lines that are brought back, and they do it in the remake too, but
it's not as effective. It's very telegraphed in the remake to me.
Well, see, here's the thing. I think that it works because it shows like how every single moment of that experience is burned into her brain to where it comes to the surface of every line of dialogue, every little thing that happened. It's just etched into her mind. And I think that that's kind of what that means, where you bring up that line, where in other movies, it's more of like a one-liner thing, you know what I mean? But in this movie, it has a meaning to why she remembered that.
I see it. The reason I see it as her, you know, that's kind of showing how strong of a character that how strong of a female character she really is, because, you know, she didn't just like, you know, forget all that shit that happened and stuff. I mean, that shows her mentality too, is that she was willing to absorb that and use it against him after. And, you know,
I love that she fights too.
Yeah,
till the very end.
That's the thing, that she fights
at the very end.
Yeah,
unlike the woman from the original, she begs right away.
Exactly.
The real Jennifer Hills would not beg right away. She would fight.
Exactly.
Wait, what are you saying?
In the original and the remake, she begs right away. She begs, "Please don't hurt me." In the remake, in the original, she goes. I mean, she doesn't beg until the very end, when she's literally.
Well, I mean, that's okay.
Sorry, Moods, for cutting you off. I've been cutting. I need to be quiet.
I actually forgot what I was saying.
We've all cut each other off many times, but I will get the blame for the cutoffs.
No, Moods was saying that he likes that she was powerful, that it embedded in her head, and she used it against him.
Yeah.
Well, that's awesome. The reason why she was able to retain that information, because I think a lot of people,
I think it's a little of both.
In those drastic situations, man, when you have those type of situations happen to people, sometimes they forget shit like right away. You know, when someone like witnesses a crime and they're so traumatized by it, they forget shit right away. She's obviously traumatized by being raped over and over and over again, but she was still strong enough to retain that shit and retain her focus and, you know, do what she did and actually use that shit against him. I love that. It really does show a lot of, you know, what her character actually is and stuff. And I think a lot of people miss things like that, you know, people like Roger Ebert and stuff. A vile bag of garbage.
Roger Ebert was actually a joke. Like, I know that we're supposed to respect him because he was, you know, like a pioneer in criticism and stuff like that.
Say that.
He's not good. He's not a good critic. He speaks well and he writes well, but he's not a good critic. He's horrible.
He's a super biased critic too, man. Very, very biased.
Yeah, but whatever the media wants him to say, right?
Exactly, but 100%, man. He was selling a product, man. I mean, he would have never had that show without, you know, selling out to the media and saying the things that people wanted to hear in the mainstream, right? I mean,
he's also not a.
But no, I think
he lived in a time you couldn't be
wanted
controversial.
The rest of the world to follow his idea of what good film is too.
You can look at it like that for sure, but he was also a product of, you know, he wasn't going to be there without saying the right things, right? There wasn't too many people out there saying the shit that was going against the grain that you were able to keep a TV. There's no fucking way. There's absolutely no way.
I don't understand what you mean. What is it?
Huh?
I don't get what you mean. Like,
JP,
what was he doing?
He was saying the shit that mainstream people wanted to hear.
Yeah, the media wanted him to say.
The media wanted him to say. Follow along.
No, you mean media like the people who made the movies?
No, like media people like the news media who's basically telling everyone violent movies are causing
What the fuck, JP?
I thought you were saying about thought you were talking about.
Why do you always do this? You always do. I don't understand what you're saying, dude.
What do you mean? Why do I always not know what you're saying?
Fuck, man, this has happened so many times. I'm trying to say something, you're like, I don't understand what you're saying, and like,
he's misinterpreting.
I can't understand what you're saying. I don't understand how that's an issue. Like, what do you mean? I was trying to understand what you're saying.
No, my point is that Dave completely understood what I was saying, and you didn't. When
you
guys are listening to the same thing.
I said the same thing. I said about Roger Ebert wants what he says what the media wants him to say.
Exactly.
And then you went off that and said elaborated more on it. And then JP said media. JP meant media as in like the film media, not the media like the news media.
I mean, you're nobody without the
media.
The media listeners and everything else. I mean, at the time, you were never going to be mainstream like Ebert was by going against the grain. You weren't going to have your own ideologies and your own opinions and shit like that. I mean, I think I always truly believe half the shit that Ebert said was just all bullshit, man.
He did like Henry, though.
I mean,
but it was from Chicago.
Yeah, he liked some stuff
this is my fucking point. It was, you know, I mean, some of these films got a little bit of good, you know, criticism and things like that, and it's like jumping on the board and shit like that. It was all bullshit to me, man. I always thought
he was just not a very good horror critic.
He was
exploitation critic. He wasn't very good at that.
No, he bought into the shit, man, and he said what a lot of people wanted to hear. He wasn't, like I said, he was never going against the grain. I mean, did he truly hate these films as much as he said he did?
I think he did a lot of them
who knows?
He went against the grain on the Wild Bunch. He gave the Wild Bunch a positive
but
review.
But he was contradictory as fuck.
And that was ahead of its time. So
that's the problem with him. He was really contradictory, and also
that's why I think he
did this thing where he pushed like whatever he wanted. Like I do think that like although he might have been influenced by like what the media said and stuff like that, I think he also really did push what he wanted and wanted everybody else to follow.
That's the problem with critics nowadays. Critics basically they use your art to basically and they take their life experiences and push them through your art and manipulate it so they can get their message across through your art. That's what they do now. So that's why everything is politicized. Although movies do have it, but sometimes they'll take it to their agendas more than the actual film's agenda. Or if the film doesn't have an agenda, they're pushing it through. So everything becomes a certain thing that they want their audience to they placating to them. So. And I think that Ebert probably did do that,
Of course. Yeah.
Everybody probably does it to a certain extent, but sometimes it's just a little bit too overt and it's annoying.
Yeah. I mean, when you're a powerhouse like that, man, the whole, when you're a powerhouse.
The world's watching, right?
Right? I mean, it's just crazy, like, how one person can influence so easily. Like, whole Silent Night, Deadly Night thing, man, like, that's just, that shit still blows my mind.
Like who gives a fuck if it looks like shit? Don't watch it,
right? Like without that word, without him criticizing it and saying a whole pile of incorrect bullshit about it and stuff, it just fuck, man. It created a whole movement. It's absolutely insane to me. I think it's bullshit.
JP, your boy Charlie Band released this on VHS, right? And he said it was the R-rated cut, but he released the unrated cut on that VHS, and he put an R rating on it. He got sued for it.
Isn't that the most Charles Band thing to do right there?
Well, I'm glad
he's always scheming. He's always scheming.
I love it.
That's like when Umbrella releases all their Region Bs.
Fucking Kangaroo. Remember Kangaroo Entertainment that Charles Band did because he didn't have any of the Paramount rights in the United States of all his movies. So he basically made a label in Australia called Kangaroo, made them region free, and released all of them through his company.
Yeah. He did that with Demonic Toys too, where he owned the rights to it in Mexico. So he slapped a Mexico, but it said import, like he was importing it from Mexico.
Yeah, and he doing that with Australia too.
It was clearly just in the Full Moon warehouse, and
I like that though. That's smart.
Yeah, I don't dislike Charles Band. I think that's great.
I love him and hate him at the same time. It's like Lloyd Kaufman. Like I love him and hate him at the same time. They're great, and I hate them, but they're great.
Yeah, Lloyd's good. Thing I like about Lloyd, man, when you meet him, he doesn't sign shit. He doesn't charge you to take pictures and sign shit. It's crazy.
Now, what do you mean by that?
What?
Okay, I know what you're doing right now. Do not patronize me. Do not.
Keep trolling.
Fucking guy, man. Fucking guy.
No, listen. You were mad at me for not knowing what you meant. I think that's kind of that's not very nice.
No, it's happened. I was just thinking about this one specific time where we were. I can't remember what show it was, but I was saying some shit about Carrie, and then I remember someone left a comment like, "How the fuck does JP not ever know what the fuck you're talking about?" I just started thinking about that.
Well, the first time where I was like, "What are you guys talking about?" I walked away and I was like, "What do you mean by it?" Like, and then that time I literally.
Oh well, how am I supposed to know that you're not listening? I mean, that's definitely
guys. Do Carrie.
Yes.
What do you wait? Like all of them, or like what do you mean?
God, I honestly, I don't even understand how. I mean, I know it's a huge joke now, but why the fuck does somebody want Carrie done so bad? I mean, it's the same movie.
It's the same movie 3 times.
It literally is the same movie. I mean, I guess we probably shouldn't, talk too far from what we're doing right now.
it is the same movie a couple times.
Most of this is pretty much the same. So,
are we rating this?
Do we have anything else to say about it? I mean,
no, I'm good.
Oh, Jennifer, Camille Keaton, fucking trooper running through the woods like that. She's tremendous. Her scream is great. We didn't give her enough props. I think she's fantastic in the movie. She's one of the best performances.
This is probably the best performance that she's ever had, actually. Really.
I agree. She's really good in it.
Right. I mean, I've seen her in other things. I mean, it's probably the scripts, too. I mean,
What have you done to Solange?
Yeah, Solange. Yeah, I mean... I think this one it's a little bit more of a range here. It is about.
It's weird that she did so many Europe like films in Europe.
Yeah, a lot of actors did that though. It was pretty popular in the 70s. Mm-hmm. Hey, one last line we didn't say. I don't like women giving me orders. That's a memorable line too.
Right.
Yeah, there's a lot of the good ones.
Dude, you know what the line that, like, it is so cringy, the like where he I don't even want to repeat it. Where Matthew's like I
can't come. I can't come.
Dude, it's so cringy. I can't,
it's like
it's awkward. Dude.
Hey, he didn't even come. It's not even his fault. He shouldn't even get in trouble. He didn't even come. He shouldn't have to kill her.
So
see, he's a piece of shit. Fuck Matthew.
Okay, actually, speaking of around that part, but who is it? Is it which Stanley, right? The guy with the bottle,
Stanley's the bottle.
So he penetrates her with the bottle, right, in that scene.
Yeah.
Okay. So I just wanted to make sure that you guys. Right. Exactly. Because if you watch that scene, like I've seen it over and over again, I'm like, I know that he's supposed to be penetrating her, but if you watch the scene, it doesn't even look like he really even kind of put. It looks like he's doing it in the like in her hamstring.
Probably did. Like
it's just the way it was shot. It's just like, because I remember not the very first time, but like, few watches ago, and I was like, man, it totally looks like he's banging her fucking her hamstring there, just the way it's shot. But I always thought it was kind of funny. But I know it's implied that he's obviously impotent and shit like that. But it just doesn't look like he's actually put.
I don't know.
No, I think I've always thought he did, but it just didn't look.
I thought he was impotent. I don't know. That's just me thinking he's impotent, but I think he is. Wouldn't you?
No, I've always thought that that's what was totally implied.
Yeah.
And the reason why he uses because it's a substitute for his limp dick, right? So.
Or he's has that hots for Andy. I don't know. They're always together. There's something weird going on.
Right? Yeah, maybe.
But also, it's so weird that they fit. It's not weird, but it's really nasty of them that they physically and like mentally, and then they emotionally abuse her at the very end by reading her like novel and just ripping it up like that. Like after everything that's done.
Right?
I mean, it's like, it wasn't enough that you physically and mentally, and now you got to emotionally fucking rape her at the end. It's just fucked. And I like how it unfolds in that order in this one more so than it does in the remake again.
Yeah.
Joe Bob did brain damage tonight. Fuck. I definitely got to rewatch that.
It's just like we actually recently reviewed Tragic Ceremony too, that Camille Keaton's.
I've never seen that one.
From 1970.
Good?
Was that one good? I can't remember.
It's a cool film, man. It's a cool film. Remember when Herring was on and he had his own spin
yeah,
on
that one was real good. Yeah, that one was great.
Yeah, no, it's a cool film, man. It's a really cool.
That's the one where the couple people like are in the rain with the little Jeep thing.
Yeah. Where they
is that the one?
Yeah, where they end up taking kind of refuge in that place, and then all that kind of satanic shit goes down, and
I like that.
And then they're eventually running from it because they end up killing the people, and so, it's cool. Mm-hmm. It's a good film.
Are we gonna rate this bad boy?
Yep. All right. Who wants to go first?
Not it.
Dave, guess always go first, anyways.
All right. I rated this something, but talking about it more, when I rate something high, you know I love this movie because I knew all the characters' names, right?
It's always the tell.
Yeah, I know everybody. Seen this movie a lot, and I feel like when I rate something a perfect score, it's because it's pretty much the essential or top of its genre. And I know this movie's controversial. I know a lot of people don't like it, and I don't blame people for not liking this movie. This is not one that I'm going to die on a hill for somebody disliking, as long as they have legitimate reasons for disliking it. But it is pretty much the quintessential rape, revenge, exploitation movie. I mean, I know there's some before it, and there's some that are probably better, and there's some that I like better, but I don't think that I'm going to have to give I Spit on Your Grave 10 out of 10.
Wow.
JP?
Yeah, you know what, man? It's like, I'm not okay. So after watching it, I was like, dude, that kind of blew me away. Like, I've always liked this movie, but I never thought. I actually used to say that it was a bit overrated in a way, because I just was like, everybody talked about it as like the rape revenge film, and I was like, yeah, it's good. But like, I didn't notice a lot of the little stuff, and that's what really impresses me sometimes, is the little stuff. And I think that honestly, it's a pretty damn well crafted movie. The lack of music, the nature being the soundtrack, the way everything plays out. I think the only issue that I had was with the like the way the revenge takes place, and you kind of sold me on it a little bit. But I still think that it's a little anticlimactic in the very end. I didn't really care for the boat scene like moods, and I'm gonna give it a 9.5 out of 10.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen this movie a bunch of times, and I've always had the same kind of minor issues with just the unbalance of it and stuff. And we'll get into the remake, Dave. I know it's probably going to sound a little bit controversy, the things that I don't like about the remake that I'm mentioning now, but it's not what I meant, but we'll get into that. But yeah, just the unbalance of it a tiny bit. I just feel like maybe it's the whole anticlimactic part of it, and maybe it's the order that kills too. I just always felt like, the leader should have been killed kind of things like that. I understand your the ideas that you have behind why she did it like that, which completely even makes sense to me. But just for, cinema purposes, I think it would have been a little bit more not anticlimactic to have, Johnny dying last. I think that would have been more appropriate. It's like video games, man. You fight the boss at the end of at the level for a reason, right? It's the hardest person. It's the master. It's the leader. It's the alpha male kind of thing. I have no problem with Matthew being killed first. It doesn't really matter at that point. It is what it is, kind of thing. The minor boats part, I've always had a little bit of issues with that. I'm just like, I understand you got to separate yourself, but at the same time, I understand that most people would just never grab that motor. But it is what it is, man. One of my favorite things about the movie definitely is the lack of soundtrack. I absolutely love that all you hear is nature sounds. It adds to the realism of it too. It's just like crazy, it kind of feels appropriate and shit. Performances are great in this. And actually, this movie's shot brilliantly. It really does. It has those long shots. And I like the fact that they don't use a lot of jump cuts and a lot of, rapid cuts in the rape scenes and shit, because it just kind of adds to it. It makes it feel like it's almost in real time, and it just adds that element of grossness to it. Like, holy shit, this is really kind of going on really, really long. With edits, you kind of lose track of time when there's lots of rapid edits and into things and stuff. It could be stretched over a long period of time. You don't really know. But when you incorporate those long kind of, I don't want to say static shots because they're not, but it kind of gives that realistic approach to it, and it makes you even feel even nastier while you watch it. But overall, man, minor issues with this one. I'm coming in at 9.5 out of 10 also. I think it's a staple in the rape revenge film. I agree with Dave. This is not my favorite rape revenge film of all time. I do like other ones better, but I mean, this place, it has its place in history, and what it's accomplished even 40 years later.
It might be my favorite now. I don't know.
It's one of the best. It's hard to pick.
I mean, if we're looking at best, in favorites, it's totally different for me. It really is.
It might be my favorite. I don't know about best. Best is it's up there for best, but definitely probably one of my favorite. Might be my favorite now.
It's in my top. This one, Last House on the Left, House on the Edge of the Park, Thriller, Cruel Picture, and Miss 45 are probably my top 5.
That's pretty much all mine too.
They're the best. I mean, they're good. Like, that's why.
Except for Last House, right?
I love.
Oh, do you say Last? Oh, yeah, Edge and Thriller,
House,
Miss 45. This one's up there. There's a couple other ones I really enjoy too, but yeah, no,
it's a Hall of Famer.
This one actually made which I did not actually expect for that to happen. So.
Me neither. I'm very happy that it has happened, though.
Did you think we were going to hate it? Did you think we were going to hate this movie, JP?
No. I didn't think you were. I actually thought, but no, I didn't think so at all. I didn't think you guys were going to be as high. Well, I thought maybe you were, because I thought I remembered you saying you liked it, but I didn't know where Moods was coming in on it.
I didn't know if it would make the Hall of Fame or not. I figured maybe.
I actually came up on this. I actually had it rated 9. But then I came up on a little bit. I mean, nitpicking, and I can see that I am a little bit, but it's just minor issues. Like, I don't think that those things are things to knock too much off. It's just my personal preference. When I see things like that, I'm just like, that would never happen. Like,
you gotta call it out. But I do think the murder order is more realistic, because she had to basically military strategy.
Well, 100%. I mean, you're dealing with dumbasses, right? Yeah. So you got to kill off the alpha male, the control. You got to kill the control off, because if you don't,
a snake without a head, man.
Then you have a head. Yeah. Then you have a problem. You have a problem.
I came up a half point because Dave explained that all away. I wasn't.
See, I never really thought of it like that until you said it. But yeah, I mean, because I've always had that issue with it being anticlimactic and being like, okay, you're not going to kill fucking Shredder at the end.
It doesn't make any sense. Like, no. in on Death Weekend, you got to kill Don Stroud at the end because he's the heavy, or David Haft. But those movies play more straight, and the way she does her revenge, it has to be that way, because if she kills Johnny or Stanley or Andy, Johnny's going to know they're dead. He's going to know something's up.
Yeah,
see, and he's going to retaliate. And and if Matthew sees one of them die, he might go to the police. So
right? It makes
the order makes sense to me.
It does actually make sense once you explain it away, because like the way I see it, I'm like, dude, could you imagine watching a Ninja Turtles movie and the Turtles killing off Shredder and then waiting to kill off Bebop and Rocksteady at the end? People will be like, what the
lives
fuck?
on its realism.
You'd be like, what the fuck? Right? It just doesn't.
Sometimes,
so if you contrast
it relies
that,
on cinema. Sometimes it relies on realism.
Yeah,
and it's like having your cake and eating it too. Sometimes you have to. It could be argued either way, but I think that the way the murders are handled is actually the more effective way.
I am a fan.
I'm glad you brought
going
that up,
off the blueprint. Like I didn't. I get what you're saying. Like Bebop and Rocksteady after Shredder would be fucking weird, but
that's
I always like
Turtles.
when.
Turtles.
I always like when movies tend to feel more chaotic. So I'm okay with it. I wasn't at first, but I am now.
I like it.
Oh, I mean, once you put the idea of why it's in there, it actually kind of completely makes sense.
It's unconventional for sure. It's very unconventional.
Yeah, and I generally like unconventional things too. I just never thought of it like that. Right.
It is strange, yeah, but I've always thought of it. Like, I don't know, it never bothered me. And then, like, I was like, oh, that's the way you got to do it. And especially the way she wants to kill Johnny. If she wants to kill Johnny that way and get him, and manipulate him, she's got to kill him that way first. The other two, she don't give a fuck. They're idiots. There's nothing connection between those two and her. But the other two, there was some sort of connection she feels, maybe possibly, that she could use against him.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Yeah, because it was all set up at the scene of the gas station, right?
I mean, yeah, Stanley and Andy are too dumb to play psychological games with. Johnny, he thinks he's the shit. Maybe she can be like, oh, well,
When Johnny all explains himself.
Yeah. See,
he thinks he's so full of himself. He thinks it worked.
She could work on him. That she knew it. Yeah. She could manipulate him. Although it's kind of dumb and far fetched, but for this movie, it works, and I buy it. I don't know.
It might be dumb and far fetched to us, but I mean, he probably truly believes that.
Yeah.
That type of shit that girls from New York like getting fucked a lot.
Yeah, right? Of course, in California. You're right. And do they got to take a shit, though? That's the real question. Oh. I've seen this one a lot, so I won't be talking nearly as much about the other ones. I'll be fairly quiet, I hope.
All right, let's move on then.
All right, so that's Spinning in a Grave from 1978.
How you doing today? Look, I brought you a friend just like I promised. See, I kept my word. I know there's a lot of girls around here, but I found one. Here, let me make you pretty. Let me put some lipstick on. Here, how's that? Brings out those highlights in your cheeks real nice.
All right, so moving into 1993 with the unofficial quote-unquote sequel, relatable film, I guess you want to call it, called Savage Vengeance, directed by shot-on-video king himself, Donald Farmer.
I forgot we were even doing this one. Like, it literally slipped my mind that it existed. I thought we were going right into 2010. I was like, wait, 90? Oh, yeah, totally forgot about that.
I mean, it's classified as like an unofficial sequel because it actually kind of uses, Jennifer's name in here. They only refer to her as Jennifer in this. They don't actually use her last name.
They actually do, but they cut it out.
Yeah, they actually edited it out because he threatened.
No. It's definitely in here.
No, but they cut it out in the DVD version, the new version.
The new version.
The version every that you time sent me definitely said Jennifer.
They say Jennifer, and then it says, no, they're going to try to call her Hills.
And then they
cut Hills out. It just goes blank sound. It's hilarious.
That's what I was trying to say. So he threatened to, actually sue if they dropped the name in there. So she's just referred to as Jennifer throughout the whole film with these really nasty kind of fucking audio edits in there. It's really noticeable. It's pretty funny. Synopsis. 5 years after she avenged her own rape, young law student Jennifer decides to take a brief vacation with a girlfriend. Unfortunately, they become the next targets of two depraved men. So this is kind of a weird one because, it uses the character from the original film, but it doesn't actually have continuity to that. It's like its own kind of story.
They recreate the rape.
Why is that?
It's terrible.
It's really the opening sequence in the film is literally Jennifer, I don't know, reading or even suntanning basically on a waterfall cliff. It's like the most bizarre scene. It kind of pans through. There's no dialogue. She's all out there by herself, and of course these four guys see her out there. Four or five guys. They see her out there, and they essentially rape. Well, actually, I should say dry hump her. They dry. It's so fucking stupid, man. And
No.
They try to shoot it like the original too in one shot. That's why they can't, like, they try to do that original one shot like the original was filmed, and it just doesn't work.
No, it doesn't at all.
So let me ask this then. So I was right that it goes for the Evil Dead approach then, where the beginning is supposed to be basically a flashback of the original rape that happened to her.
No, it has nothing to do with it. They just took the idea from the original film and recreated it.
No, that's what I mean. Like, they didn't have footage to show what originally happened to her, so they just redo the original rape. That's supposed to be the original rape. But
it's unauthorized, so it's technically not. Someone kept asking.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
About this movie.
But that's what it's supposed to be doing.
Yeah. And they're like, this is the second one, right? I was like, no, it's unauthorized. They're like, yeah, but it's a sequel. I was like, no, it's an unauthorized sequel. Yeah, no, it's related. No, it's fucking not. It's not even a real sequel.
Yeah, it's literally just, it's kind of like a recreation of it, but they do it differently. And then, of course, in the first 5 minutes of the movie, they show her kind of avenging her rape and stuff. And the kills are a lot different than the first one. So he kind of changed it around a tad bit, besides I think there's a penis cut in there and stuff and a couple shots. And I don't know. But anyways, basically, it kind of cuts to its own story where she's now...
what a dumb idea.
Yeah, so she basically has gotten off... she's basically got off in the court system. She was found not guilty of avenging her own deaths and stuff. And now she's in law school where, she's in this classroom and the professor basically kind of outs her of who she actually was and stuff. And she gets all flustered with it because she didn't really want people knowing, about her past and shit. So she gets all pissed off. Calls up a friend.
That was dumb.
Goes on. Yeah, I know. Goes on a fucking vacation where, of course, this shit's gonna happen to her again because apparently she's, got the worst luck in the fucking world with being raped again.
Like the girl in Miss 45.
Right. Exactly. So yeah, and this one right here is a really fucked up film because, first of all, it's unofficial. It kind of steals from the original film. It's shot on video, so the quality is really really shitty and stuff. But the other odd thing about this movie is that it's really short, and there's a reason for it being so short. It only runs 65 minutes long. And I always wondered why it was so short, and it actually is that short because Camille Keaton left the production of this movie before they got a chance. Early. Yeah, basically before they got to shoot kind of most of the revenge act and stuff in this part. So that's why it's probably a good thing actually that it didn't run on another 20-25 minutes anyways, and it only was 65 minutes. So there is a scene in the end of this film where there's a dude gets fucking hacked up with a chainsaw, and it's literally like this POV kind of shot, and you only get to see the chainsaw and the ass of this girl and stuff. Yeah, it's like a total stand-in, but yeah, so she ended up leaving this production, hence why the end of the movie is really abrupt and why it just kind of plays out the way it does. So I'm not trying to justify why this movie is so shitty. It was also shot in 1988, and the reason why it wasn't released until 1993 is because they kind of had to put it together and create something out of shit that wasn't there essentially. But
Donald Farmer makes himself star as one of the rapists.
Yeah,
and
I wouldn't. I'm not playing a rapist in my own movie.
Dude,
I'm sorry.
The problem with Donald Farmer is I don't want to be a dick because if you ever talk to the guy knows more about movies than probably almost anyone else. And he sounds like he knows a lot about filmmaking, so there's absolutely no reason why he's been directing movies for 30, 40 fucking years and they all suck. And they all have all the same problems. It's just fucking weird and it doesn't make any fucking sense.
I feel the same way about Beelzebub.
Yeah, same goddamn thing.
So let me ask you.
Yeah, but at least Donald Farmer's not trying to be funny and make all these ridiculous fucking comedies and shit.
I prefer a Donald Farmer to Beelzebub for sure.
Yeah,
let me ask you guys this. Maybe you know. So, what is this story with Camille Keaton doing this film?
Well, what's weird? At Cinema Wasteland, she was talking and she said, "After Concrete Jungle, I would never do another rape scene ever." But I almost raised my hand like an asshole and was about to ask about Savage Vengeance because it took place after, but I didn't.
Well, when was Concrete Jungle?
1980, 82 maybe, somewhere around there.
A couple years after, yeah.
Yeah, so it's just so weird that she didn't. That's probably a reason why the rape scene was clothed, or maybe it was shot in a public area. But the laziness of that scene is ridiculous. All they had to do was literally go in for a close-up and show the guy unzip his pants like he was sticking his dick through the jeans, and have her like take the pants off for a second and then go to like a above the waist shot and not show any nudity. But they didn't even do that. It was fucking lazy.
I know, it's like the worst shit ever, man. I actually thought that too. I was like, it would actually kind of make sense if they were shooting like in a public, a public area, maybe a busier area on the river and stuff like that, because they're obviously not paying for permits, right? They're guerrilla shooting this shit for sure. Yeah. Right? So they don't have the rights to be there. If you're going to start whipping out cocks and shit, I mean, you might get into a little bit of trouble. I kind of thought of that too, but fuck, man.
It's especially like awkward because like they all do it.
Yeah, it's just so poorly done. Like it's literally dry humping, man. It's just awful.
Is that
man.
third degree rape? Does that even count?
What's that?
Is that third degree rape? Does that even count? Dry humping?
Right.
It's sexual assault of some sort, but
no doubt.
Like even as an actor, I feel like it would almost be more awkward having clothes on.
Or like that. I feel like it's more insulting to film a rape scene like that.
Right? It just doesn't pack any fucking heat at all, man. You can't take that shit serious. Like it's funny because this movie is like trying to be semi-serious. It's just really low budget, shot on video kind of thing. He's trying to be serious, but you're having dry hump scenes. Like,
I mean, definitely.
Right.
But so to go back to that though, because I'm genuinely curious, has she said anything about this movie ever? Like how she got involved? Like did she do it for purely for money? Like
because they did a movie together beforehand that was actually a bigger movie called No Justice, and Donald Farmer worked on it. It was a bigger budget movie, and he asked her to do this one, and it was super low budget.
Yeah. Did she know? I wonder if she knew it was this low budget going.
He said she seemed kind of shocked to do it.
Yeah. As far as I know, she has disowned this movie, and she actually won't talk about it. Like, I don't think
that's
never
interesting.
It's never been revealed why she left the production so abruptly. Apparently, she was there one day, and then the next day she was gone, kind of thing. So
she was on the DVD.
Yeah. So is it? I never checked out the interview, but is it an older interview, or is it a newer interview?
I don't think so,
because I don't think it's
really
revealed.
Awkward because it's like in a food court mall.
You know what? I don't remember. I think I might have watched it when I first got this DVD. I didn't check it out this time, but I don't remember it being like new, because she definitely doesn't mention why she left the fucking production in that interview. So I'm thinking it's older.
Dave,
maybe?
Did you watch it?
Yeah, but she doesn't mention it.
No, yeah, she doesn't mention it. So it's never really been revealed.
What did she talk about?
It's never been revealed. So
it's mostly just Donald Farmer talking about the movie and she's like, "Oh, okay."
Okay, but here's the thing about her disowning the movie then. She's in the remake.
Yeah, but that's Mears Archie. This is not Donald Farmer's on authorized.
No. The remake of Savage Vengeance.
Oh, is she?
Yeah, so it's her, Debbie Vachon, and Brinks Stevens. Or no,
and Ronnie Jones in the remake.
Oh,
of
the one that's coming out. Oh, she has a part in it too. Crazy.
Yeah, that's why I was curious about her like disowning it, because the remake, which isn't by Donald Farmer, by the way, but I can't believe that movie shot. And we did this show, didn't know. I was like doing research about Savage Vengeance, and I came across a Kickstarter for the remake, and I'm like, and the trailer was posted like April 20th, the first trailer, and I'm like, wow.
Yeah, I knew about the movie. I completely forgot about it, but I don't know. I know some of the people involved with that movie. I'm just like, I really don't want to watch it. Doesn't look like I'd like it.
Yeah.
The trailer does not look good at all, but I don't even. What the hell's the point?
I was actually in a couple of movies with Ronnie Jonah, the main actors in that movie.
I just don't. I don't know what the.
I don't get it either.
I mean, I guess if Savage Vengeance, that you can only go up, right?
Yeah,
I guess. You can only make a better, another better Savage Vengeance.
It didn't work with violent shit. When in the goddamn world do you remake a German splatter movie in Italy and make it worse? Not the Italian one is awful.
Oh no, I'm thinking about. I didn't know that was a remake. I was thinking about Video Violence for some reason.
Yeah, Video Violence is way better than that violent shit. Yeah. And the fucking
Video
Italian
Violence
one.
is
But I don't understand why you would. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I don't understand why you remake an unauthorized sequel to a movie.
I don't understand why you then remake that unauthorized sequel.
That's what I said. Yeah. Why would you remake that?
Oh, that's what you said. Yeah. No, dude, it's like mind blowing. I couldn't believe that was a real thing when I looked at it. First of all, like this Savage Vengeance, it's hard enough to believe alone that it's a real thing.
Yeah.
So to remake that is pretty crazy.
I know. I couldn't wrap my head around that either. Like, this is an unauthorized movie that's being remade. Like, who greenlits that shit, man? Like, why would
now,
you
I
ever
wonder if it'll actually be an unofficial sequel to I Spit on Your Grave, or if they're just dropping that and just in name only remake of Savage Vengeance.
I don't know.
It's such a mess. It's
but
so
Camille
weird.
Keaton's in it, so it's weird.
It is weird.
I don't have much to say about this movie, really. The bad guys are pretty cheap.
I mean,
this movie's so bad that even in a 65-minute film, of course, that wasn't finished, but there's even like stock footage of like the band playing and stuff. Like that's like not even real. I think it's actually footage from one of his other films that he'd used and shit. It's really bad, you know.
And what is up with the killers? Like, one guy is like, he's always disgusted by Donald Farmer doing nasty shit, but like 3 seconds before, he's like excited to feed the girl her friend, like feed her like her friend. It's like, what the fuck? You're disgusted about him killing them,
dude. The
but
look
you're
on
like
his
so
face,
gung ho about feeding someone to someone.
The look on his face is so ridiculous. He's just like,
I couldn't really see any looks on anyone's face because the quality.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's clear enough. I mean, for what the release is, I've seen worse, but yeah, like his look on. I mean, none of that shit even makes sense, man. I mean, kind of where this goes is that they have this kind of serial killer kind of angle thing going in this one that really doesn't pan out at all. It's really stupid. Oh man, this is just a horrible fucking movie all around. Like, I mean, it's shot on video, so right there, you know, like most of the acting is going to be fucking terrible. The music is fucking terrible. The editing is bad in this too. Like, I mean, I've seen shot on video films that actually have decent editing and shit, but this is just all over the place. It just feels like it was slapped together. It really does, man. Ugh.
One of the things that I hate about like bad acting is it's one thing to just not sound convincing or to not have like power in your acting, but like when it comes to like running and like, you know, tripping and like other stuff like that, I hate when that's bad, because it's like, I can accept that you don't know how to say lines and stuff like that. I can't accept that you don't know how to run. You know what I mean? It's just like, I don't get it. You know what I mean? Like, even I can't accept that you don't know how to movie run, because there is a difference, but it's just like, dude, it is so piss poor, the chase sequences in this film. Like, it's dreadfully bad. I'm just like, this is like, you can't even trip okay. It's ridiculous. I hate that stuff. It bothers me more than bad
Speaking
acting.
of tripping, it's like her running through the bush isn't even like the worst part. It's the dude at the end that gets hacked up by the chainsaw. That is the worst shot scene I think I've ever seen in my life, man. This dude is running, and it looks like he just kind of gives up and then falls into this log area where, you know, it's kind of like that. It's kind of like that joke where you see, you know, the gas truck and the match truck kind of coming at each other real slow, right? He's sitting there leaning up against the log, waiting for her to fucking chop him up. I'm like, what the fuck is this? It's absolutely ridiculous cinema. So
there is
stupid.
nice leaves in the movie. There's a nice foliage. That's all I have to say. Positive. Nice foliage.
You think?
I'm done. I'm done.
I mean,
I don't got nothing to
it's
say.
just
You
some
guys
of the
can
worst
keep going,
shots.
but I don't.
No, I don't have anything.
It fucking
it's
sucks,
so
man.
hard to even think of anything to say about this movie that it's just bland. And I mean, honestly, I will say
these dudes
this.
are literally cannibal. Like they're feeding they feed the, you know, some fucking human meat to her, and I was like, what the fuck? Like,
that's stupid too,
right? Like I said, they kind of play up this whole serial killer angle, and all of a sudden there's like cannibal shit in there and stuff. It's fucking ridiculous. It's so bad, and it's just like so choppy the way the story kind of goes. It's so dumb.
What about the cops? The cops are like, you boys better not be doing anything wrong. And
I love
officer.
I love the cop
Minimal
too. I was like
coverage,
totally
too.
fumbling over his lines and shit. Oh my
That
god.
one with the mustache was so bad.
Yeah.
So fucking bad. Minimal coverage. Minimal fucking coverage. There's rarely close-ups. Anything.
I don't know what to say. Like, I don't like. Okay, given the option, I know you two both don't like. Spoiler alert. I know you two don't like Deja Vu. What would you like? Would you rather watch? Like, because when you talk about which one's better, like, which one do you think is a better movie? Is it Deja Vu just because it is shot good, or but like,
Well,
look how long
which one I'd rather watch?
it's
I'd rather
more-
watch Savage Vengeance
Savage
twice and
Vengeance,
still be
right?
shorter.
It's
I'd rather
Savage
watch
Vengeance.
Savage Vengeance twice. It's shorter.
Yeah.
And I could watch Savage Vengeance twice and it still be shorter than Deja Vu.
It's true. It's absolutely fucking true. Yeah.
Dude, so given the option, you would much rather watch Savage Vengeance.
Yep.
But
Well,
you
just
think
put
it's
it this
bad-
way. For a 65-minute movie, it doesn't really have a lot of downtime in it, unlike fucking Deja Vu, which we'll get to.
Deja
Jesus
Vu.
Christ. So Deja Vu.
Okay. Ratings.
I went first last time.
Yeah,
it's my turn. But I'm saying, are we good?
I'm good. I'm sorry.
I just don't really have anything to say on it, man. It's just
it's not much to say. Look, I like shot on video movies. I know Moods is a big fan of shot.
I
on
do
video.
too. I like them too. I love
Dave
Redneck
hates
Zombie.
everything usually.
No.
Wicked
I love
World.
Burning Moon. Wicked World's inept. I like Burning Moon. I like fucking Redneck Zombies. I like 555 video violence. I even don't even, dude. This is junk. I watched it 10 years ago and I didn't hate it. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with me.
I didn't hate it, but that's just because it's not offensive in its length, right? Like it's it's like you can't hate it too much because like at least it was only an hour. You know what I mean?
I like Donald Farmer. Just don't like his movies.
Yeah, I
like some of his movies actually, to be honest. But this one is just a mess. It just doesn't do anything properly. It really doesn't. I mean, if you're gonna have dry hump scenes, you're losing me right there, and that's in the first 2 minutes.
And Dave's completely right. You can 100% shoot around the fact that you want your actors to have clothes on while you're, shooting the rape scene. You 100% can do that.
Yeah.
But this film did not even. It's like they did not care. I wonder.
It's lazy.
I wonder what the thought process was like with that. Like, are they like just hoping people wouldn't notice? Are they like just hoping people wouldn't care? Like. I don't. It's so weird. I'm interested in like the thought process of this movie more than the movie itself.
No thought process.
Apparently. So yeah, dude, this is a rough one for me because I don't think it's as bad. It's like I said, it's not like I didn't mind watching it. I don't think it's good at all, but I don't think I could go as low as like some of the lowest films we've ever done on here. Because I feel like it's easier to watch than those. So
that's your like just because it was easier to watch, but like is there anything that you actually liked about it though?
I like
anything that's 60 minutes long is easy to watch. Let's face it. It's like watching a fucking episode of NYPD Blue. Like come on.
I watched it for like I liked the curiosity of it where I was like this is weird. Like how did this come about? Like it's so I guess I didn't like the movie per se. I guess it would be.
You like the journey?
But at the same time, when we're getting so far down into the ratings, it's not about what you there's not likes anymore. You know what I mean? It's more about like what is more bad. And like when I think of films like Beneath the Mississippi and what was that one that we did? Entity from Fangoria.
Oh,
that
God.
one sucked.
That was horrible.
When I think of like the worst of the worst, like I don't think this one is as bad as those, but I can't really justify anything good about it. You know what I mean? This was the film that I was like torn on my rating the most. And it's funny because no matter what I'm saying, it's a bad, like I'm giving it a horrible rating, but just like how horrible is the question? Like I look at some of the other films that I've talked about, like Jack Frost 2. Like, is it worse than Jack Frost 2? Probably.
Is it shorter though? That's really what you're taking. It
is worse than Jack Frost 2. It is worse.
Okay, so do you agree too? Then it is. Is it worse as I forgot Bloodbeat was in a Hall of Pain. Is it worse than the Puppet Masters? Yeah. Is it worse than Howling 7 though? That's the question. Because I gave Howling 7 a 1.5.
Well, considering I always say Howling 7 is like one of the worst movies in my entire collection. I hate. It's around there. It's about. It's around
there. It's down there.
It has the same element. It actually has some of the same elements. Just kind of shot with non-actors. It has like ridiculous footage. It has like almost music video scenes in it. It's very similar to Howling 7. Actually.
What did I give? I gave a 1 to something recently.
I mean, there's points in this film where it like turns into a fucking bar music video. Like really bad.
I think I'll have to go with a 1 out of 10. I don't think it's quite 0.5 level, like Beneath the Mississippi and some other complete utter trash that I've seen. But it's definitely not better than a 1 either. Like Bloodbeat, I gave a 1.5. That movie's much stronger.
Bloodbeat, I actually, even though I gave it like a 3.5 or something, I actually kind of like that movie. It's ridiculous.
I'd watch Bloodbeat again.
Yeah,
I would.
I've actually watched. It was funny when we reviewed it because I'd actually watched it like a couple weeks before, so I'd watched it twice. It was weird.
That's the thing. I actually do like Bloodbeat. Like, it's horrible, but I like it.
Yeah,
same thing goes.
So
with
weird. You got to watch it.
It is. It's an oddity. Yeah.
Yeah. Some of the Puppet Masters are like that too. And the Children of the Corns. Like, I like Children of the Corn 5, but I gave it a 3.
Oh, Children of the Corn is horrible, or 5 is horrible, man. That one I actually don't even like. It's so bad. I actually have the same rating. I'm at a 1 out of 10 on this too. I just can't pull anything.
I was going to get yelled at for not giving it a 0.5.
I just can't really pull anything out of this that I really care for. I mean, it's a movie, so I can't give it a 0.
It's a movie, I guess that counts for a point.
But like, my argument is with this movie, like I said, I'm not trying to justify that it wasn't technically finished and why it's so short and stuff. I mean, it definitely had the production problems. So I mean, there's issues there, but it still doesn't justify, just what he did with this movie. I mean, the dry humping, that's the first thing you see in the movie, and it's absolutely horrible because it sets it up for everything to come. It's just a terrible narrative. It's really, really bad. The acting is horrible. The editing is horrible. He uses fucking footage from other movies, to fucking pad the time, to get to that 65 minutes and shit like that. There's just really nothing redeemable about this, man. I mean, they did a kill after the fact, which is absolutely horrible, I might add. Just there's really nothing memorable about this movie whatsoever except for just laughs. I think I'm giving it a 1 specifically for laughing at the scene where the rapists are in the fucking in the grocery store that Dave was talking about, and the cops come in and confront them about hey man, you guys better be fucking watching over, because they were suspects in something else that happened prior and stuff. So these cops are going to warn them that they better stay away from the girl that's in vacation and stuff like that. But it's just that whole scene actually had me. I was belly laughing because it's just so poorly done. Like, these guys are stumbling over their lines. The other cop's coming in and he's like, yeah. And he's like this backup cop that's like, yeah.
He's probably a real cop that couldn't act.
Right? It was just, it's so beyond funny. But man, I tell you, everything in this movie is so stupid. Like this whole serial killer angle with, feeding, human meat to people and shit. I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, this is so bad. It's just so poorly done. It's really, really fucking poorly done. But I mean, if you're going to make a rape revenge movie, you gotta have some decent rape. That's where it starts with. This one doesn't fucking have this.
Hashtag decent rape.
I mean, Christ, I think I gave Martha a higher rating. That's not even a rape revenge film, but it has some spectacular, lobster rape in it. So this is a bad fucking movie. And, Dave says, he likes Donald Farmer as a person, hates his movies. I actually don't mind a couple of Donald Farmer's movies that he's actually done. This is not one of them. This is probably one of the worst things I've seen him do, actually. Terrible. Fucking terrible. It's so bad. 1 out of 10.
And what kind of fucking world is that Elvis looking guy, like a heartthrob, or girls that are like half his age? You're like, I'm going to go home with that guy. What the fuck, man?
Yeah, right?
1.5 out of 10. Turn it on. Look at your phone.
I mean, 1.5. I mean, Howling 7. I like Howling 7 as a 1.5.
This one totaled 3.5.
Because I don't hate it that bad. I just don't.
I don't hate it either. That's the problem that I was having with it, is I don't hate it. Like,
I mean, on Letterboxd, I gave it 1, which is 2, but it's not a 2. It's a 1.5. So it's in the middle of a 1 in it. You know what I mean?
So moods. This or the Howling 7.
I would actually take this one over the Howling 7.
You're looking at run times at that point. You're just like, which one's shorter? I got to get this over with. I swear.
It's like
that's what you do.
It's like comparing, a solid shit to fucking diarrhea right now. Like, at the end of the day, they're both shit. So I have a 0.5 and a 1. I mean, really, the distinction between
that's what I was trying to say. I was like, it's so hard to start distincting these. Like, it's much easier to distinct it like a 10 from a 9.5.
I think what separates it is the scene where I was belly laughing at. In Howling 7, I didn't even crack a smile in that movie. It was legitimately so bad. I hated it.
Dude, you're telling me you're not cracking smiles at the line dancing for 10 minutes?
Oh, fuck.
It's so funny.
It's so painful, dude. It's so painful. It's not even. They just shot some. There wasn't even. That's just footage they shot, dude. It's not even a movie. It's not even a fucking movie.
There for a second.
This movie's so bad. If you times our ratings by 3, it would still be close to the Hall of Fame. We could have added 3 more people in here and it still made the Hall of Fame with 6 votes.
Yeah, so what is it? 3.5.
3.5 out of 10 total.
Yeah, Jesus.
And that's actually not even the worst. That's not even the biggest fucking shit stain in our fucking Hall of Fame either.
No, that would be New Moon Rising, according to you and Kyle.
Yep. But this is very close.
Total of what?
Actually, isn't Jack Frost 2 very close to that?
2.5. What's that? Jack Frost 2 is a 3.
You know how bad Jack Frost 2 is? Dude, my friend rented that, and he was going to try to make us watch it as like a big group, and he has drinking, so he got up and went to the bathroom, and I got up real quick, and I fast forward through like 30 minutes of the movie, and he came back, and he didn't even know. So I was like, I ain't watching this whole fucking thing. It was like 10 minutes in, I fast forward like 40 minutes in.
Dude, Jason likes Jack Frost 2.
Oh,
man, I was like, I ain't watching.
There's actually
this.
a few people that like that movie.
The only thing that's entertaining about that is the fact that it's a fucking killer snowman set in the Caribbean. That is ridiculous.
Yeah.
He would melt. Come on.
I can't believe that movie exists and people still believe in God.
Right?
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. No, I'm just joking. God bless.
Okay.
Right.
Anyways, that is Savage Vengeance from the year it was released in 1993.
Of course, the year it was released.
Well, it was shot in 1988, right? It was,
I know. It sounds so funny. It's like, that was this. The year it was released.
I mean, even for movies...
What year was it released? I don't fucking know.
Even movies that were shot on video in 93 don't look as bad as this. That's the other thing, is like, he used the shittiest fucking VHS quality, man. Like, tapes.
Is that the first time in a franchise it went from the first movie in the Hall of Fame to the next one in the Hall of Fame?
I was actually thinking that, too. I'm pretty fucking sure.
It's gotta be.
Like, from part 1 to like a sequel to unofficial sequel, for sure, man. I don't think there's another one, because usually the sequels, because most of our Hall of Fame is like later sequels of franchises and stuff, and that's what it is. It's usually later ones. Wow, that is really trippy, actually, man. Crazy. Yeah.
We done with this turd?
Yep.
Howdy, ma'am.
You know what? I am actually lost.
Yeah, you're lost, all right.
Hello? What do you want?
What's a pretty little thing like you doing out here all alone?
All right, so moving along into 2010, we get the I Spit on Your Grave remake, directed by Stephen R. Monroe. This guy is responsible for directing such classics as It Waits, Sasquatch Mountain, Ogre, Duel, I don't know what that is, Ice Twisters, which I've seen before, Mongolian Deathworm, which was a TV movie, and a whole pile of other fucking, like, Grave Halloween. He directed The Exorcism of Molly Hartley.
These are all a lot of those are made for Sci-Fi Channel movies.
Yeah.
Don't forget the Hallmark bullshit he directed.
Yeah, dude. Oh my god. In the last like 3 years, he's directed like 20 fucking TV movies. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Hallmark Christmas movies and shit.
Yep. Yeah. And which I'm pretty sure I watched some of those this past Christmas because I got stuck on these Hallmark Christmas movies that I couldn't even turn away. But
pretty sure he took the same cast from those movies and put them in this one too.
The remake.
Yeah. Actually, Stephen R. Monroe was actually directed the sequel to this one too also. So
yeah.
But same synopsis, man. A writer who's brutalized during her cabin retreat seeks revenge on her attackers who left her for dead. So it's, you know, essentially an absolute remake.
Guys.
What?
This movie looks like shit. Why does it have no color? Why would someone go on vacation to a shithole like that to right in the middle of shithole nowhere? Makes no sense.
See, that's the thing I always thought about this movie too, which is interesting because, you know, I don't know if it's just the rednecks in the first film, but they're like, oh man, you know, that's fancy kind of thing over there. And, you know, it didn't seem like it was that bad. The you know, the cabin that she's staying in doesn't seem overly that bad. But this one, like, she, you know, for a writer, I mean, I guess she's not like super famous at the time and shit like that. She's trying to make her shit, but that just seems wrong.
Well, the whole place is drained to color.
I don't know. Why
like
does Paul Sheldon go right in a depressing ass winter cabin?
Because that's his own cabin. I don't know. Like,
no, it's not. He rents that cabin.
I'm not talking about the cabin. I'm just talking about this whole area. Everything is
It's
drained
like
to color.
gloomy.
It looks like a trailer park cesspool.
Well,
There's no way you go to vacation to write somewhere like that. It's just also
It
the movie
depends what
lacks
you're
color.
writing, right?
Well,
If you're writing
it also
something
depends.
dark,
It lacks the natural quality of the first one, which makes it work. Because if you go somewhere beautiful and something horrible happens to you in that beautiful area, it's unexpected. It's broad daylight. If you go to a shithole place like this, you expect a shithole thing to happen.
Yeah,
it shows
it's
me
like-
the director doesn't understand the fucking first movie. He
It's
wants to do something different, but it doesn't work.
It's almost like
perspective,
going into the
yes.
ghetto to get away and
Yeah.
write, yeah, for sure.
Here's the thing. It's perspective though, because what you're right. That effect does happen in the original, but the effect that happened for me in this one was it just felt depressing from the gate, and that's although whether it's more or less effective, that's an argument. But it just has a different effect for me.
It doesn't work for me at all, but it might work for somebody else.
It works
It's just
for-
not
it-
something I like.
I completely get where you're coming from, but for me, it's like this one was like maybe the most depressing one for me, and that's just because of how gloomy everything is. It's supposed to be like swampland too, which is weird.
Why does
It's
why does it feel
supposed to be
depressing from the beginning? Just because of the tone, or is it
Looks like
because
shit.
it's the color shades. It's all like
No
gray.
color.
Everything's gray.
Yeah. So it gives that appeal that it's already downbeat and stuff. But is it because it actually has a score to it? Which this is where the movie kind of loses it for myself. It has this kind of like modern, dramatic kind of fucking piano score through it that just it's it just makes it feel modern, but it loses that kind of realism, that grittiness to it and
I
stuff.
kind of like it.
Never bought one thing in this movie. Never believed one character. There's no finesse.
it's the first
There's
thing I
no
noticed.
subtlety.
Yeah.
Nothing for me. But I don't think it's a poorly made movie.
I bought a lot of it. Honestly, it worked for me. I think that the lead really has like a sort of she like goes for it in her performance a little bit. I thought that she did a really good job. I think that the acting is a little rough. It feels. It's not casted the best, which does hurt the film a little bit. I think that my least favorite aspect of the entire movie is the little camera that they use to tell the story.
The voyeur
I
shit.
hated that thing. I hated that. It just was like
Okay,
It's
so
the movie.
that's one of my
Yeah.
biggest complaints with this movie. That again, if I understand they're trying to make it's a remake, you're trying to do something else, but the beauty of the original film is that it's like straight exploitive. This one tries to be exploitive to a point, but it also tries to be like a daunting modern horror movie too, with that voyeurism and how she's fucking calculating and seeking him out. It almost turns to like POV shots and things like that. It turns itself into like more of a horror film, and they try to get a little bit more in depth with that into the story, which I don't think actually works. And that's what I was
think
going
with the camera thing, it comes off so cliche and of the time.
Of course.
You know what I mean?
It's annoying.
They're trying
And
to they're
it's
trying to make it a horror
like-
film. Yeah.
Like a voyeur is a voyeur pervert because he's different. And it's like definitely trying to do that voyeurism, the male gaze. I think they're trying to make a statement on that.
Yeah.
It doesn't work. It's just distracting.
It's because you can't
stupid.
buy into it because these characters are so fucking stupid too. It's
They're
ridiculous.
fake too.
It
They don't
just
seem real. I never
terrible.
buy any of them. They don't seem right. They all
like
seem
that
They
dude-
seem
stereotyped.
I buy a little bit of them.
I don't know. That
maybe,
dude wearing his
maybe,
bandana is
Johnny
horrible.
is the only character I buy slightly.
The only dude that I think doesn't fit for me is that I think the I think the lead one is all right, and I think
Johnny
that
is better than the rest.
Johnny's good. I think that the little side dude is okay, but I don't like the fatter one with the bandana.
Yeah, the
different.
voyeur, the
Girls
voyeur guy.
I think
and
he's horrible.
Bully.
in the
The
movie.
voyeur.
I
Girls and
don't.
Bully.
His costume
here's-
seems forced. It seems forced. It doesn't feel real.
These
at
guys
all.
are not rednecks. They don't know what a redneck is. They've never been around a redneck.
Yeah.
None of them. And the
Exactly.
sheriff is he's from maybe he's UK too. And sheriff should have been played by Michael Rooker. The casting.
I thought
There's
he looked
even
like
points
Michael
in this
Rooker.
too where I was like, he's really trying to show the viewer like, these are real rednecks and this is what rednecks do and shit like that. And they're kind of pressing that fact with scenes like, when they're playing the fish baseball bat game where they take this fish and they beat it up and like, oh, the eyeball didn't come out, so that's not a home run kind of thing. And I'm like, really? Is this really what rednecks do? They beat fish with baseball bats and play baseball that way?
25, 30 year
No, I
old
think they're
guys
just
don't do
being
that.
scumbags, which is bad.
I know, but we already
Bad writing.
I know, but we already know that these are rednecks. It feels like they're just trying to
Well,
exploit
we know
that even
because
more. Like,
we've seen the film and we know about "I Spit on Your Grave." But
no. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about just showing that these are redneck type people in general. I'm not comparing it to the first film.
No, I don't think that necessarily the killing of the fish means they're redneck. I just think it means they don't care for life.
No, I'm not talking
Yeah, they don't value life.
I'm just showing like what they do in their everyday life. It's not just about killing the fish. I'm just like, oh, this is what they're doing. They're hanging out, being scumbags, fucking, just hitting up fish and shit like that. And it's just that whole scene. It's just like it's like, it's like when a director's making a film these days that's set in the 80s and it keeps fucking reminding you that it's set in the 80s every 5 minutes with songs and like...
There's no subtlety in this.
There's no subtlety
at all.
That right there showed me that there's no subtlety.
I don't think there needs to be.
I do. I think there needs to be. The setups are so obvious. The setups are so obvious. And all the lines are said, like the whole horse thing doesn't work either. It's like horse.
I thought
horse. I don't think it works. I think it's forced.
I thought it worked for this movie. Here's the thing about this movie, and I knew that you guys didn't like it and stuff, but I had never seen it before, and I actually really liked this movie. But here's the thing, and I'm not saying you guys are doing this, but because it's so fresh in your mind, you cannot go into this movie thinking about the original at all, because it's not the same. This one's much more exploitive, and it's much more of like a sequel-esque type movie, and it's not as high, it's not as well done, but as
got the same name on it. I'm gonna go into it comparing it. If I buy a bag of bread and I buy another bag of bread,
so you are actually comparing it then. I didn't think you were. I thought you were.
I'm comparing it to the time it was made, and it's a poorly updated version. The other one seems timeless, even though this one doesn't.
Yeah, and I agree that
this would be junk in 10 years.
I think this one feels like of the time too, the 2010s or whatever. I think the acting's a little rough and stuff, but I think that it's pretty entertaining, honestly.
Holds brutality over anything. That's all this movie cares about. That's all. And that's fine.
I don't mind. No, that's not true, because the rape is uncomfortable and just as bad as.
Yeah, I said this movie only cares about brutality. That's all it cares about.
Okay.
It has nothing else to it, and that's why some people like it, because it's violent, and the torture. It's basically it's probably what they would consider a torture porn.
Torture porn. Yeah, it is 100%. But and that, to me, I think there's a place for torture porn-esque movies in the world. I like some.
I don't mind torture porn. I just don't like this movie. and I don't hate this movie either. I don't hate this movie. I'm not going to come in and give it like a 2 or anything. That's outrageous. Yeah. But it's just.
Well, I don't really think this one is straight torture porn. I mean, it definitely is trying to rely a little bit more on the shock value of gore and that type of aspects. But I think
it does what Moods wanted in the original and amp up the revenge. And I know that's not exactly what you meant. You just meant like longer revenge, like a longer period.
See, I knew that was going to get it brought up here, and I'm glad you did, because what I'm saying is, this one definitely kind of amps it up a little bit, but at the same time, it does exactly what, it turns itself into like a straight up like cliched horror film too. It has this kind of stock element to it and shit like that. And that's not what I was referring to in the first film at all. It was just kind of making it just, a little bit longer. But this one has that kind of stock approach, and it loses that exploitive feel to me and turns into this kind of cliched horror film.
Unrealistic.
It does. It feels, if it loses that aspect of it. And that's what loses me in this movie too. It starts to feel like, because she disappears for so long in this film after the rape, right? She jumps off the bridge, and then it starts out these subplots with the sheriff and stuff like that. And she literally is off screen for half an hour in this film while we follow these characters, and all these dumb characters figure out these ways of, finding her and all this shit kind of. But then it starts this kind of stock element to it, and it turns into this like really cliche type of horror film. I'm just like, for fuck's sakes, man.
Dude.
That's exactly what I
don't mind those cliche types of horror films.
That's my thing. It's equal time with them. With the rapist and Jennifer Hills, you see those subtle moments where she goes to the church to beg to go to forgiveness because she knows what she's going to do. You don't spend time with Jennifer Hills, and this movie is so stupid. It actually makes you think that they're going to try to make it seem like Matthew might be the killer or something like that. Like, are you really going to try to fool me like that?
Yeah.
No, yeah. I don't.
I think they are suggesting that possibly.
I think the characters think that something's up with Matt.
You're probably right about that. You're right about that.
I don't think the audience has ever. I mean, the way that scene's done, I think it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, I don't think the intention's there, but the way it's shot, though, it does kind of give you that impression that something might not be right and shitty, because they're showcasing that with the characters too, the antagonists and shit. But it's like, I don't know, man. I just don't like the way this one develops at all. I mean, it's not so bad up until the point where she jumps off the bridge. It's really not like the worst thing. It's not really shot the greatest. The acting is pretty bad, but But like that's the point in the film where it's just like, it loses me completely. It turns into something that, it's of the times. It's modern. It's losing that appeal of what you're remaking. And I think this is a great example of something you can compare because it's literally like a remake, right?
Yeah. And the cop twist.
Well, you could definitely compare it.
Get the fuck out of here with that generic fucking overused trope of the cop being in it. The cop's in on the rape. Every fucking movie where you go backwoods, the cop is always a bad guy. He's got to be in on the rape. It's just like fucking exploitation 101. Like this dude never fucking had a creative thought in his life. Whoever wrote that. That's fucking some stupid shit with the cop.
I like it.
Yeah,
I hate it.
You know the thing with the cop that really pisses me off?
It doesn't seem that cliche for me that much because I guess I can't recall a bunch of movies where it happened in it. Like maybe you can.
I can't even. I just know it. I've been complaining about that twist for the last 10 years. That's why I like the Vengeance.
I feel like it's happened more recently than before this movie, though.
No. I see twisted cops all the time. The cops always in the South.
Of course. That's very cliche. But actually, the thing that really pisses me off with the cop in this film is the point where everything's going to shit and they got to start cleaning this up like hardcore. And the cop fucking kills the his hunting partner. And he says to him, he's like, I need to clean up these loose ends and stuff. I get that narrative wise, but it's absolutely fucking ridiculous because I think by killing his hunting partner, you're just creating more loose ends. Because everybody knows
kills him, he should just kill all the other rapists too and call it a day.
But then you got to kill everybody
I think that the kill in the hunter was probably one of the worst.
It's stupid. It's stupid from the fact that like it's implied like these guys are hunting together. They're talking.
Well, he already helped the situation. He already like tied that loose end when he told her that she like went home or that something happened, whatever he told her. And then the hunter friend's like, sweet. Like that means I won't have to give her a refund. Like,
exactly. And
I felt like he already handled that.
He's actually the best actor in the movie too.
This is my biggest problem with that shit.
Best actor.
It's so stupid because I mean that's where it goes back to this one just relying on straight up fucking gore and just the just that aspect of filmmaking. But like Jesus Christ, man, like he fucking shoots him and I'm like thinking to myself right away, I'm like, all you're doing is creating more loose ends because these guys are obvious friends. He must know people in the town and stuff. They know they're hunting together and this guy gets shot with a shotgun. I'm like, this is so stupid. You would never fucking shoot that guy in that situation. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely poor writing. The narrative is so stupid at times. It's so frustrating to watch.
Too.
Exactly.
The shot there. Tracy Walter, Bob the Goon from Batman, and a bunch of Young Guns too. He's in a slew of movies.
I know that guy. That guy is great. But you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying, guys. Like with shooting, I'm like, it's such a dumb thing to do in the movie, man. It's poor writing, but.
Yeah, I mean it's for the body count.
Oh, 100%.
I think that it's probably the thing that I thought was most egregious was that scene. It just felt like that feels like just purely for body count. I know like some of the stuff that I liked is I actually think that the rape was pretty powerful in this one too.
It's nice.
And it's shot pretty well. And then like there was a line she said something like that she's sore. Like
she says that in the original too.
I know, but in this one, it actually like killed me inside. I just was like felt it. You know what I mean? I might have missed it in the first one. I know that
she says it to Stanley. I'm
sore.
And then I'll give you a hand job. I'm sore.
Yeah.
It'll be good.
But this one, and then he's like, "I'm an ass man," and it like killed my soul a little.
That part is effective. I'm not gonna lie. That part's real nasty.
Actually, that's not even the part
of the movie.
That's actually not. It's actually after he fucking sodomized. Like you can see, she's kind of bleeding out her ass and shit like that. Like
and then she passes out and she gets up or she wakes up and she's like being raped by a different dude, and it's like it's just really effective for me. I know that this one is like filmmaking crafted, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But it still is just it still is an effective film for me. It punched me in the stomach.
It's crazy too because the rape in this film is like really it's only like the actual rape scenes are only like 5, 6, 7 minutes long in time, but they fuck with her for so long in this too, right? It's kind of interesting.
I don't like how it unfolds.
It's
the
weird.
way it unfolds. I don't like the order the way it unfolds. Jennifer Hills seems too weak. She doesn't seem like the powerful feminist like the original Jennifer Hills did.
I don't like that. I mean, I get that.
She definitely isn't. Yeah.
But like, not every girl is powerful. You know what I mean?
What the story they originally told is, I don't know.
I know, but that's a different movie.
Yeah. Not sort of. I just don't like the order they unfold it with. I mean, with Matthew coming first, I think that it's more effective in the original. And
it is more effective in the original, the way that it was done. But I don't want to see the same exact. I don't want to see it again. You know what I mean? Right. I'm okay with. I think the reason that I like this one is that it isn't trying to replicate what that one was. And because it would have been a fail for me. And I think that this one's its own thing. It's more exploitive. It's more modernized and more.
You think this one's more exploitive? See, I don't think it is. I think this one's way more of like a standardized horror film.
Stuff. It's it's
the violence is more exploitive, for sure.
Yeah, in terms of violence, yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Like the whole. Like the way that it's like almost Saw-esque traps, with the way the fish hooks, and it's ridiculous,
hilarious, by the way,
completely unrealistic,
and over the top.
But I loved it. I was just like, these are some great, like kill things, and that's where it comes for me with separating the original film from this one. It's about like I feel like almost if this film did not have the "I Spit on Your Grave" title, it would have been perceived a little bit better, because people would have watched it as just another horror film that is just this exploitive, violent film.
Well, I don't really like that argument, man, because there's remakes and shit like that I really enjoy, and at the end of the day you have a hard time separating yourself from the actual comparison of the original to the remake and stuff. I just don't think this one is done well on this level at all. And honestly, man, some of the kills, man, are actually like the CG and shit that's involved. I mean,
looks like shit.
It does really look like shit.
A little bit. I wouldn't say shit.
The crows are shit. That's
the crow scene is
everything else
brutal,
looks alright.
Man. The crow. But it's okay. You're right. The actual visual that you see, but because of like what's happening, like I can fill in the rest in my head, and it makes me like uncomfortable. You know what I mean?
Well, I won't lie. I mean, everybody that knows me knows I have this crazy fucking like I hate eye horror. Which is ironic because Fulci's
but you
my
love
favorite
it
director.
Because you hate it, right?
And that's the thing; it gets me every time. But in this one, I'm just like, yeah, I don't know, man. I think it's because of just the way it plays out. Like the CG effect on it is pretty bad. But just the idea of having crows pick out your ideas, the idea is pretty fucking nasty because it's so prolonged too. Because she fucking ties this guy up and goes and does some other shit and comes back, and like it's fucking brutal, man.
That one was really brutal, dude. That I heard about that scene. So it was hyped for me, and I still thought it delivered, just because it's such a awful thing. It's like horrible. I don't even know. I couldn't even stick a fish hook through someone's eye.
Oh, you mean Stanley? He's Stanley in this one, the fat guy.
What?
Which guy are you talking about? Stanley's death, right?
I just said I couldn't stick a fish hook through anything.
Yeah, that was Stanley. Yeah.
But. Okay, so I see where you guys are coming from. I actually agree with like all of your points where it's not as good, and it's modernized and it looks fucking shitty, like in that like
predictable too, very predictable.
It's predictable.
Every line is predictable.
I don't.
She's a little girl, so she's an innocent girl. So was I. Come on, everything feels like a one line above an Arnold Schwarzenegger one-liner, and it doesn't have the fun of a Schwarzenegger movie either. And the acting's so poor. Everything it doesn't have finesse. I never believed one of these characters.
The acting is not like so. The only person I truly had a problem with was the fat dude. But yeah, it's lower class acting. But I don't think it's so poor.
Poorly cast. Maybe I'll say poorly cast because I do think the performances are dedicated. I don't think they're lazy performances. I don't think these people are like, I'm going to phone this in. I think they're poorly cast, and the director probably didn't give them. I think it's more of a direction part because some of these actors you see in other things and they're good. And I even think that Sarah Butler from this movie is good in the third movie. And I know that's going to be
good
crazy.
In this one.
I don't.
What don't you like about her performance in this one?
Just didn't buy her. Didn't believe her. I didn't feel like she was strong, and I just never bought it.
I don't think this one's a little bit different to where I don't think it's like the other one. Camille Keaton's strong the whole time. Like she is a strong woman.
And I think she overacts when she screams.
I think this one is more about someone who's beat down so bad and wasn't strong and then finds strength to get revenge.
I think everybody's overacting and screaming way too fucking much.
I like the little bit of the scrambling that's happening after, like, because we didn't get that one in the first one, where the people didn't know that each other were dying or anything like that, and like they didn't know something was wrong, other than just that nobody reported it yet.
They're definitely more connected in society than that other one. They were way more separate and rule. They had to kind of do that in this one, you know.
Yeah, and I like that. What like they like the one thing I liked about the camera, which I hated everything about it except for the fact that she like delivers the tape, and it's like then you get to see this moment where they start scrambling, and that was kind of a different angle that was cool. Was to just see them, you know, worry about her. Like it made her like seem scary all of a sudden. Like they're scared of her all of a sudden, which you didn't get in the original. They're never scared of her until. Even when they're dying, they're kind of not scared of her. You know what I mean? They're just scared that they're in trouble. But like this one, they start almost like being scared of what's going to happen, you know? But yeah, I mean, I clearly like this one a lot more than you guys, like a lot more. So if you guys have anything else on it, I don't know.
I did kind of buy Johnny. I did kind of buy him. He reminded me a bit of like, I used to be like the high school quarterback, but now I'm just a loser that works at a gas station, and I'm kind of angry about it.
Yeah,
he just has really bad lines.
You see that come into play when they basically say like, "You couldn't get that girl," and he's like, "Bullshit, I could get that girl." Like you get it a sense that like he's gotten all the hot girls.
Yeah,
whatever.
Stanley and Andy would have never like. They had a different dichotomy in this than they did in the original.
Yeah, so this one's more. Like, this one's more about like proving their manhood kind of thing too going on here.
Well, so is the other one, I think.
Well, yeah, you're right. That it is that too. But yeah, that one they set out to sort of get Matthew laid, and this one I don't know. It kind of too, I guess. But yeah. Do you guys have? What was you gonna say? Any of you guys?
His line in the beginning. I got to check under your hood line. Jesus, man.
Oh, dude, I love that because she's like, you know,
so
she's
cheesy.
like, well, yeah, and she calls him on it because it probably did work on like small town folk like he's dealing with.
Yeah,
but this cute girl from New York City, not so much.
I don't like how they don't spend time with her after the rape. I feel like that was very important in the original to see how fucked up she was and see how she handled herself.
Yeah, we spend time with them, which is
I don't want to see them fuckers.
That was one of my biggest complaints of this is when, you know, she jumps off the bridge, she disappears for half an hour, and then we get all these subplots, and we get to follow these really, really horrible antagonists and shit, and all that kind of subplot shit like that, and then it just takes this angle where I don't really like.
It's to give her like this Batman type mystique to
it
her,
almost turns
right?
her into like it almost turns her in. It feels like she's coming out of the woodworks like a fucking Jason or a fucking some kind of slasher killer.
That's what it feels like.
It really does. And actually, one of the moments in the film where I really just. It's this whole cell phone thing again, you know, like, you know, at the beginning of the film, you know, like her cell phone gets all fucked up because, you know, she spills some shit and drops it in the fucking thing. And I'm just like, it's these tropey things that just kind of dumb down these films even more for myself and shit. I hate that whole, like, oh, fuck, her phone's broken, I guess you can't call the cops kind of thing. You know, it's like,
it's pretty,
you know, even though she at this point is
probably never. Here's the thing about that, right? You have in modern films, I almost like just don't even care about the cell phone thing anymore because you have to get rid of the cell phone. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And it's just like it's always going to come off cliche. It's all, oh, you broke your cell phone. Oh, it doesn't have service. Oh, you dropped it. Oh, like it's. Well, what are you going to do? There's no perfect answer to get rid of.
I know. There is better ways of doing it. I mean, I see her as kind of a. You know, she seems like she's pretty intelligent. She's a writer. You know, she should know better. I mean, just her simply getting her phone wet by that. I mean, I understand accidents happen and stuff like that. I just think there's a more effective way, you know, maybe one of the guys getting the phone and completely smashing it, getting rid of it that way. Like, you know, where it's out of her
Why is
reach.
That more
because it just worked, because it makes her look like a dumbass. It really does.
They showed her.
It dumps down.
They showed up right away.
If she had this cell phone,
she didn't have a chance to call the cops.
Yeah, and if she's reaching for it and whatever, they grab the fucking phone, smashing like "fuck you, bitch," you're not doing that, and it would actually kind of justify it a little bit more. But she, you know,
or Matthew stole it when he showed up. He stole it because he wanted to look at her pictures or something.
I don't like. I just feel like
all
that
comes
phone
off just the same cliche to me, man.
I see it completely different. I just see it as, you know, it just shows her being dumb. You know, I'm like,
I mean, but dude, had you ever dropped your phone and broke it?
Yeah, but I'm dumb. I've done it. You know, actually, one time, I was literally talking on an important call. This is how fucking stupid I am sometimes. This is like way back in early 2000s. I'm talking on my cell phone, brushing my teeth, talking on an important call. Like, who brushes their fucking teeth? I think I was running out of the house. It was whatever, one of those days. I dropped it in the sink with the water running, killed my phone. Done. I'm like, fuck. You know, like, I didn't even have a house phone in those days. So yeah, people do stupid things, but again, you know, I feel like she's smarter than I am. She's a writer. She's smarter and shit like that. But I don't know, man. I just feel like it just kind of dumbs down the character in this narrative. Like, she's supposed to be intelligent, but doing stupid things like that. I feel like if she had had that cell phone taken out of her hands and disposed of out of her own will, kind of thing, it would have been a little bit different for me too. But it's just those tropes, man. It's just a lot of things about this movie that drive me fucking nuts.
I don't see her going here. This place doesn't seem that isolated. It's so gross and gloomy of an area. I just don't see anybody going here in an isolated area like this.
Yeah, but it could be gloomy because of the weather. Like, you don't plan the weather to be gloomy.
Yeah,
I don't know who would ever want to make a movie look like this. It's a waste of my fucking time.
I like it. They make it for me, for people like me who like movies that look like this.
It looks like shit.
It's supposed to. So yes, you're correct.
Yeah, but it looks like shit even when movies look like drained of color and sad. Yeah, it's a product of its time. It's very cliche and it just looks awful and I don't want to watch it. Like, there's ways to do this better. And this is
the original film was just being shot and it turned out the way it was, kind of thing. But I mean,
film looked excellent. That's
here,
the problem.
You know, I mean, you're shooting it, but you're color correcting it to that. You know, you're putting those filters on it to make it look like that and shit like that. So.
And it's all the same. There's no color between the colors. Like, you know what I mean? There's nothing.
Yeah, it's all gray, and
it doesn't work for me.
Light green, and yeah, I like that stuff.
It doesn't feel like nature. It feels like we're in an industrial park.
She's from New York,
yeah,
and she goes to this remote or this kind of isolated quote unquote area in like Louisiana. I'm like, at least in the first film, it made sense. Like, she went to Connecticut, right? Which is, you know, seems like a lot closer. Seems a little bit more viable to do something like that, considering you're probably low budget if your company you're working for is taking you there or paying for that shit. Why? I don't know, man. I thought the location was like, oh my god.
Does it even look like Louisiana?
No, not at all.
No, that's like, I'm just like
if they didn't mention and show like some little bit of swampland and mention gators. Like, I would have been like,
it's funny because they don't even mention that it is Louisiana in the film. You actually have to see it on license plates and shit. So,
oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's never actually mentioned as Louisiana. I actually noticed on the plate, and I think it's written somewhere else in the film too that I noticed, and I was like, oh, so it is down in the South. I was like, okay. Yeah.
Let's just say the script's about as bright as the fucking movie.
All right, ratings?
Really, right?
Who's first?
I am. I Spit in Your Grave. I mean, I pretty much said my piece on this one, man. I don't know, man. This one is it's just dismal to me, man. I just don't like the direction. The direction is the major problem in this movie. Like, yeah, it doesn't look great. The acting's not that great. It just loses. I don't know, man. It loses all of that original charm, you know, with having this fucking downbeat stupid piano fucking score in it and shit like that. I can't stand that. But it's the middle part of the film, dude, that it turns itself into something that, you know, it's trying to be this product of, like, you know, straight up kind of stock and slash kind of horror films and shit. And I think it just loses its focus on what it's really should be trying to do. You know, some of the revenge is pretty decent in this. I actually don't mind the idea she kills these people in the way that they violated her. I mean, that was kind of a product of the first one too, a little bit. But yeah, I mean, the end shotgun in the ass is pretty brutal, I will say. But that whole scene, I still have a problem with too. I don't like the fact that, you know, we're shown that she kills off fucking Matthew. Or what's his name? Is that his name in the? Yeah, Matthew's this little guy. Okay. And, you know, we're shown that, you know, she kills him off, but she actually doesn't kill him off. And, you know, she uses him as, like, basically a prop to, you know, to pull the trigger on the shotgun shoved up a fucking asshole kind of thing.
When were we shown that she kills him off?
She strangles him.
She strangles him and it cuts off. It implies that she kills him. We don't know.
I mean, I've been choked out before and I didn't die.
In that scene, you don't think that you don't think that was implied that he was supposed to die?
Well, it was a swerve for the audience. But it's not impossible to choke someone out.
No, I'm just saying, but that's what I don't like about because it does imply that she killed him. And I thought they were kind of doing it elegantly. Oh, she's going to do it by hand instead of stringing him up on a rope in the original film, which I thought was kind of an issue. But, so at this point, like, we are thinking the entire film he's dead, but then there's this twist where he's actually not, and he's used as a prop, but which is like, I don't know, man.
It's like Saw-like.
It doesn't.
It's going into that Saw.
It is exactly what I'm leading toward. It's kind of like that, that cat and mouse kind of fucking, kind of Saw playing games type thing. And I'm just like, really, like, you fucked him in the ass with a shotgun. Do you need to go the extra length to have this guy wake up and possibly, jump towards the sheriff to pull the trigger kind of thing? I mean, everything has to work out. It was
completely unnecessary.
It's unnecessary. It's ridiculous. I think it would have been a lot more effective if she had just fucked him in the ass with the gun and then just, pulled the trigger kind of thing.
I agree with that.
Right. So, I mean,
I'm not a huge fan of like the contraption thing,
but that's the thing, right? I mean, the whole revenge is prolonged in this, but it turns into like the Saw-esque kind of like stalk and slash Saw thing that pretty much everything that was popular at the times, it was incorporated into this movie, which I didn't have a like for it. I mean, I don't think this is the worst shit I've ever seen. I don't think it's, it's great by any means, but I don't know. I just have a lot of issues with this fucking movie, man. I'm going to come in at a 5.5 out of 10.
Is that my next?
Yep.
That's fucked up because I have the same exact rating. I was anywhere a 5 to a 6, and I came at 5.5. It's not like the worst movie ever made. It's just obviously not for me. None of it works, and I have a real problem with movies that take themselves seriously when I don't buy anything happening in it, and I think everybody acts incorrectly. And it doesn't have the things I like about the first one, and I know I shouldn't compare them, but I can't help but compare them because they have the same name and they have so many similarities.
It's not that you shouldn't compare them. Like, it's okay to compare movies. I'm just saying that it doesn't. It's going to make you like this one less.
Yeah, I can't like it. I don't think the director got the original, and I think that he thinks he does. But
I don't think he thinks he does.
Here. I think that, I mean, if you were going to remake I Spit on Your Grave, you better goddamn understand the original at the very least to know what to do differently. And if he doesn't know if he thinks he understands it, he doesn't. And if he doesn't think he understands it, then he sure as the hell is a fucking asshole for saying he'd direct the remake. But here's the thing. Andy, also, I want to shout out to Derek. He pointed out that is Joey from Nightmare on Elm Street 3 and 4. And I didn't register that until after.
Seriously?
Yeah, that's the guy who gets killed in the waterbed in part 4. Talk about a wet dream.
And who does he play in this one?
Andy, the guy who gets the lie in the bathtub.
That's crazy.
Oh, yeah. Fuck, I knew that too, man.
It blew my mind.
I totally knew. Yeah, I think Derek had said that to me once. That's crazy. I didn't think about it until you said it, but yeah, that's crazy.
You can get the original film and just be like, I get it. It's cool. I'm going to do something that I want to do.
Yeah, but I don't think he got the original.
But why not?
I think he incorporated everything that was
saw anything.
I think he incorporated everything that was popular at the time.
You're insulting this guy's intelligence.
I think he just incorporated everything that was popular at the time and put it into this film. And just, I truly believe that he just didn't really get the original one and just did what was expected of him for the time.
That's what I was going to say.
Look at his filmography. He's a gun for hire, man.
Well, that's exactly proving my point. That he just put everything that was popular at the time into this film and made I Spit on Your Grave too, or I Spit on Your Grave, and just rolled with it, man. Just put that popular shit in there. Like, I mean, this is Saw-esque. He turns into fucking Saw.
Like, he didn't understand the stuff that was in. He just put in brutality. He's like, they want a brutal movie. I'll give them brutal. That's all he got.
Well,
he got the most barbaric.
He didn't write this film.
See, so it's not even his fault. Like I'm saying, the writer just put the most barbaric shit he could. And it feels like studio interference too.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, for me, I'm okay with the. I don't necessarily think that just because it's different that it wasn't the original wasn't got. I do agree that it's modern and done just as like an exploitation type thing where they just pull what's popular at the time and kind of put it in there. I just personally don't dislike that. I actually do like a lot of the stuff that was going on at the time. It's kind of a little bit nostalgic area for me, much like the 80s might have been for you guys too. It's kind of when I started getting fully deep into horror and making videos and finding a community and stuff. So it's a very good time for me. I actually think this is a good movie. I don't think that it's a bad movie. I think that I think it's really good, actually. I just think that I agree, though I acknowledge the issues that you guys have. I just don't think they're as important as you guys do. And you guys are probably going to be like, what? But I'm giving it an 8 out of 10.
So I'm not laughing at your rating. I'm just thinking. I was just
Yes,
thinking.
you are.
I was just thinking back to the fucking time where I think. I mean, that's not as shocking. I thought you were going to come pretty high on this, but when you gave Texas Chainsaw Massacre remake 10 out of 10, I still think that's one of the most shocking moments in this fucking show history for myself.
Dude,
you like remakes.
Good.
You are a remake. You love remakes. That's crazy. Right?
No, TCM remake's better than this movie.
Oh, I agree. I do agree.
I like, dude. Honestly, I
wasn't expecting 10.
It seems like a lot of people do like this one though. Like from the comments I was seeing and stuff, where people were seemed like pretty high on it.
I'd like them to see him rewatch it because I remember being about probably a 6 when I first saw it. I didn't hate it and I didn't like it. Yeah, I think I might have my friend fell asleep during it, and he loves the original. We both loved it. He fell asleep during this one.
I've never been high on this one. I remember when it first
It's
came
also
out.
too
Checked
long.
it out and I was
too
like,
fucking long.
Yeah.
All these movies are too fucking long. It's an hour and 48 minutes. And they don't have the scenes with Jennifer after.
Which is
there's only
funny.
one film in this series I felt like was long.
I know.
Actually, the third one, I Spit into Gray Part 3 in this remake series is actually normal length. It's about 90 minutes, which feels...
And the second...
That one actually feels kind of long. There's a lot happening in that one.
I don't know. That one kind of hurts. But anyways, so 8 out of 10, did you say?
Yeah.
He keeps laughing.
That was definitely
I'm not laughing at you, but he's like, so 8 out of 10? And he laughs.
That was definitely a laugh. I'm sorry, man. I always bitch you guys out for laughing at ratings, but I'm not getting mad.
You're the one that
No,
yells
I
at me all
get
the
fucking
time.
mad when Jeremy says shit like, "Oh, you're giving this movie this rating, this one the same rating." I'm like, dude, fucking stop saying they're not the same thing, man. I don't compare movies when I'm comparing ratings. This fucking annoys the shit out of me.
Let me say
that
this.
drives me nuts.
It's like a scary feeling when you know two people have like bashed the movie the whole time and don't like it and point out and they point out like actual valuable like legit problems, and then like you're sitting there like, I was at an 8.5, but you're like scared to say it.
I said anything over a 5 is worth watching. I gave it a 5.5.
No, but seriously, like I was a little nervous to give that because it is a lot higher than you guys, and like I said, you guys definitely pointed out issues that I agree with. But yeah, I don't know. I just
so old. That makes a difference.
I can just hear this right now. Andy's screaming.
You know he was not joking, right?
I know he wasn't joking because
he actually loves this movie.
If you want torture kills, then I guess it's for you.
I think I remember him talking about I Spit on Your Grave.
I do too.
I think he might have done a 10 best remakes or something. It was very, very high on his top 10 remakes list. So I knew that he had a love for this film.
This would not be in my top 10 remakes for sure.
Is it better than the Last House remake?
No, I like that one more.
I haven't seen that one in a long time.
That one
you know what? I'm not even going to comment on that one because the only shit I ever remember from that movie is the fact that one of the girls lives and the microwave scene.
The microwave scene is horrible.
Yeah, so
everything, but it happened. It's almost like a post-credits thing. So
I Spit doesn't puss out on the brutality, but that's all it has to offer. The Last House does have some nuance. I remember the rapist. I remember he feels like. I don't know, man. I don't know if I like that very much either.
I was so fucking mad. Like I've said this many times on the show. I was so pissed off when they made one of the girls live in that. I was like, this is fucking bullshit, man. That was
and
one
then
of the
they
things
leave on a boat with the son, like it's all okay.
Yeah, like that's
you're gonna
what I
live
love
with
about
us now, like it's fucking the Goonies with Sloth.
Yeah, that's what I love about the original one, man. When you kill off your main
that movie's a pussy.
That movie's protagonist. A it's such a downbeat shit. And I love downbeat, but this one it feels so Hollywood and polished to me that we can't kill off both of the fucking protagonists. That would be just too mean spirited. So we have to make one of them live and then have a pretty happy ending. I'm like,
pretty brutal for a Hollywood film. Though, dude. I remember when it came out, I was like, I can't believe they're remaking this.
I'm talking about not doing downbeat endings. Like, I mean, honestly, it's a push shit, man.
And they cut out the best line in the original. Blow your brains out, dude. That fart's fucked in the original.
That's right, man. That's right,
dude. And they're like, no, he's getting away with the boat
for a remake versus OG show or something.
All right, well, let's move this along. So that's I Spit in the Grave from 2010.
Someone did very bad things to you. Vengeance is mine. I will repay, saith the Lord.
What do you think this woman is capable of?
Okay, so moving along into 2013 with I Spit on Your Grave Part 2. like we said before, directed by Stephen R. Monroe. We talked about him. So this one actually is not starring
Sarah Butler
from the first one, because this one is kind of like just a sequel in name. It really has its own kind of narrative to it. So,
isn't it weird that this one is the sequel directed by the same guy?
Yeah, I agree.
Well, is it weird that
it has the same kind of tone. It's way more tonally in line with the first I Spit than the third I Spit.
Definitely has the same tone.
I always thought it was strange too, because he didn't make a direct sequel to his remake. He just did a one-off narrative kind of thing.
But then someone else came through and did a direct sequel.
So part 3 is actually the sequel to his remake, not directed by him, if everyone's following.
Yeah.
So when Katie innocently accepts an offer to have new photos taken for her portfolio, the experience quickly turns into a nightmare of rape, torture, and kidnapping. Now, she will have the... this is worded so bad. It's actually wrongly written. Will she have to find the strength to build her exact and brutal revenge? Yeah, it's not how it's worded, but yeah, it's fucked up. They missed out words. But anyways, yeah.
This is called Seasoning House 2, isn't it?
No, this movie I think is called I Spit on Your Grave Part 2, aka I Spit on Your Hostel.
I spit on your hostel. It's Seasoning House. I spit on your hostel. Seasoning House. I spit on your seasoning house.
This movie.
It's weird that it would have hostile influences so much later.
Yeah.
Right.
This guy's behind the curve.
This is so bizarre, because this movie is it just 100% feels like you're watching a Hostel type film, because this one turns into pretty much torture porn. You know.
Yeah,
I mean, the most part
it's a fucking exercise in disgust. That's what I wrote.
They utilize these Eastern European countries.
Makes me want to see it.
And then that actually brings to one of the first things about this movie that I just cannot explain. Like, well, anyways, we'll give a little bit of setup. Okay, so our main character here, Katie. Yeah, she's an aspiring model and stuff, and she is approached by, I think, does she call up the agency, or does the girl approach her about?
No, I think she's already involved in it.
So she knows the girl that she's having lunch with in the beginning. Okay, so anyways, this specific girl basically tells her that, she knows of these guys that can do some professional photos for you, for cheap or even free kind of thing, and set up your portfolio so you can, advance your kind of career and shit like that. Of course she accepts, which, right there is like, man, like you're just going to go to some dingy ass place.
No, she switched. It doesn't happen like that. She tells her she needs portfolio pictures, and she picks a random number off the billboard, and then she calls, and that's what happens. So that girl didn't set her up. She just grabbed a random number.
Yeah, she saw. She just was like hitting that people up.
But still, she's going to go to a dingy random place. Yeah.
No, I know. I'm not saying that this girl. I'm not saying that this girl set her up. I'm just saying eventually when she picks the number and goes and gets these portfolio pictures done, she goes to this dingy ass place by herself. I mean, honestly, she doesn't know it's going to be dingy, but she eventually does go to a place by herself. I mean, in that situation, man, those situations can get, kind of iffy and shit like that. I think you probably should have somebody with you to start out with. I think that's a big mistake. I think it's a big fucking mistake to ever do shit like that.
Though, nothing really happened to her.
No, of course not. But I mean, she was still put herself into a situation eventually that actually came back on her, kind of thing, right?
If she wouldn't have went, if she would have happened.
What's that?
If she wouldn't have went, this wouldn't happen.
If she would have went with someone else, would that have changed anything?
Of course, because there would have been a witness. Maybe they would have thought twice of going to her apartment because there was somebody else involved with that too, right?
Maybe.
Right?
Maybe. It's hard you can't determine that.
Even though, and this is where, this shit is like ridiculous. So she goes.
But again, like, let's say you honestly, like, I mean, when you're looking for somebody to do some wedding photos or something, you just hit them up, and it's possible that this person was a little naive and just was like, okay, like these people have cameras and stuff, they seem professional, I don't think anything's wrong with this. But at the same time, you have like it's just the world we live in, dude. Like,
JP, they were foreign though.
Right? Foreign. You gotta be scared.
Yeah, that changes everything.
But
I'm just kidding.
You wouldn't. I mean, it helps that we know what's going to happen, right? Like, we know as an audience what's going to happen. We've watched 3 I Spit on Your Grave films so far. Like, it's not the smartest thing to go do things without strangers that you don't know by yourself, but that happens quite often.
Yeah, I'm not going to hold that against the movie too much.
It's just No, it's not even my biggest complaint at all. I'm just saying, like,
it is stupid.
If you're going to get pictures done and you're going to a studio like on Broadway or something like that, it makes completely more sense to myself. But if you're going to an apartment, out in this type of area and shit like that, I think
they're cheaper.
Yeah, of course. But I mean, the situation is, you're compromising the situation a little bit. But anyway, she does the right thing.
That's a life lesson from Moods. If you don't do this, guys.
I just think
Moods will take your pictures for you.
I just think location's a big deal. Like if you're going to go to some kind of apartment, not really knowing, like kind of in a
shadiest right?
area, but you go to.
Well, my friend, when he went to go get his like weed card, like the story he describes of how shady that shit was, and how like there was like people getting arrested in the alley and stuff, like. This story is hilarious, but you're right. It's super bad to once you see. Yeah, you probably turn around if it looks sketchy.
Exactly. So yeah, she gets in there, and of course these guys are like Middle East, from the Middle East, Europe and shit like that, and they're taking pictures of her and stuff. And one of the guys kind of suggests that maybe take your top off and do topless shit. She gets offended, and she's like, "No, I'm not here to take topless pictures and stuff like that." So she leaves.
What a bitch.
She righteously leaves because obviously at that point, you're going to fucking get the fuck out of there. You're the only female. You got like 3 guys in there. So she goes home, and there's this one guy. He's kind of like the sympathetic type of character. He shows up at her place to apologize for what happened at the studio, and he brings her the pictures and says, "Hey, no, I don't want anything in return. Here's the pictures. You could possibly use these for your portfolio because they are professionally done pictures. Here's the
super creepy.
Here's the negative and stuff like that." And he even tells her, he's like, "Oh, we deleted." Oh no, he actually gives her the flash drive. It's not actually pictures because this is new age. This is modern. This is digital, right? And he tells her that they erased all the pictures and stuff like that. Ultimately, he ends up breaking into her apartment later on and fucking rapes her. Calls up his brothers. They
kills a friend of hers too.
Yep. So this friend fucking
just to be cruel.
Yep. Tries to save her and stuff like that. This guy ends up getting killed.
Yeah, that was actually pretty sad. I didn't expect that.
The movie's mean as fuck. This is one of the meaner movies.
It is. It's very.
I think it's the meanest movie for sure.
So
probably is.
So all this shit goes down. He gets the brothers, and ultimately they take turns on her. They rape the shit out of her and stuff, and then she fucking just wakes up. Now, this is the fucking problem I have with this, because in the beginning of the movie, it starts out that they're actually in New York. And after the rape scene, it literally shows her waking up in, she's tied up in like this fucking basement kind of torture chamber. But now she's actually in Bolivia. Like,
is it Bulgaria or Bolivia?
Or no, in Bulgaria.
Bulgaria,
right.
Yeah.
It's not Bolivia, it's Bulgaria. So my first question is, how in the fuck did they get her there?
Sex trafficking.
But like, how do you do
it?
I don't know. If we knew how, I don't know. I don't know how they do it, but it is quite a problem, and apparently that I've learned from.
But a lot of sex trafficking doesn't happen that far international, though, too.
No, it does. I don't. What do you mean that far?
New York to where?
Well, I know we're an area that has a lot of people who are abducted for sex trafficking.
Unless you have your own
Toledo's bad too.
Yeah, unless you have your own personal like planes, it's just really hard to get that thing.
There's apparently there is an underground industry for stealing American women and shipping them overseas.
Okay. I'll buy that.
No, I completely get that and shit. I mean, I
don't know how they do it either. I'm very curious.
It would have been kind of cool to see how they did it, wouldn't it have actually? Thinking about it.
Well, now that's what gets me thinking. I'm like, dude, because the operation doesn't seem like it's overly like world ginormously huge, right? It just seems like it's a smaller operation where they're bringing them in for themselves.
I think that's an issue.
And that's
the budget kind of holds this one back a little bit from having, like, it just feels like it's a couple people who went and took this girl to their home.
So that's why I questioned,
instead of being like an underground organization that they're gonna pimp her out to.
Yeah,
I think that's a little bit of an issue with this one.
I mean, it would have made a lot more sense if the cop in this was actually in on it and stuff. I understand that the one girl was, but then if the cops were in on it, it could have been like it's this really kind of big organization. But to me, it seems like it's more of like an underground type, smaller organized sex trafficking scheme that they have going. So I'm just kept wondering.
I think
how
it's
the fuck
supposed
did
to be
they do
bigger,
this?
but they don't show it because of budget.
And they also took her because they didn't want to kill her, and they would have had to, or something like that. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, they're kind of fucked up a little bit.
Their reasonings were weird for that, man.
Yeah. Well, their brother raped her. So
they should have just killed her. Honestly, I know that sounds shitty.
Well,
but
dude, they already escaped to fucking to Bolivia, anyways.
Just stay there.
Bulgaria.
To Bulgaria.
Why
the fuck do I keep getting
left her there and then went home and just
that's my point. If you're gonna rape her and then
but then again, maybe they wanted to go back
to
for their lucrative photography business.
Well, she's gonna wake up eventually.
Well, that's all a front though.
But she'll call the police before they're gone.
But that's all a front though.
Sure.
That shit's all a front anyways, right? So I mean, I just don't understand if you're gonna take her back to your home country.
And then just have your dad rape her. That's expensive rape.
Right? Like, just kill her and go back to your home country. Like, you're already fucking in a different country. Like, you're getting away with it kind of thing. So, I don't know.
But maybe they couldn't go back because maybe they would be, like that's their business to go.
Well, they said they weren't coming back anyways.
No, they literally said that they weren't.
Did they really say that?
Yes.
Yeah, they're like, we can't go back after that.
Oh, that's so stupid.
Yeah, so no matter what happened, they weren't going back. So, I was like, why the fuck didn't just kill her? I don't know. It's stupid, but...
This way too fucking long.
This one's also painful to watch, man. I don't know. This one got to me a little bit more because it's like something about the dingy, her tied up. Like it has that girl next door
getting raped by a junkie.
Yeah,
dude. This one's literally like they
dope her up on Special K, which is not a dope that you'd really want to be doped up on.
It's just it's
disorienting.
It's fucking straight up torture porn. This movie's it's fucking Hostile, man. With
worse. Hostel at least has.
Hostel has.
Hostel's pretty good. Like you get to see the people like paying for it and stuff. It's kind of interesting.
And it's definitely
exactly. That's the difference. Common. This one is just fucking just straight up people coming in and doing nasty shit, and then her breaking free. And I might add, like when she actually does get free from the basement, like what the fuck, man.
Like, explain to me.
So
she's buried in the dirt basement, and then that collapses into an underground cavern.
So, but why the fuck? So, but they lock her up in like a different room at first, and then the shit she ends up getting out of there. But I'm like, why the fuck at that point when you're done with letting people rape her and you're done with her and shit like that? Why didn't they fucking just kill her then? Why would they lock her up in another room?
Cruel? Why be that mean?
But like, it gives her the opportunity to break free, which she did. Again, it's just
go back a little bit. So I was confused on. I might have been interrupted during this part, but they bury her alive. That's how they're going to kill her, right?
They should have shot her in the head and then buried her.
Right? Yeah, but they're burying her alive, right?
To be cruel, which is weird because they don't even seem like they want to do it.
But it's still
when they bury her.
But my point is, it still allows her that opportunity to get out there. They're just. I understand they're being cruel and shit like that, but it's just the way it goes down is like ridiculous because she gets out. It seems pretty easy after this thing collapses and shit, and then she's like in the underground. Like eating dead rats and shit, and then she's all of a sudden
like a Lemez.
Yeah, she's all of a sudden at this church
stealing
and
from
shit.
a church.
I'm like, the fuck is going? This is crazy. And I remember watching this film when it came out. And
is that what happened though? The underground collapse. Like they don't know that she's like.
No, they buried her in like a basement cellar, and the concrete rebar.
I was
confused and all that shit
about. I think I like missed something. I was like, because all I remember is them burying her, and then the next thing she's like in some underground like sewer thing.
Yeah, because
I was like, did I miss something?
It like collapses or something. But my point is that they were done with her and they were just going to be cruel to her by burying her in this thing. But then again, it fucking gives her the opportunity to possibly get out because she's not dead, right? And when she does, I don't know how how does it even collapse anyways? Does anybody?
It's weakened. They dig pretty deep like idiots, and there's like rebarb and shit. The concrete was probably all cracked.
Yeah,
right. I guess you just have to assume certain things in that situation.
It's shithole countries, dude.
Right? I guess, right? But it's just weird where it is because like where she collapsed, she's also like in this like tunnel area shit, and then survives off fucking rats and stuff.
God saved her, dude. So God saved her.
This one is 100% not. This is the least realistic out of all of them, but it's also
I think part 3 is the least realistic.
Yeah,
I don't know. This one, okay, but okay, so she ends up getting out of here and she escapes into the fucking streets and shit like that. And then, actually, does she not escape twice in this?
Yeah, she gets away one time, and then it's that bullshit where like, I'm in on it, they're going back, like every other fucking movie in this would do.
Yeah, exactly.
You thought you were getting away. Well, I'm gonna add 25 fucking
honestly,
minutes to this movie.
That scene where she's like in like figures out because I don't think we know as an audience that she's in another country, right?
Not at first.
Not at first.
Yeah,
not,
so
not when
maybe that's why they didn't show us go there, right? Because then we would know, and you don't get the cool punchline where she's like in the streets and she's like
trying to
asking for help, and everybody's speaking like Belarusian.
That's kind of a cool part.
No, I love that part. I thought that part was really disorienting and uncomfortable. I like just putting yourself in there. You're like stripped down. You don't know where you are. You've been raped and
drugged.
Abused, drugged on Special K, which is not like fucking weed or something. You know what I mean? And you're like super disoriented. And then you got all these people who are speaking other languages. You don't know if you're still high or what. You know what I mean?
You think you're like some weird Russian district or some shit?
Yeah, it's super uncomfortable seeing that was for me because I get anxiety enough going places where I don't know people. Like if I just go to a random place by myself, I got mad anxiety. So couple that with the fact that I've been raped and on drugs and, you know, am half naked. Like, dude, that is high stress environment right there.
I actually forgot like one of the parts, man, because like when she fucking wakes up there, like she has, you know, they rape her and shit like that, but she escapes into the streets, which is fine. Which is totally fine. And of course, that's when we find out that, you know, she's actually not in New York anymore. She's, you know, in fucking, did I say New York, and she's in Bulgaria.
Okay.
And so this is where the movie like totally takes a shit for me hardcore. Because
the lady was in on it.
I hate that twist.
So this is what I can't stand. So you figure out right away that she's not in New York. She gets picked up by the police, which is fine. This cop actually isn't in on it. So he takes her to the police station. He's trying to help her and stuff. And of course, this girl steps in and she's telling the story that she was abducted and raped and shit like that. And she's like, oh, I'm from this shelter and stuff. I'll take care of her and blah, blah, blah. So this girl actually has obviously direct contact with the police because they knew who she was because they wouldn't just let somebody in there and take her away and stuff like that, right? Yeah. So she's telling all these like they obviously know who she is kind of thing, but she's actually, you know, in on this whole shit. So she ends up, you know, saying that she's going to take her to the American embassy where she can, you know, sit on, you know, American ground and get back home and shit. But of course she doesn't. She takes her back to the place where she escaped. And now it's like, you know, they do the same shit to her again, which leads into the part where they end up, you know, burying her alive, and then she gets away and then goes on her fucking rampage and shit. I'm just like,
I feel like those scenes make the audience like it's disrespectful to the audience because it's like, do you think we're like that dumb to where that feels right? I hate when they do that, man, where it's like this person
adds too long too to the runtime.
I fucking hate it though. I just hate how she walks in there and takes her right out of the hands. And then even later on in the film, the cop's like, well, I thought I was helping her and shit. I'm like, did you not put two and two together that like she didn't end up at the embassy? Like, did you not follow up on this shit, man? She went missing.
Well, he did, and she told her that she ran away. She said she ran out of the car.
Yeah, I mean, that part doesn't bother me as much as the fact that this woman is involved. You know what I mean? That she's involved with these people.
Oh yeah, she does say that she ran out of the car. Yeah,
I hate that because it's like it's just too convenient. It really annoys me.
It really is, man. It really is. So, I mean, and then we get more of the same, you know, she gets fucking tortured up a bunch of, it's just nasty shit too, man. Like this dude takes his fucking stun gun and he fucking starts stunning on her pussy, and it's just a whole pile of just nasty torture and shit like that. And then when she escapes, that's when this shit is like completely crazy to me because, you know, there is actually a chance where she has a total opportunity to, you know, actually get to the embassy because she escapes, like I said, and, you know, and then she sees the embassy and then she's like, fuck this. I'm going on a fucking revenge. I'm going to do some revenge right now. And I'm like, oh my God. Yep.
And the revenge is so gross too. Like,
I just don't like the fact that
scene.
Yeah.
Blech. I wanted to gag a lot during this movie. I'm not going to lie.
You want to gag?
I wanted to gag during it when I was watching it.
Why didn't you do it?
I did. I
Who
love that.
in the right mind ever parties at a club with bathrooms like that? By the way, that's just.
I do.
That is just nasty.
This is piss poor countries, dude.
I know, but they can have some type of hygiene. Like, I mean, the club looks nice inside. The fucking bathrooms.
Foreigners are not allowed to have hygiene in movies. You know this.
No,
apparently,
you got to treat them like shit at every step of the way.
No, this one is like even more like exploitive and it's like just not caring about narrative and just being.
It's got stupid cliche things.
I still like it. I don't care.
I actually like it better than the remake.
Really?
Probably because it had no real connection to the first one. So
that was my argument.
Yeah, dude, fucking literally has more balls than the first one. And the fucking line.
Wait, which one has the split penis? Is that this one or the next?
No, that's the third one.
That's the next
one. But
one,
it's the crushed balls in the vice. It has more balls, literally. Guys like it tight, right? I laughed at that.
I mean, I will say again, this one it's a torture gore film, essentially what it is on both ends. Her being tortured and then her revenge is pretty fucking. It's actually filthy gross, like gaggable. I totally agree, man.
It's
like
fucking disgusting.
Like the toilet is absolutely vile shit, man. Like the balls in the vice, dude. Like that scene goes on for so long. Like she must have turned that thing like 8 or 9 times. I'm like, Jesus Christ, man.
This director loves to fucking torture us.
Yeah, it's just straight torture. I mean, this guy obviously was a fan of like Saw films and shit because that's essentially what he did with these. So, I don't know, man. But it definitely does have the same atmosphere, the same kind of tone as the remake for sure.
Yeah, this one's nasty. It's depressing too.
It makes me sick. But I don't hate it.
I enjoyed my night of watching. Like I watched one of these every night. I thoroughly enjoyed this experience, and I don't know what that says about me, but this one. I remember when I got to this one, I was just like, "Geez, we're going here. Like this is nasty."
You know what else pisses me off about this movie? Like I get, she goes after the, the brothers and shit like that, ties them up and tortures and stuff like that. But what it all comes down to is that the one person I think is the most vile person in the film fucking doesn't die.
Yeah,
I think the payoff is so brutal in this because, the balls and all the shit that she's doing is great. It's fine. But the bitch doesn't fucking die, man. The one that completely fucking set her up again, That shit drives me fucking nuts. I don't know why he would even do that. Like, why would you put that into the story? That she lives.
I think the cop should have killed her. I think the cop should have killed her at the end.
See, that's not satisfying at all. I
don't
like. I think some of the main because she goes after the sympathetic character and he has them tied up and she does all that crazy shit and she fucks the other guy up with the vice and the balls and stuff. But then she puts that bitch into the box and locks it and shit like that, but she never get a chance to kill her. And so I'm just like, oh my god, it's just so unsatisfying to me, man. I mean, she's went through all this shit, man. At least satisfy the viewer by having her get killed. I mean, if the cops had killed, that would have been even worse to myself, man. I don't know. I really don't like the way that shit plays out at all. Fucking like honestly annoyed the living shit out of me. I'm like, no way.
Mm-hmm. At that time, I was probably happy the 1 hour and 48 minute runtime was coming to an end.
Right? If you're going to run the movie an hour and 48 minutes, man, at least kill the bitch. Come on. Give me some fucking
I can't even remember what you're talking about.
That's
so weird.
The girl that brought her back from the police station?
Yeah.
Well,
I don't remember what happened to her.
Nothing. She ends up putting her in a box and then she doesn't die. She doesn't get a chance to kill her. Because the cop comes in and breaks it up.
Oh, dude, yeah.
Dude, we just watched these
movies. They're running together. All of them are running together.
But anyways, the point is that the cop busts that shit up and she doesn't get a chance to kill her. But the way all that shit plays out is just horrendously bad. I don't get that. They should have buried her in the ground and left her.
One thing positive about this dude is he doesn't film the rape scenes in any sexualized way at all. They're really gross. Both movies.
It's not sexual. It's not. It's just. It's pure torture.
It's miserable, but
it's just torture rape, and I'm just like, oh my god, like I'm not getting anything out of this, man. Not like I'm trying to be aroused by watching rape films.
You're telling me you didn't have your sandpaper handy?
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, sandpaper for a handy.
I mean, that's what he's expecting people to do, jerk off with sandpaper while watching this fucking.
It's just guys holding devil horns up like fucking metal, man. It's fucking metal.
I was disappointed, like honestly, with the rape too. I mean, if you're gonna make this type of a gross out, violent gore film, I mean, I get it with the ass shit, but I mean, it's just more shit being shoved up dudes' asses. The kills.
I'm okay with this.
The kills aren't even that creative. I mean, she tortures. The balls are not bad, but what she does
is a great kill.
But what she does with the other brother, ties him up and shit.
I love the balls. What?
I don't really think it's that great, man. Honestly, it's very disappointing. It's very disappointing. I mean, if you're going to take that route, and I can accept it because this is, it's its own narrative. You can do what you want and stuff, but I just don't think the payoff's that great in this at all.
I'm good with it.
I don't hate it.
I don't think
I'll
it's
never
amazing.
watch it again.
I will. 100%.
I actually liked this a little bit more when I first saw it when it came out. This is only the second time I've ever seen it before, and I was like,
I thought you
thoroughly
liked this. I couldn't remember if it was this one or the third one you said that you liked before, but I couldn't.
This was the only first time watch for me. This was the only first time watch.
Why'd you watch? Wait, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Why'd you watch 3?
Who gives a fuck? Just felt like watching it one day when it came out.
It's probably because it's a direct sequel to the first one.
It bothers me.
I thought it was funny when I watched 3 over 2. I was like, because I don't really give a shit about this series.
Wait, when you saw 3 over 2, did you think that there was like another film with her in between?
I knew 2 was
like,
unrelated.
I wonder what happened there.
I know 2 was unrelated.
Oh, okay.
I had it, and it didn't have her on the cover, so I was like, eh.
Are we ready for it? Didn't. Are any of these bitches the real bitches on the cover?
I don't know.
All
the
right,
other one has a different girl though. I like this girl in the first. I like this girl better, I think, than the first one.
I
no, this girl really went for it too.
I like her.
Yeah, she's actually not bad in the film. That's definitely the one point I actually did like about the movie. I thought she was pretty good.
I think the casting of all the girls. I think the highlight of all of the films is the casting of the lead female, over pretty much any other of the characters.
I'm good to rate this, right? I'm up.
Yep.
Yes, you are up.
I think the acting's a little better than the remake in this all around. Maybe some's a little worse, but I don't hate it. 6 out of 10.
All right. I don't hate it, and I really like it. I think that it's different than the first one, the first remake, or the last one we talked about. But I hated the whole thing with the woman and her being involved. It's so lame. That actually bumped a half point off for me right there. But I like how shitty this one made me feel, and just the atmosphere of how shitty it is. I think,
dude, just go drink a bunch of booze and get a nasty hangover. You want to feel shitty, man. Don't
have a 12-pack of Natty Ice.
I spit on your hostel.
Carly gets thinks I'm weird too, because I like things that depress me, and
I do too, but only.
I don't know. It makes me feel alive or something. I don't know.
I said the same thing to somebody yesterday.
Really?
Okay, you guys are fucking freaking me out right now, man. Stop.
I said this is fucked up, but I'm going to say it. I said sometimes. I'm not going to say it. Pass it.
You guys are really, honestly freaking me out right now. This is fucking weird conversation.
Because we're dead inside. Because we grew up in fucking the Midwest. It's a miserable fucking place.
Yeah. So movies that make me feel like shit, I kind of dig them sometimes, and this one, it's because it's so fucking gross too. It's nasty, it's dirty. I was like, actually, this is what can we do to make I Spit on Your Grave a little bit worse? It's like, well, cover it in shit, and there we go. And it's like, okay.
That's the 10-out thing. How can we make this worse? Cover it in shit. Shit makes everything worse.
It's true, right? No matter what you're doing, how can we make it worse? You just cover it in shit. So, yeah.
It's like eating Little Caesars. How can we make this worse? Cover it in shit.
It would be worse, am I right? Name one thing that wouldn't be worse. But so yeah, I really like this one. I give it a 7.5 out of 10. A little bit less than the remake, but it's still up there.
What did you give it? 7.5?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I don't know, man. I spit on your hostel, man. This movie is just straight up.
Why not I Hostel on Your Grave?
It just feels like Hostel movie, man. I mean, you take it to Bulgaria, man. He's got these kind of. It's kind of funny, right? I think the main actor in this is actually from England too. So this movie it's like an American production that doesn't have any Americans in it. It's so strange.
Taking our jobs.
Right? Yeah, stealing all the jobs. I mean, this movie essentially is just a straight out gross out film. Straight up gross out. It's about the gore, violence, ridiculous scenarios and shit. But it just has so many stupid moments in it. Like I said, I can't fucking stand the fact, this woman apparently from the embassy or the shelter and stuff that, brings her back. Like, I don't know if that's supposed to be a mystery to us when she's taken her, because it's so poorly fucking done. And I hate that whole angle with the police and stuff, how he didn't I don't know. I just find it absolutely ridiculous. It is pure gaggable. And I honestly don't think that a lot of the kills in this are actually even that great. I mean, the dunking in the toilet, it's not a good kill. It's just gross. Right, the balls is decent, but the other kills, like the torture the balls. Well, I mean, that's pretty brutal. I mean, it's hard to watch.
You like
because
the balls.
At least
so you do like balls then.
Yeah, I like balls. Yeah.
So you're liking the balls?
I like the balls. Yeah.
You want the more the balls?
Yeah. I mean, that's uncomfortable. I mean, at least it was a little bit. I don't want to say fully original, but at least they actually showed the guy's dick and balls in the vice, so it actually added this element of like, oh my god, this is really fucking hard to watch. But I just think that the dude, or the part where they shove the fucking the pole up the dude's ass and hit it with the sledgehammer. So it's already been done. He literally already done this in the first film with the shotgun up the ass and stuff. And I was like, okay, man. I mean, if you're gonna make this type of film, the point of the kills right now is to be original, not just straight up gross and stuff. So it kind of loses me there. But this one overall is just ridiculous. I have so many questions with certain things. I don't think it's the worst film ever made. At least it has that right tone to it. It definitely has the right look and tone to it. But I'm coming in at a 5. I just can't get behind this one. I'm not a big fan of it at all.
So you actually like this one a little less than the remake?
Yeah.
Me too.
A little bit less, for sure.
So that was I Spit on Your Grave 2, which actually made $500,000 at the Russian box office.
Wow.
And made $809 domestically.
Good.
809.
That's great.
What was the budget on it?
I don't know the budget, but it made $809 at the box office.
It made so much money in Russia.
Wow, that's
it made a lot in Russia though. It made $500,000, which the first one's budget, the first remake was $2 million. So this one maybe was I assume a little less, right?
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah. So maybe $1 million.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, that's I Spit on Your Grave 2 from 2013.
Why'd you change your name?
I didn't want to be Jennifer Hills anymore.
I really think that it would help you to spend some time around people who share your experience.
I don't know where to go. I don't know what to do.
He must be stopped, and he must be punished.
Alrighty, so moving into 2015 with I Spit on Your Grave 3, Vengeance is Mine. I actually think this movie is kind of interestingly titled because it's actually a scene that we didn't talk about in the sequel. The scene where our main character actually goes to the church and she's like, asking God to forgive her for what she's about to do and stuff. And she's reading scripture from the Bible, and the scripture that she actually leaves open for the priest to find is actually where it says, "Vengeance is mine."
And that was playing to the original one too. Yeah.
Yeah. So then they fucking, yeah. Of course. But that's cool.
This movie takes place in the Death Wish hobo with a shotgun world. This is not the same world as the first two I Spit on Your Grave movies. This is straight up Charlie Bronson Death Wish world.
Okay, so you've seen Act of Vengeance before, right? Like AKA Rape Squad? Okay, from 1974.
Good movie.
So when I first watched this movie when it came out in 2015, I thought that's exactly where this one was going. Right, with her going into these groups, and I thought that they were going to form like this rape squad and go out and stuff. So it kind of has that like potential for the same narrative as that, but it totally just goes off and does its own thing. But I don't know if you even thought that, but I thought for sure that's where it was going. So
no, it has that kind of ladies' club Act of Vengeance deal.
Yeah, I mean, but synopsis on this one: Jennifer is still haunted by the memory of being gang raped and almost killed years ago. At her therapist's advice, she joins group therapy and meets similar women. She befriends one, and they want more than just talk. Vengeance, justice, whatever.
Shitty synopsis.
Yeah, it's terrible. So yeah,
this movie,
like we said, this is a direct sequel to the remake, of course, starring Jennifer again in this one, aka Sarah Butler. Which was cool, man. I'm glad that they actually made a sequel to that, like directly, because
I think what is refreshing about this one is like
the narrative
it
changes.
just is. Yeah, it's like it took so many films to do something not, the same blueprint.
I think that's why this one sucks me in, because it's like completely different. I actually really enjoy that they made a sequel that just wasn't the same fucking rehash shit. And, I mean, it kind of works for myself. I think this one's actually kind of fun.
It's over the top and ridiculous.
Yeah.
And it plays into stupidity like none of the other ones do. The other ones take themselves way too seriously, like the first two, which they should for what they are.
Yeah.
But this one somehow develops a plot where they can be silly with it and over the top, and it works. Like I said, like it's in a fucking crazy Death Wish 2 or 3 or a Hobo with a Shotgun world where every man's a fucking pervert and they all need to be taken out.
But it also has this sort of different quality to it where it's also kind of about what happens once you integrate back in society after something like that, where it like she at first she's just kind of lost, right? Like she's like, where do I go from here type thing. So she joins the groups, and then this stuff kind of happens.
Well, her therapist actually suggests that she goes, because she actually doesn't want to go, right? So it's kind of like a request from her therapist to tell her to go into a group situation and talk about it.
Guys, I think she's better in this. I think she's better in this movie.
What do you mean? No, her therapist.
That
therapist
is not. That's the end.
Huh?
Well, that the end kind of, because the end is that she's in prison the whole time that she's telling this story.
I didn't gather that. I gathered that she was back in the therapist's office. And she kept going to her.
No, she wasn't in jail the whole time in this movie.
No,
she wasn't.
No,
she's on and off at the therapist.
No, that's kind of the twist at the end, because at the end she ends up going to jail, and then she ends up on the same fucking couch that she was before, and then she
wouldn't happen.
And then she snaps shit. And actually, one of the cool scenes in the film is when she snaps shit at the end of the film, and which is actually not a dream sequence, which. I've always had my issues with dream sequences and stuff, but this one doesn't really bother me with it because it is haunting, and I can see somebody actually suffering from, having these type of visions and daydreams and nightmares and shit from, these horrific things that have happened in your past and stuff. But yeah, so like the beginning of the film, she's at a therapist, which she's brought herself to go see a therapist because, she's obviously dealing with some shit, but then the therapist recommends that she goes into a group setting and talks about her issues with other people, because when you talk to people that have been directly affected with the same issues that you've had in your past, it's a totally different thing, man. Like, I mean, I know people that have been in...
It makes you feel not alone.
It does. And it's actually a really good thing. Like, one-on-one with someone that doesn't understand exactly what you're talking about isn't really the same thing. Like, I know people that have been in AA, NA, and all these types of things and stuff, and they're like, it actually does fucking help when you talk to regular people with the same problems as you. So, yeah, I mean, it makes sense where they take this narrative, because she's completely struggling with it, for sure. And I mean, actually at this point, she's even changed her name in society. Like, she was Jennifer Hills, obviously. Now she's going by just Angela, because she really does want to kind of escape that.
Well, also she's running from murder.
Yeah,
charges.
She is. Yeah, she definitely is. Yeah.
The highlight for this movie for me is Oscar Koza. Dude, I love that guy so much in a group meeting. I think his acting's great. I think his whole story arc is really entertaining and interesting. And I actually like all the side characters. Like her friend Marla's really good. The police detective I really like. The female one. She's in something else too, isn't she? The female police detective.
Yeah.
I've definitely seen her.
She has a great look too. I love how she looks.
Yeah.
How her demeanor and everything. I think the acting's really fun in this. And like I said, this movie can get away with the stupid shit because it doesn't ever feel 100% serious.
Yeah, like I said, it's
goofy.
I feel like this one was trying to go in the same direction as Act of Vengeance from 1974, but it doesn't take that approach. JP, I don't know if you've seen that one before, but I
haven't.
It's basically about this group of girls that share the same issue. They've all been raped and stuff, and they form this squad called the Rape Squad. And they go out and they fucking just vigilante on people that, have committed crimes.
And they're after one guy.
And they're after one guy who actually looks like Jason. He wears a fucking Jason mask. And this is 1974. It's crazy.
Ladies Club is the same plot, and so is A Gun for Jennifer is also similar. Okay. They're all similar plots.
Okay, so I haven't seen A Gun for Jennifer, but I thought this one was going when I first seen it. I was like, oh shit, she's in this group. And then she meets this friend who is obviously there for the same reason. She has this abusive boyfriend, he raped her, blah, blah, blah. But then it doesn't go that same direction, because they kind of they kind of form this alliance where they start fucking with people and stuff, which I think is really goofy in the narrative that they start like messing
fun.
It's fun too because they're out in the streets and they're messing with this old man. This old man starts pissing on himself and it's just ridiculous.
It's so
like,
stupid.
But then, you know, right away, like her friend, I think it's Martha, is her name. Marla, and she ends up getting killed. Like also, which is kind of weird in the narrative too, like how it happens. It just happens so suddenly. Like we actually don't get to see it happen. Like she shows up at therapy and Marla doesn't show up, and they're like, holy shit, like this, she got killed, and then that's when the whole kind of situation changes and stuff. But I really like the way this one develops, man. I think this is by far the best one in the trilogy, hands down.
I agree.
Yeah,
I'm glad you guys liked it. I'm surprised. I thought you guys were going to laugh in my face for liking this movie.
I just like this pure thing, you know. I mean, it's kind of silly in narrative where obviously, you know, where people are talking about their problems in a group setting, and the people that they're talking about and shit start getting picked off and dying one by one and shit. Of course, the police are going to go and investigate right away, and someone is the suspect, right? It's kind of ridiculous in that narrative.
The only thing I had issue with that whole police thing is there's no way they would go into a group and talk to everybody at once.
Probably not.
They would grab one by one.
Yeah.
They would never do that.
Yeah,
dude. When she keeps mispronouncing his name, Koska, and he's like, it's Koska.
Yeah.
I was dying. I was laughing so hard. Because he reminds me of like a Charlie Cheswick from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Because he's like little and neurotic and loud.
Yeah.
He reminds me of that. Like he's got a nervous disorder. And this is also the first time that Jennifer Hills or in any of the I Spit on Your Grave movies where someone has to really not have to pay for the revenge. Because somebody suffers because of what she's done that doesn't deserve it. And it's her fault. Yeah, it's her fault.
Yeah, when he slit his wrist like that, dude. Oh man, I got total flashbacks to that suicide that I saw, and dude, like it even kind of looked like the same. It was kind of weird, man. It looked like it was down like that, and it looked very similar.
That's a weird part in the narrative too, like trying to explain that away because you know, I mean. It's never really shown to us that he knew that, you know, that she was doing the killings and stuff like that, and he just kind of
knew though.
But he knew. But he had to have, right? Because
that conversation they have, remember that conversation they have outside when he talks about.
Oh yeah, I guess it's kind of implied. Yeah, he just kind of figures it out. But I mean, he does take a pretty big gamble that it actually. I don't know.
It's one of those two. They know, like everybody thinks it's one of those two, and he's thinking, "Man, I know it's not me, so it must be you."
Yeah, well, and also after she goes to find the person.
Well, it's because they were the obvious suspects too, right? So
yeah. He also feels bad because he never did nothing, and she did.
Yeah, so he almost looks at it as his chance to finally do something and to like help her out.
Actually, it was repaying her by you know admitting to the crimes because you know he felt like such a pussy for not actually avenging his daughter's rape, which is kind of cool. It actually is.
That's a good monologue he has. It's a good monologue.
It is.
It is.
You know,
and honestly, the big dude at the gym, bro.
The fucking juice monkey,
that guy
man.
was scary as fuck, man.
Juice monkey, man. Hardcore.
Like, dude, he was scary. Like when it goes bad for her and he just manhandles her so easy and he just huge. Like that guy is scary.
I kind of like that scene because it shows like, you know, it doesn't portray her as this like fucking superhero type killer, you know, type deal where she really just doesn't know what she's doing because she approaches that situation.
Most people aren't going to get whooped by it. They're not going to be able to stop that guy.
Right? Right? Yeah. And she doesn't. Like, she only survives because of the cops, right? But
yeah, that guy could have raped us if he wanted to, really. Let's, you know what I mean?
100%.
Like, let alone a 110-pound girl. I mean, it's not... At that point, that guy's so big that 100 pounds doesn't matter. Like, you know what I mean? Exactly. If you're 220, you're like you're getting fucked.
She's got balls for attempting it though. That was pretty crazy.
Yeah, no, fuck that guy. He deserved to die. She'd killed a bunch before. She's got a better shot than us, probably.
Yeah.
And then I don't know, the little girl like really got to me where she's in the group and stuff. Man, that was fucked up.
Dude, I love that shit, man. I love that shit because it's very powerful, man. She's sitting there, like, and her acting was really good. Like, she's sitting there bawling about, you know, mom can hear it, but she won't admit that daddy's been raping me and shit like that. Can you imagine?
You know that shit happens a lot.
Oh,
man.
exactly, man. There's so many people that just play that denial card, man. They're like, nope, that shit ain't happening, kind of. But they know, they just will never admit it. But I like the fact
everything.
Have you seen Abducted in Plain Sight?
Yeah. And it fucking.
This is just kid stuff.
It builds up in it, man. I love that, man. And she. You know, she does that guy pretty brutal too, man.
Dude, all right, if me and my buddy are sitting in a fucking car and he's like, hey man, he has his dick, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, even anybody, gay, straight, or what got bisexual, somebody whips out their dick and they're like, hey man, give me some relief. But get the fuck out of my car right now. Wouldn't you? What the fuck is wrong with you? Out of nowhere? Like, what are you doing? I can't, that makes no sense.
Dude. That's one of those things where you're like, you start thinking about all the movies that you thought like, oh, that would never happen, and you're like, fuck, real life is sometimes more unrealistic.
Truth is stranger than fiction. That's
right,
the truth,
exactly.
Man. That's the truth.
But this. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say sorry. I cut Moods off about that, and I was gonna say, what were you saying, Moods?
I don't remember now. Sorry.
It was about the little girl, wasn't it? The little girl.
Oh yeah. I like that whole part of the narrative, man, because she comes off as like super believable. Her acting's awesome and stuff. But I mean, could you imagine sitting in those therapy sessions not wanting to fucking murder this motherfucker?
No,
dude, you echoed my thoughts exactly. Like
it works.
It would
perfectly.
be really hard for me to sit back and like, dude, you like. Especially when they get away, right? Where you want to believe that like they're gonna pay for the shit and they get away. Like it's you know, murder is bad and stuff like that. But like I think that's why as humans, like the fantasy of like just these movies where like they do just get the actual punishment, it feels good because it's like fuck these assholes, these scumbags, like you know, rapists. That's
why Charles Bronson's everybody's hero.
Exactly.
Yeah, man. I mean,
the law ain't gonna do nothing. I will.
That scene where she kills the fucking dad, which is pretty brutal.
Nasty.
It's a brutal scene, but I just kept thinking to myself, I'm like, man, she should fucking go kill the mom too for knowing about this shit and letting it happen to her fucking daughter.
Hey, natural born killers. You never did nothing. Burns the mom too.
You know, I mean, it would have been extreme to, you know, pull that in, you know, into the movie, but at the same time, it runs through your mind a little bit. It's like, because the girl cries about it. You know, she blatantly makes a point of it, and she's disturbed by it. She's like, well, she knows that it's happening. Mm-hmm. You know, I honestly wish that they had it fucking just thrown in there, like kill the mom too. But I think one of the biggest missteps in the movie for myself, though, I understand it's, you know, it's Angela fucking going, kind of losing her mind a little bit. She's really caught up.
Yeah, she definitely goes crazy.
She goes crazy. She gets caught up in this vigilanteism, and then she kind of takes it one step further by really kind of using her daydreams as you know, as a projection, basically, to go out and, you know, kill people that really didn't have anything to do with, you know, rape and shit like that. And I think it's kind of it's.
Are you talking about the dude that's like catcalling her?
Like out in the street when she dresses up in that red outfit and stuff, and she basically baits that guy in. And
is that the one that the Chico or whatever?
Yeah. She basically baits this guy in, you know, and fucking.
He looks so familiar to me. Like I feel like I've seen that guy before.
Like that scene, man, where she's like, man, I'll suck your dick. She gets on her knees and opens her mouth. I was like, oh my God, that's like fucking crazy exploitive, man. It's awesome. But man, she looks sexy as shit in that dress too. But that whole scene is just like her losing her fucking mind and trying to, you know, take out motherfucker. Even though this guy was literally wanted nothing to do with her, right? So, but it's still entertaining nevertheless. But
dude, Miss 45 would have wasted all those guys right on the spot.
For sure.
Miss 45 is the best.
You know, generally I don't even like movies with like a lot of like daydreams and flashbacks to, you know, previous movies and shit like that. But this one didn't really bother me. I guess it's because you get caught up in what her mentality would actually be like. I mean, I've never been raped, but I can't imagine, you know, you being very normal after. It would haunt you for a long time and shit. So I understand, like when you're running in the park and you see a group of people, like you're automatically gonna think that they're gonna do some harm to you or some shit like that. I get that aspect of it and stuff, and I get the whole psychological effect it's having on her in the film and stuff. So I call that a misstep, but I also, you know, I think it's more because it's a little bit goofy the way it plays out. Like she gets on her knees and fucking, you know, asks him, you know, to put his cock in her mouth and shit. But that's a brutal fucking scene too, man.
Even the investigations and stuff in this one, like the dialogue's written pretty well. Like the lead investigator is like trying to get her to confess by saying like, you know, I understand why you did this, and I understand you know, like it would be hard for me not to do the same thing and stuff like that. And I watch a lot of true crime stuff, and that is a lot of tactics that they use a lot, where they try to, you know, justify it with them so that they confess it.
Yeah. I like the scene when she, after the juice monkey fucking, she has that run-in with the juice monkey. Now they pretty much say, they've got her kind of thing, right? And like, what were you doing down there? Oh, I was checking out a gym on 17th, and like, why did you have, this lighter fluid on you? And stuff. Well, I was returning it. Well, why? Because it was the wrong kind. But why was it open? Well, it's because I had tried it out.
I didn't realize it was the wrong kind.
Yeah, I didn't realize, so I tried it out. So it was open. Like,
she had some quick answers for that stuff.
But her act, it was great because she's pulling it off, though, man. She's not breaking. Yeah. She's not breaking at all. She's not like changing her expression. She's really focused on how she's answering. I'm like, man, it's actually not bad, even though it's completely unbelievable, and she knows that she's not believing her too, but she's holding her ground and shit. And I was like, that's pretty awesome. It doesn't matter
if you just have circumstantial evidence.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's hard to get a conviction with just circumstantial stuff, and that's why they're pressuring her more and more. And I like the amount of like forensic files and different shit that I watch.
She did have a picture.
Insane.
She had a picture of the girl, and shit like that.
Yeah,
so,
but that doesn't really even help her that much there, because that's not her crime, that she's investigating. So she needs a confession or some kind of solid proof other than just like you were there type thing and you had stuff. Because just because you have lighter fluid in your purse, although it doesn't look good, it's not proof that you've committed any type of crime.
Charles Bronson doesn't need evidence. Didn't you ever watch 10 to Midnight?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. Yep. He's like, I don't need evidence. I had a good feeling. He was masturbating. I said it all the time. I'm like this. Yeah. He's guilty. He was masturbating. it's great. At 10 to Midnight. And no proof. He just saw the dude's jerk off machine.
Dude, I fucking forgot about that shit. It's so funny. Oh my god.
I feel like Charles Bronson, if you just switch out the girl and take out like the section, dude, this is like a Death Wish movie. Like it is. That's why I love it.
Mm-hmm.
Like those later ones that are just nonsense, where every guy's just around the corner with like drooling.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Except for the detective, right?
I love the detective. Both the detectives are good. Like I like the one female one too. Like I said, her demeanor's perfect.
Yes. And also you had the lead, the dude with the daughter who committed suicide. He's not a dick either. So there's a couple of
I'm exaggerating a little bit, but I like most of the people in the movie actually. Yeah. Marla's great too. I love the relationship with them when they kind of like go on their crazy spree and shit. It's very funny.
Mm-hmm.
They're like fucking with the dude in the store.
Yeah.
Because he brushes up against her.
Yeah. And she has the fantasy.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they actually.
I like how she goes to lift the sledge and can't even lift it. It's funny.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of PC comments in here too. Like they make fun of PC culture and shit when they're drinking.
Yeah, which I'm a fan of.
I mean, at the time, this is a couple of years back, isn't it? 2000. What year was this one?
15.
Oh wow, yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, you know what's crazy? I was thinking that the other day. Like, I can't believe that the first remake is already 10 years old. It's nuts.
They don't want it, man.
Yeah. So
the kills are nasty. The dick splicing. Jesus.
The dick splicing was great.
There's only like 2 or 3 big kills in the movie, actually.
Yeah, the dick slicing is fucking brutal, man. But
I had it come so bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy how brutal that kill that kill is, because that was the dude that eventually had killed Marla, I guess.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, she'd only known her for a couple weeks, and it's like she knew her all her life, kind of thing, right? And just to put that much fucking that much
and the
brutalization
gym dude,
into it.
The gym dude was the one that raped dude's daughter, right?
Yeah.
The one that killed her. Yeah, shit, I would kill myself too if that dude raped me.
Yeah.
And got away with it.
I would just like get his protein shake and put fucking arsenic in it. Drink that, you fuck.
Where do you get arsenic?
I'll just order it on eBay.
Oh.
I'll just put a bunch of mercury in there. I'll throw something in there.
I saw one Forensic Files where they put what's the stuff? Radiator fluid.
Ooh.
Yeah, this guy was poisoning his wife with radiator fluid for like a couple.
Don't let me work on my car, you stupid bitch. I'll show you.
Because it's really hard to detect. In the like.
What color's radiator fluid?
It's like
yellow.
Yeah, but it's also it's like
odorless?
It's like kind of sweet or something.
Oh, like antifreeze.
But maybe it was antifreeze. It was
antifreeze is sweet.
Yeah, but
people give it to cats.
It's also hard to detect in the toxicology reports.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so
this coffee tastes sweet. No, baby, it's just you.
Got anything else?
I ain't got much on it. I like it.
Goods?
No, I'm good. I'm good. We can do some ratings on it.
Is it back to me?
I went last time.
Yeah, it is you. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I like this one a lot. It was so refreshing to get a different narrative after 4 films straight of the same story. It was like, wow, this one actually has something different to say and go on. And I like that. So I'm coming in at an 8 out of 10.
Oh, is it my turn? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I really enjoyed this too, man. It's just a really decent direct sequel to the remake, man. It takes a totally different angle. I love the narrative in this. I think I completely agree with Dave, man. I like how the narrative is a little bit goofy. It's kind of set in this like offbeat kind of bizarre world a little bit, man. It's just got a great tone to it, man. It's got some pretty good kills in it. I think what's her name? I always fucking forget her name. Sarah Butler is actually really good in this, man. I think that she really steps up her game acting wise in this and kind of pulls it off. I think she actually kind of pulls it off. But there's just a lot of really great memorable scenes in this. And the end scene in the film is just fantastic, man. It's like one of the best scenes in the film. It's pretty awesome. The fact that she turns that sign that says rapist, or the sign that says therapist into rapist at the end is fucking amazing, dude. That is so awesome. I love that shit. I'm also in at an 8 out of 10 on this one also. Thought it was fantastic.
All right. I was at a 7, but I'm going to bump it up to a 7.5. I enjoyed the conversation we had. It's a lot of fun and surprising. It's a surprising kind of like thing you wouldn't expect to be this good. Let's be honest. Like I said, the Sarah Butler in the first one, her acting is not nearly as good as this. Mm-hmm. It just goes to show me that it's probably the direction of the director not really knowing how to handle actors, because those actors in that movie, in the first I Spit on Your Grave remake, they're not poor actors in other stuff, really. You see them pop up into some other stuff and they're fine. I think it's the director just not know how to control his actors.
Yeah.
Or he's having them overact in the wrong spots and not pulling them back, because she's really good in this. So 7.5 out of 10.
But it's just like, everything about it, right? The tone, the just the direction, like everything, acting, like everything combined.
It's a perfect kind of exploitation movie.
Yeah, like if you watch this one directly after the first one, it's like fucking, it's like a sequel to it, but it's totally fucking different. And it just, to me, it comes off way better in all aspects, man. I think it's really, really good. I like the psychological aspect of it too, man. Which works for me. And that generally doesn't. I always complain about dream sequences and stupid shit like that, but this one seems to work because it makes sense in the narrative, right? Yeah. So that is I Spit on Your Grave 3, Vengeance is Mine from 2015.
Well, that was nice. We got to meet in the middle of the day. Where'd you park?
Excuse me, ma'am. Aren't you Jennifer Hill?
The one and only.
All right. So moving into the final film in the franchise from 2019, I Spit on Your Grave, Deja Vu, aka,
which is a good title.
Deja Vu should be called Deja Vu, right?
But the title is good. Deja
Vu actually does make a little bit of sense. Directed by Mir Sarchi. We already talked about that. Let's get into a quick little synopsis. Oh, wow, this is really short. Cinema's top lethal lady, like Vengeance returns. What the fuck? No, I can't. That's not even a synopsis. Okay. Did you? It said Cinema's
read it.
Wait, say
Cinema's top lethal lady, Vengeance returns in the most anticipated sequel of all time. That is not a synopsis.
I like it. Let's roll with it. All right. Ratings?
Okay, well, whatever. We'll just leave it at that. So, I mean, the setup in the film. It's taking place in real time. It's 40 years later. And our lead character, played by Camille Keaton, is back in this one. Jennifer Hills is now a super famous author, and she's wrote about, basically she's wrote about her memoirs. She wrote about the incident that happened 40 years previous to her.
She's 40 years to write that?
I guess.
That's what I was saying. I was like, is this supposed to be like an older book that she wrote, but I guess not because she's like still doing the signings and stuff. It's called I Spit on Their Graves.
Yeah. So I was actually confused about that too, because they said that she was a super famous writer. And I'm like, it took 40 years to get famous, or she was writing before this and then just decided to write this
we know
story
she
40
was
years
writing
later?
Before this.
Yeah. Okay.
Because of the first film.
Yeah, but she wasn't.
So I guess
she was
just successful and finally decided to put her story.
Yeah, I think maybe she might have. It's implied that she was waiting all these years to write this story. That 40 years later, kind of thing. Who knows? But anyways, and this is where the movie shits already on me, man. I'm like, what the fuck? So she is doing she's traveling around doing a book signing and stuff. She happens to be doing a signing in pretty much the same place that where the events of the first film happens.
No, it's not the same place. They state in the dialogue that they drove 3 hours to get to her.
Do they really? All of them?
Yeah. Yeah, the bad guys say that they drove 3 hours to get to her.
Okay, so then why does Herman live right there then?
They take her back
to that location, right?
They drive 3 hours, get her, and then they drive 3 hours back. But I'm glad they didn't show that because it was already too long.
Might have.
Did they? They drove 3 hours. Wow. Okay. So I just didn't see that in the fucking.
Was she driving on that?
I don't blame you for missing some of the dialogue.
That is so crazy. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So that makes a little bit more sense. Anyways. Yeah. So.
Because it would make no sense for her to sign in that town.
So
they also kidnap her daughter, right?
So essentially what has happened here, apparently the family members of the first victims have been planning this revenge forever. Specifically, what's her name? Becky. She was married to, I guess it would have been Johnny in the original film, which we actually do
not the same actress.
No, not the same actress, but she's, apparently she's the mastermind behind this this revenge against Jennifer all these years later and stuff. So they made it to this opportunity. So what they did, they eventually grabbed, some other family members, which I thought some of the family members was kind of odd.
Yeah, they don't seem like the right age. Did you guys notice all the pictures that they have of like the other characters that died in I Spit on Your Grave are just from stills from the movie?
Yeah, that's stupid. But
and the picture of Matthew on the table.
So the family members that are in contrast with our victims here are. So we got Matthew's father, Herman. Father. Okay. The old man in this is Matthew's father, and then we got Andy's cousin Scotty, which is a very strange thing because that actually doesn't make any sense in the story because this kid's like 20 years old. The events happened 40 years ago, and Scotty literally says in the film that he was really close with his cousin. He wouldn't even have been fucking born when this shit was going on. So that literally made no sense to me. Mm-hmm. We got Johnny's parents who make an appearance in the film, and then we got Matthew's grandmother, and
we have
I feel like they might be dead by now.
Stanley's brother Kevin, which actually kind of makes sense, but he doesn't look old enough even to be the brother, unless he was a way younger brother.
I want to say this right now.
Because if it was 40 years prior, I mean, and even if his brother was 10 or 12 or 50, he would be like way older, and he's not.
Kevin is the worst actor I've ever seen in my life.
Exactly.
That's the worst.
Which one's Kevin?
The worst performance I've ever seen.
Long hair.
Oh, I feel like he was trying to be Bill Moseley.
Exactly.
It was so bad I wanted to die.
This whole movie is trying to be the Devil's Rejects. In such a piss poor way, but you guys know what I'm saying.
I think, Kevin, what? I didn't put that together, but I think you might be right.
Kevin is definitely not the right age because these events were 40 years earlier. How old is
the lead?
Kevin looks 40, if 40. He could have been a baby, bro. I don't know, but these guys are in their 20s. The character ages in this just don't match up. Even the fucking
how old is the lead?
Even Becky, who is
Jamie?
Even Becky, who was married to fucking to Johnny, I'm thinking, 40 years prior, maybe in her early 20s, she would be in her mid 60s now. Does she look like she's in her mid 60s?
She might. I don't know.
She might be.
Maybe even 70s. Like this is fucking crazy.
How old is the lead though? Like
she's young enough that she's showing her fucking tits in this.
I mean, but she would be 40. Yeah.
And I gotta give it. I feel like the actors are dedicated to this, right?
The lead would be 40, right?
The lead who?
She would have to be 40.
The lead of the film. I don't know her name.
The model. I can't think of her name.
Yeah, she would be 40 because there is a reveal.
You think she looks 40? I can't tell. I'm not good with that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, she would have to be 40 based on the real time.
But do you think she would still be like the big model at 40?
No, they said that she's well, they said that she's kind of over the hill right now. She's just kind of going through the motions. But yeah, you're right.
Is she over the hills, perhaps?
Yeah, exactly. The models kind of end their careers at mid-20s. But anyways, yeah, all the ages in this are really the first thing you notice. You're like, none of this shit seems proper. It seems very, very odd to me. I don't know. I was just having issues with that right away.
The first thing I noticed? The fucking butcher knife in my fucking knife block because I wanted to cut my fucking wrist.
That's the thing with this film, man. Oh my god.
Honestly, it did not start too bad for me. I was like, okay. I was like, this is not. I mean, it's definitely a huge step down, but like, I was in utter shock that this thing kept going on. Like, I could not. It's like I seriously am confused on like the pacing of this movie is insane, but there is actually a lot that happens.
The editing's awful,
like
too.
Ridiculous. It's just like, why? I can't believe that this guy made that. Are you sure it's the same man?
I think the main problem with this movie is that you're right. There's okay. So you mentioned that there's a lot going on. There is actually a lot of things that are going on in this film, but the problem is that every one of those scenes is like fucking 2-3 minutes way too long.
Yeah.
It drags every scene. If you cinched up this movie and made it 90 minutes how it should be, because the narrative is very basic. It's an abduction, fucking murder, fucking rape, revenge film. It might have actually
thought that we were skipping the rape in this one. Like, I was like, oh, maybe this one's actually going to be the one that doesn't have rape.
No, because I mean, it's a little bit. I don't know if you go down the mean-spirited area, but yeah. So essentially, what happens is these four they abduct our two main characters, of course, Jennifer and her daughter, and basically shit goes down from there. I mean, dude, they should have called this one "I Spit on Your Grave." Yeah. They should, because like literally, because here's the problem with like, you know, the original, this being a sequel, is it literally betrays so much of the original. Like, nobody feels like they're actually playing the same character. Even Camille Keaton does not feel like she's playing Jennifer Hill. Oh, she's horrible in this too. Like,
she's not good.
Her dialogue, the way she spits her dialogue.
I felt bad, honestly.
I felt like shit. I was embarrassed for everybody in the movie.
I'm not gonna lie. I actually felt pretty relieved when she died.
Because I actually was kind of shocked that they did that. That was a surprise to me, especially the way they did it. It just like that is like really, I can understand if somebody else made this, like the guy that made Savage Vengeance did this, but like, you're the same person, you should have more respect for that character. To kill her off in this cheesy, over the top, ridiculous way. And honestly, the lead villain, I actually thought she was decent for an like low budget, like ridiculous, stupid movie, but like I have no fucking clue why she's in this and why this became that. You look at her acting credits and it's kind of insane. She's done so much low budget.
She's in Starry Eyes.
Yeah, she's done some good.
Yeah,
some
and she's good. She's good usually.
Too,
to be honest.
Yeah, and did you know she was a podcaster?
I don't think it's her fault.
She's overacting in this hardcore, though. I don't know if it was just the direction that she had or something, but I mean, all of them are overacting. They're all trying to be the Devil's Rejects, and it's so fucking irritating, man, in this film.
Dude, this movie is one of two things to me. It's actors trusting the director and getting fucked.
Yeah.
And it also feels like an 80-year-old man trying to sign into his fucking email address.
Right? It does, man.
It's just, he's out of touch.
Is that how old he would be now? 80?
Probably. It's so bad that it makes me question the integrity of the first movie. Like, he never understood a thing and got lucky.
Dude, he is 80. He would have been 80 when he made this.
Yeah.
It's just, fuck, man. I mean, the way they kill off Jennifer in this is like
insulting.
It is insulting.
It's insulting. It's horrible.
It's funny.
It's for shock value. That's why he did it like that too, I bet, because it's like, oh, you're not expecting this to happen, I'll do it like this.
I didn't.
I was like, holy fuck.
I think she couldn't run anymore. Do you see how slow she was running? She's she's like 70. Like, I felt she is a trooper again. She's barefoot running through the fucking cemetery, man. It's just a bad movie with bad direction and bad writing, and the script, it's all ham-fisted.
It was a bad
idea. Trying to make fun of religion in the South, and it just doesn't. Not
that
the
South thing was so, like, it just did not play.
And the ham-fisted religious shit they're trying to make fun of, like they won't even answer the door, dying outside a church, and she takes the fucking cross off. Get the fuck out of here.
So bad. Like the scene where she actually escapes when she's digging the fucking hole and stuff, and then she decides she's gonna like nail him with a fucking shovel, but she's moving so slow and decrepit and stuff, and like the whole scene kind of slows down, like the whole fucking movie does at once, you know, kind of thing. And she like gets out of there. I'm like, how the fuck? This is so unbelievable. Like that whole sequence is the worst shit I've ever seen. I'm like, oh my God, it's just so... I was embarrassed, dude, watching this shit.
And then throwing in Johnny's grandparents, who are clearly too young, right? I mean, they would have to be.
I didn't even worry. I didn't even think about the age fuck ups. I didn't even care. The movie's too bad.
Oh yeah, because I mean, Johnny was, you know, in his probably early 20s kind of thing. You know, whatever it was. 40 years later, he'd be 70s. You think? I mean, the grandparents would be over fucking 100. It's crazy. But honestly, dude, yes, all the ages in this are a fucking mess. I always notice stupid shit like that in films, man.
I noticed that like this is worse to me than what Chainsaw did.
It's just bad, dude.
Oh, it's way worse.
I can't take anything in the movie, even if it was even half decent. I'd be like, hey, the casting's all fucking wrong. The acting's atrocious. Every scene is going on way too damn long. The dialogue is fucking sandpaper on penis torture. Like
the editing's terrible.
The editing is. You're right.
You know what's not crazy? What's not bad? There's some actual good shots in this film.
The decapitation is fucking. The head looks so. Even from afar away, they didn't even show it up close, and it looked terrible.
There's no coverage.
It's just brutal, dude.
I actually thought that there were some good shots, though, dude.
There's a couple nature shots.
Who is the cinematographer?
That was what was fucking weird about it. I was like, this doesn't even match.
Who is the cinematographer? Because actually, the movie, like I watched, like obviously, like I had to. It actually didn't look that bad. I definitely will agree with that.
Editor's very poor.
Yeah, the editing.
Dude, I paid $23 for this Blu-ray that's burn on demand.
Disc.
Dude,
it's bare bones and it's burn on demand.
I took a picture and posted on my Instagram today and said, no, I'll never be buying Deja Vu. I took a picture of the 5 DVDs that I had. And I'm like, I'm fine with those.
Deja Vu.
Dude, I can't.
Deja Vu. Yep.
Honestly, it's probably like the worst purchase I've ever made.
Dude, and by the way, you don't even like to spend more than $10 or $15 on a Blu-ray, and you spent $23 on Deja Vu?
Fuck. I honestly,
shame on you. See that, right?
Here's the reason why.
Did you think I was exaggerating?
No. I really didn't think that it was going to be bad, but also I'm like, I knew that the price was never going to go down on it because it was a stupid fucking burn on demand.
Yeah, those are weird.
And I also know that I'm a stupid ass completist, that it would bother me if I didn't have it in my collection. And then on top of that, I spent rewards points on it, so I technically only paid $3 myself. But
oh my God, I'm so stupid. I even have it written down that they drove to get her. Fuck, I'm so stupid. I am so dumb.
Another thing that bothered me, and this on a decent movie, I would excuse this, but I'm already just annoyed at everything. But like the location does not seem remotely the same.
No, it doesn't. And you know what else? Kind of yeah, exactly. Okay, going back to that, I'm thinking to myself, okay, Herman's little house looked pretty damn good. He had a nice bowl of fruit. Everything was all clean and tidy. I'm like, that's not the projection that was made in the original film and shit. It was like dungy, dirty. Like these guys were low class, fucking living in trailer type shit. Sorry if I offended anybody out there at that. But anyways, my point is when they show his place, it's like, he's all like pretty clean and fucking, you know, he's got like literally bowls of fucking fresh fruit on his counter. I'm like, how many fucking hillbillies have that? I'm whatever.
Dude, what I'm confused by is how the fuck did they get Woody Harrelson to play Herman?
Right?
It looked like Woody Harrelson meets Lurch.
Dude, the scene where the daughter, Christy, escapes the van by saying she has to pee, and then like she throws her like bra and underwear like over the, like I was like, what the fuck are they doing? I was like, that scene makes no sense.
They're trying to recreate shit from the first one, but don't understand what happened in the first one anymore. Nothing makes sense.
Was he actually driving her back to New York?
I think he was.
Because I kept thinking to myself, I'm like, did I miss something? And he actually was driving her back to New York at that time. And I'm like, this is fucked. It just seems so weird to me that they would do some shit to the mom and then drive her to New York and drop her off like what, she wasn't going to come back with the cops or do something like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
It wasn't thought out very well, was it? Like,
I don't understand that whole thing either. Like,
No.
why? Because she says like that she wasn't involved in this, and I'm like, why do you care?
but you're not going to let her go because she's still a witness.
The whole idea
I mean,
of this movie
technically
is
she's
violence
upset, though.
breeds violence. You know, revenge. You can't. It never stops, and this movie never stops. So it's
So the
fucking
whole
awful.
rape,
I
so the
was
whole
an
rape
hour
is actually
into
caused by her, escaping the van. And
She didn't want her mom to die. She's gonna go back for her mom.
Of course. But man, that scene, JP's right, man. When she throws the bra and panties in there and shit, I was like, what?
Makes no sense.
No.
It's designed poorly. Like, I'm like, what, she's like, what on the other side of the tree? Damn it!
Right?
Like what? And then also you have she gives this line of she gives this whole dialogue thing where she's like, no, my mom will be fine. You don't know my mom. Like, she's gonna be like fine and she'll get out of this. And I'm like, well, she did, but then like she did. Like, I was like, that seemed kind of stupid to write in there because like you made her seem like this amazing person, which she was in the original, for how she got took back the power, and then she just gets killed off in like the lamest fucking way ever with her throat being slit and some shitty effects after she escaped for a long time
In a
And
church.
didn't use the gun.
In a church.
The fucking gun. She could have shot her so easily.
I know.
Yeah.
I was just about to say, like, and she has the opportunity to possibly shoot her, and she doesn't, and then she gets fucking decapitated in a fucking church.
Because
and
they
then
didn't
you
answer the
also
door.
have these stupid gravestones that look like they just stuck them there in the cemetery.
They did.
And they have pictures of them from the movie, stills from the movie, from the first movie on them.
Yeah,
That's a real
also-
cemetery that they just literally made these makeshift crosses, put the names on them, and stuck them in the fucking ground.
And why would they bury all these fucking dudes next to each other?
Yeah, like
I wonder if they actually did that themselves and just put them there in the movie too.
Yeah, I don't know. Probably.
And then, I think that there is a half decent movie in here, like to make. Like, if you really made this movie, Camille Keaton, her daughter, the family, don't make them the same people, but the descendants, maybe set it 10 years earlier or 20 years earlier or something. They want to get revenge on it. They capture them and stuff like that. I could see a sequel being made where it's like, and then it kind of passes the torch and the film follows the daughter mainly, kind of like this one did. But dude, it is just so painfully dumb, the writing in this one with all the characters, and it's just like.
So Johnny's
laughable.
wife turns into a fucking female lesbian rapist? Like.
Yeah, because that's what you put in, because you're like, well, we've never seen it doesn't make sense.
It would have been more believable to have her as the alpha fucking dyke, whatever, and just kind of delegate, some penises to penetrate and rape the daughter and stuff. Like, she has to get on there and do that shit. I was like, this is fucking horrible.
It also doesn't make sense
this is
narratively
horrible.
because she believes that her husband was innocent.
Right.
And they're also religious, so they
Exactly.
they keep preaching. It's fucking dumb.
It is.
It's a stupid way to make fun of backwoods people and religious people and stuff, and it just doesn't work. It's not clever enough to get its message across, and it doesn't even understand its message.
If I was a redneck, I'd be so fucking livid at this shit, man.
Yeah, I'd be livid. I spent $23.
Oh yeah, JP. Whew. Speaking of
did you buy this,
stupid dumb
Dave?
writing,
I bought it too. I bought it before I knew it was a big
just
pile
as
of
dumb
shit.
as me.
Yeah, I didn't know though.
Am I
I
the only
told you.
smart
Everybody
one?
told you.
that literally watch us on F movies for free.
You stole it. You owe Mirzarchi $23.
Fuck that shit, dude. I didn't watch this in 2019 specifically because I saw the 2 hours and 28 minute running time. I was like, that's going to be a fucking disaster.
This is entirely self-released.
I didn't think it would be this
because
bad.
The Blu-rays burn on demand, and it's from Deja Vu distribution.
Oh, you ain't never heard of Deja Vu distribution? You ain't never heard of Deja Vu?
Dude. And then okay, so the lesbian, or the fucking mom, so you have the fact that the twist is that she's Johnny's daughter, which would in fact prove that she was raped, or at least that Johnny cheated on her, which she didn't think that he would do because he was a good man.
But she seduced her. She was evil.
Yeah. Exactly.
He was a spawn of Satan.
That's what those fucking religious.
Is that what they said? I don't know.
That's their mentality. That's religious mentality. Oh no, she came on. She did all that. She forced Johnny to do that shit. She's the product of her mom being the evil fucking. Yeah, that's exactly.
You know how there's usually a twist.
thing. It's the religious thing now. Now she's a slut because she's evil instead of being from New York.
You know how at the end of movies there's sometimes like a final twist, like, oh, this was actually his mom. Like, well, they do that in this film, but that normally like 3-minute scene is extended into like 25 minutes.
He's like, dear old grandpa.
And then they try to pull off this shit where the fucking, I guess technically her grandfather is gonna fucking, you know, shoot her, and then he fucking pulls the gun on himself and shoots himself in the head because he can't live with his fucking dead wife. His wife being dead. I mean, with his dead wife.
Is so annoying. You're so annoyed by the end of the movie. Honestly, dude, this is one of the more painful watches
added on scenes
of all time.
Every scene is too long. It's just poorly written. It's fucking Kevin.
It goes
literally
on
is trying,
and on and on.
Kevin
I was genuinely in shock when I was an
Otis.
hour into it, and I was like, "There is an hour and 28 minutes left of
Did
this."
the same thing.
I started thinking, like, what could they possibly do? Like, how are they? Like, what else is there to do in this? Because by then, you know, you got all this that like there's the rape already happened, and you know, Camille Keaton's dead, and you know. I was like, how can it take an hour and 28 minutes for her to get revenge? I think she's already killed one of them.
You know what's crazy about this movie? Like, you know, when you see a running time like 2.5 hours, you're thinking to yourself, you're like, fuck, man, it must have a bunch of subplots. This movie literally has no subplots.
Maybe the credits are 10 minutes.
Like, it's
long.
just one. It's ridiculous, man. It's just so stupid, man.
And it's just twist on top of twist and stuff, but you don't care about any of it because you're like, this whole thing is stupid. I think like my favorite scene is like where, after she's been like raped and she's like wandering through the wilderness, and it's just like a moment of like actual filmmaking where it's like she's wandering all, but we've seen it a million times already and stuff, and we saw it in the original, but it's just everybody shuts the fuck up for a minute and you got just like nature.
Like, what the fuck what is with these fucking, you know, antagonists always screaming in these films, like, why are you doing this to us? Why are you killing our families and shit? I'm like, because you fucking killed my mom? Like, isn't that pretty fucking obvious why I'm revenging? You raped me and you killed my mom, so I'm coming out. Like,
yeah, but she's a spawn of Satan.
It's
Moods.
so fucking,
she had it coming.
God, I just honestly, dude, I wanted to murder Kevin myself. Like, he's trying to pull out this
worst
Otis
actor I've
character.
ever seen.
He's trying to pull off this Otis shit, and it's just so painful.
So you got that too, that he was going full blown Bill Moseley?
I didn't. I just wanted to die. Yeah, I hate him.
I wasn't even fucking 20 when we get introduced, and you know, the whole gang and shit. I'm like, they're trying to be the Devil's Rejects. That's exactly what it is.
Ever wanted to tell an actor to his face he's done a bad job, because I think it's rude. But I think honestly, if like at Wasteland he was there and he somehow was around and he was like, I'd be like, man, I want to be that guy. But that was the worst performance I've ever seen in my life. Like, dude, it's the worst. No, dude.
Dave, how did you agree to do this?
What?
To watch this again?
Dude, I don't know.
You know, you're the only person on the planet who's seen it twice, right?
I almost
that includes the editor and the fucking director and everybody else. Like, you're the only person on the planet that has sat through 5 hours of I Spit on Your Grave, Deja Vu. How does that make you feel? Do you feel like you've lived a successful life?
No, I am actually upset with myself. That's why when you asked me, would you rather watch Savage, whatever, I was like, I'd watch that twice over this. I would. I'm not lying. Same. I don't. At least I can be like, they had $10 to make this, and they didn't have any fucking script.
Dude, I would watch Savage Vengeance any day of the week over this shit, man. Oh my god.
I would watch Savage Vengeance
at least I laughed
3 times,
once.
which takes 3 hours, then watch this once.
I think I would too.
At least I laughed in Savage Vengeance. This shit was just appalling to me. My jaw was on the ground the entire time. And I'm like thinking to myself, I couldn't even help. Every fucking scene, I'm like, why is this going on as long as it is? Like, why is this scene this long?
I believe that anybody finished this besides us. Like, I can't imagine somebody actually sitting there to watch this and not giving up like 2 hours in.
Fucking 10 minutes in. When Kevin does that fucking speech, he was like, I want to go and bake flowers. I'm like, this is the worst stupid bullshit I've ever. Fuck my life, dude. It's so bad. It's so fucking. That misses every possible point ever. And I can't stress this enough. I know I complain a lot. I complain fucking for 20 minutes about the I Spit on Your Grave remake. But I gave it a 5.5. I said it's better than average. When you hear my rating on this, I can't even fucking.
Man. I will when the daughter gets raped and shit and she's walking around buck naked. I was actually kind of shocked as long as it went on for. Like, and that's another fucking movie trope that I can't stand too. Of course, she's going through this housing.
I actually didn't mind the daughter. I thought she was one of the better people.
I agree.
Oh no,
I don't hate
she's
her
probably
acting.
the best one in the fucking movie, hands down.
I don't think all the bad acting's the actor's faults. I do think
I really did feel bad for these people involved. Like the daughter, I'm like, man, you deserve more than
they're
this.
dedicated. They're dedicated performances, no matter how bad they are. But I really think there's only two that are super insulting. One's Kevin. That is unacceptable. One of the worst performances of all time. Well, also, Camille Keaton's really poor in it. I don't want to be that guy, but she's poor. And
She's
Scotty
terrible.
is also very poor. That scene when he's dancing in the van, like, what are you doing? I'm like, this is some shit fucking great garbage acting.
Dude, that whole scene where she's fucking torturing Kevin or killing Kevin and shit, and he's just in there, and all of a sudden he, like, the moment where he actually hears something is so ridiculous because he probably, if he heard at that moment Kevin fucking screaming in there, he probably should have heard before. Like, it's just so fucking dumb that he's in there being all stupid and shit. I'm just like,
I hate how he's dancing too. Like, what are you doing? It's so bad. It's so.
I would have loved a commentary on this.
Me too. I want to see somebody justify what the fuck this is. If I made that movie, I would not. If I made like a great classic, like I Spit on Your Grave, and I made this 20 years later, and that was the end product, I'd be like, wait till I'm dead to release this.
So
going back to what
Terry Zerchi plays Johnny Jr. Is he the son?
Those are the two that show up at the end with the terrible ADR where they're like, that was weird. That was Grandpa's truck. I know it was.
Yeah.
So do you think that this was a ploy and this wasn't Zerchi's actual movie? It was his kids exploiting his legacy.
I don't fucking know. Did it make any money?
Who really gives a shit, man?
I don't think Mir Zarchi would make this because he sounded so much more intelligent in the commentary.
I know, man.
And
That's
his
what
other movies were even Don't Mess with My Sister is a capable, solid movie.
Holy shit! Did you know that the Terry was in the original?
Yeah, they're played by the kids. They're the same kids. Those kids that walk up.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool. That's probably the coolest. That's probably the coolest aspect of this movie.
I mean, Maria
they got
Olsen,
the same people to play the kids.
Of course they got them. It's just fucking their kids. It's their actual kids.
I know, but it's probably the best part.
Actually, like Maria Olsen, she's in so much stuff, and she's not a bad actress at all. Like this was sheer direction.
She was a podcaster, dude. She actually podcasted on horror movies for like years.
Yeah, she knows. Her performance is over the top, and in another movie, it would be fun.
Right. That's what I was trying to say earlier.
I agree with you,
dude. She has like 100 movies in post production right now. She's an indie, like, no budget actress who coolly, very cool, got a couple big roles that
she deserved them though. She's a hard worker.
Yeah, I don't blame her at all for this.
I feel bad for her. I feel like when I talk bad about the movie, like I don't want it to be an indication how I feel about some of the actors. But I do think that Kevin needs to stop.
Kendry's movie too, All the Creatures Were Staring.
Yeah, I didn't mind that movie. I know a lot of people don't like it, but I thought it was fine. You hated it?
Yeah, I thought it was trash. The thing that she's in, she plays Lilith in Killjoy's Psycho Circus. That's crazy. No, the thing about All the Creatures Were Staring, I thought that people were just being nice, honestly, and it
I gave it a 6 out of 10. Some of the stories weren't very good, but there's a couple I really liked in there. The one with the birthdays in the van, I thought that was a good one.
That's the only one I like that story. But
so I Spit on Your Grave, Deja Vu, on fucking watchable.
Yeah, what I was saying about 10 minutes ago. Anyways, of course, this movie has like pretty much every bad thing that I can't stand in films, but another fucking stupid, like, little nitpick trope is when people find clothes to get dressed, either when they're naked or whatever, in films and shit like that, and they fit absolutely like they're tailored to them. That fucking drives me nuts. Like when she fucking finds the jeans and shirt and shit like that, I'm like, wow, those clothes fit way too good for her. It just kind of made me laugh. But
don't even care about small bad things like that, and this movie's so bad that like 100 of those could be in it, and I wouldn't even care.
Oh, bro, I just don't know. It's like
I only remembered it because she was walking buck naked around at that time.
What's that?
Never mind. Whatever.
We're too lazy to talk about the movie because it's so bad.
I just hate to think that the same person made this. Like, I refuse to accept it.
I do too.
He doesn't deserve to be known as that.
Like, even a bad Wes Craven movie is not nearly like this.
No.
Or a bad Romero movie. Like, it's not. It's just not.
It's too far of a dip. I know he's 80 and stuff, but I just feel like he didn't even make this shit.
The common thing in this series, man, is fucking asshole abuse. Like, literally shooting people in the assholes and killing people with objects in their assholes. It's like every
raping
fucking
people in the assholes.
Every movie has like an asshole scene. It's crazy.
Sodomy is
okay. The first one, of course. The second, Savage Vengeance does it? We
don't know. We don't know where that clothed penis went.
Yeah, Savage Vengeance, I think is.
Actually, you know what happened? There was a black hole.
That one doesn't even have any fucking penetration. Here. That movie doesn't have anything of anything in it, man. It's ridiculous. But like all the other films has like seriously, ass. It has fucking ass mutilation. It's insane.
If you never would have known about any of the sequels or remakes or anything, and you watch Savage Vengeance, would you really think that it could get like worse of an experience than that?
How is there a worse movie than Savage Vengeance in the series?
I don't know. It is crazy.
It's almost like there's no God at all.
How the fuck does a movie? Dude, how does a movie like Savage Vengeance probably have a higher rating than this one that actually looks pretty good?
I'm curious to see if it does have a higher rating because
this movie definitely has one thing going for. I mean, it doesn't.
It's
look that
shot
bad.
like a real movie. It doesn't look like
it doesn't actually look that
shot
bad.
on Shitio.
Like
it doesn't look that bad, but
the end product is definitely better looking than Savage Vengeance. I mean,
how much do you punish a film rating wise for being 2.5 hours in trash? Like, I feel like that factors in. Like, if this was an hour and a half of trash,
but
like,
every
we
scene,
we wouldn't hate it as much, right?
Every fucking scene in this movie just ends on a bad note because it's all too extended. Every fucking scene is way too long. It's just poor editing. It's bad film. Like, I mean, you have to step in and be like, "Yo, man, I gotta do something about this this editing shit, man."
This needs to be an hour shorter.
Even as
it makes for a piss poor film.
In any world, like, because like Dave was saying with the commentary, he wanted to hear somebody try to justify this. Like, I truly would like to know, like, why this had to be 2.5 hours. Like, why not 2 hours? Why not 90 minutes? Like, I don't get it.
And
why
like
not
I said,
a minute?
I'm about to recut this film.
It's basically
like I'm about to recut this film and just see what a 90-minute version would look like.
Considering there's no like other like full-on subplot, it's like the simplest fucking story, and they stretched it out to 2.5 hours. That is just beyond nuts. It's so bad.
I want to see somebody fucking try to say, is this a comedy?
Story here.
Is this a joke? Is this a fucking joke?
There's
like,
no
do you remember when YouTube used to pay you by how much, like, how long your video was, essentially? Like, I feel like these people thought, like, well, if we make a really long movie, we'll make more money.
Just like fucking Lovecraft padding his work with extra big words.
Yeah. What happened here?
Why? And then
I think I lost faith in man.
Dude,
again.
Old people, I don't want to be a dick, but a lot of old people, once they hit a certain age, they're just... That's why I'm always confused why, like, the people in power are so fucking old. I'm like, how many people 70, 80 years old in the prime of their life? No one. Fucking no one. They're fucking dumb. I don't want to be a dick. Rarely there's a highly... The old people either are the smartest people you ever met in your life or the dumbest people you ever met in your life. There's never a middle. They either lose their brain or they retain all the knowledge. And I don't want to say anything, but if Mirror directed this, then he hasn't retained much.
Well, he's obviously, if he did, he's fucking old and senile because
I
don't know what he was thinking about with these characters. I mean, none of them make sense. Age-wise, the cousin literally makes no fucking sense. He was close to his cousin.
You're so right about that.
It's so, first of all...
The cousin one's really bad because it's like, what?
But none of the ages make sense, man. I even think that Becky should be older than she is in this film, too. I mean, you gotta remember this 40 years ago.
Do they have cell phones in this?
No.
Maybe it's supposed to take place in the 90s.
But did they say...
It's taken place, it's 40 years later. It was like... Yeah, it's definitely 40 years later.
Is there anything in the narrative that that makes it 40 years older? Like, do they specifically say? I don't feel like even putting the effort in to try to justify anything.
I couldn't hear anything over the screen.
I can't remember, but I'm positive.
Oh, there was probably the gravestones. Did they have dates on them? Oh wait, that wouldn't matter.
No, because
they died in 78.
I mean, every synopsis, everything I read says 40 years later, taking place in real time. Which there's nothing to indicate that it is taking place only 10 or 15 years later. But
why don't you read that synopsis you read in the beginning again? See if we got any hints.
Yeah, right. Well, here it is. Jennifer Hill is back 40 years after 1978's The Spit in Your Grave. Shocked. Okay, here we go with more bullshit.
Where's my Blu-ray?
Bunch of bullshit.
I'm positive that they do say something about Jennifer, after all these years that she's I mean, look, man, dude, she's playing herself. Same narrative. She's fucking old. She's definitely around 70 years old, so it's not
the fact that it says the most anticipated sequel of all time on this Blu-ray. I'm like, nobody anticipated this at all or even thought it was a possible.
Who was asking for it?
I gotta say though, Camille Keaton actually didn't look that bad for being 71 in this movie.
I know, it was awkward though because the red dress that she has on showed her boobs a little bit, and I'm like, that's strange, weird.
I'm just glad that the narrative wasn't having her getting raped again in her 70s. That would have been fucking disturbing as shit.
I don't know. I might have gave it more points for being original.
Well, it would have been incest.
Dude, tell me. Let me. I'm gonna be serious right here. If the ending of this film, if the third act was a headless Camille Keaton returning from the grave to get vengeance, would it have been a better movie?
I would probably go up a half a point.
I would too.
That's what I was saying while watching it. I was like, I hope they just swerved us so hard. Yeah, we know we're making a piece of shit, and they just completely over the top.
2.5 hour joke.
Dude, I would have loved if it was a 2.5 hour joke. Haha, joke's on you, dumb fucks.
Dude,
no, actually, what would have been even funnier?
How about they said that?
The 4 victims from the first film.
Oh, dude, if it said at the end of the movie, thanks for your $23, I honestly, I would be so happy almost.
I would have loved to have seen the 4 victims from the first film rise from their graves
and rape her again
and rape the headless corpse.
Rape her headless corpse, dude. We're writing a better "I Spit on Your Grave" Deja Vu.
Could you imagine fucking? Oh yeah, zombie fucking skull fucking. Oh yeah, that's awesome.
Necro, what's that fucking movie? Necrophiles?
No, Header. Remember the movie Header that Snaps released?
We gonna have us a header almost every single day.
You incorporate that narrative into this one? Oh my god, that's ridiculous.
Good old fashioned redneck revenge.
I cannot believe this is 2.5 hours. I don't how did it get that way? I wonder what they cut.
Nothing. They didn't cut anything.
There was a rough edit that got sent to the pressing, and they're just like, yeah, well, I guess it's 2.5 hours long.
You know what's going to happen? They are going to release the director's cut.
Died and they didn't hire a new one.
They're going to release the director's cut, and it actually is 4.5 hours long. Oh, yeah. It's going to be amazing.
Sure, here we get to see their whole deal.
I just felt defeated by watching this one.
Well, show's over, guys. That killed 22 shots.
Yep, it definitely did. Fucking retiring now.
Can you imagine if Jeremy watched it?
I would love it.
No,
dude.
I want Jeremy to do a 2.5 hour commentary on it.
I'd actually like to do a commentary. This would be a fun one to do. This one actually would be super fun.
Oh my god, that's the only way I would ever watch this again.
Never, exactly. Never again.
But that would cost. That would cost.
But when you're doing a commentary,
everybody needs to pull their Patreon money in.
You're not watching it the same.
$1 per minute.
Yeah, you're not watching it the same, man, because you're just fucking blasting this shit the whole fucking time. Be amazing.
Dude, if somebody tried to get me to Patreon this after I reviewed it on this side, I'd be like, nope, here's the link to this 22 Shots episode. I'm not watching it.
There's nothing else to say.
No, it's just garbage. It's the worst movie of 2019 and top 5 worst movies ever.
It's the worst movie of 2020, too.
It's the worst movie ever.
But is it the worst movie in this franchise?
Hands down.
Let's find out.
Oh my god, this movie, man. I honestly haven't been this annoyed with a film in so fucking long. I'm like, this is the most feeble, pathetic attempt at recreating The Devil's Rejects I've ever fucking seen. This shit is way too long. I mean, who the fuck in their right minds would ever extend this shitty ass fucking narrative into 2.5 hours? You motherfucking piece of shit. I don't know, everybody that's fucking involved in this bullshit, I am so fucking mad right now that I had to sit through this bullshit 2.5 hours. You know what? Learn how to fucking edit. Seriously, take some fucking responsibility.
No,
don't
you
put
don't
out this goddamn garbage.
Just attempt it.
This is irresponsible.
We'll
this is irresponsible filmmaking, and I'm not even talking about the fucking rape in that
offensive.
Shit. It's offensive to fucking movie fans. It's offensive.
You made me pay. You ripped me off, dude. Really, when I think about it, I paid $23 for this. You took that money, and good gracious, you're like, thanks for the money. Like, you actually put this out for people to buy. It's ridiculous, right?
What's your rating, Moods?
It's absolutely fucking appalling.
Would you? Okay, let me ask you this:
that this even made it to the fucking out. This should have never been a thing, man. 40 years fucking later, you're gonna put out this garbage.
Let me ask you this: would you rather spend 2.5 hours watching this or 2.5 hours at the DMV with Jeremy?
I would take the Jeremy.
You can look at your phone at the DMV.
Okay, that's gonna be the new reoccurring. Would you rather weekly? Would you rather watch this, or would you rather get a fucking get a Prince Albert?
God,
I'd rather watch.
There's not many things I would pass on.
There is a lot I would pass on. If I was genuinely thinking about like making something worse, it would be hard. It would be it'd have to be pretty serious to get worse. That I'd rather choose something else.
God. Yeah, I mean, at least Savage Vengeance didn't actually piss me off. I mean, when you're trying to make a serious film like this, and it turns out like this, it's just purely appalling. I've lost all energy because we're like hours into this now. I'm clearly pissed off, and I don't even know how to fucking rate this thing, man. Because like, I gave Savage Vengeance, what did I give it? 1 out of 10.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, how do I even go lower than that?
You can't.
I think it's me. Is it me first?
No, it's me. You went first last time. But unfortunately, since this movie actually didn't make me laugh at all, and I'm super offended that, this is actually a fucking product. It is honestly
this is an actual product.
It's true. Dude, you should be offended. Like, I know that we're supposed to be nice to like indie filmmakers and stuff like that sometimes. Like Dave said, he doesn't want to tell people their acting sucked and things like that. But no, like the fact that you put this out and expect people to pay for it, and you want people to pay for it, makes you a bad person.
Yeah, I don't know what's worse, the movie or the people that fucking put this product out for us to fucking view, man. This is just, it's very appalling. But it actually might even be one of the most hated movies I've ever watched. And quality wise, I've seen way worse films. Savage Vengeance looks like shit. This one doesn't look like shit, but at least Savage Vengeance had a tidbit of fucking I don't know. I'm giving this one, the lowest I can go is 0.5. This is one of the worst pieces of shit I've ever seen.
The only way it could have been worse is if like they covered it in shit.
Yeah, it really. Honestly, dude, this has got to be the most embarrassing fucking piece of shit I've ever witnessed with my own fucking eyes.
I'm speechless.
It's so bad, dude. Like
what rating? Who's next, me or JP?
Wait, but like Camille Keaton was embarrassed to be in Savage Vengeance. Like, I would be much more embarrassed to be in this one, because at least that one was like, shot on video shit.
She should be thankful that she got decapitated like a half an hour into it, or was it like an hour? I don't fucking remember, man. Everything was so long.
Whose turn is it?
It's yours.
I'm about to pass out. It's me?
Yeah.
What'd you give it? I don't even remember.
Moods gave it half.
0.5 out of 10. This shit, this is
Should
vile.
we implement a new 0.25 rating?
No, I'll give it a 0.5.
We haven't done that yet.
All right. I award you no points, and God have mercy on your soul. From Billy Madison. No, I give it half a point. I can't. Half a point. It's the worst. I don't want to talk about it anymore.
It really is, man.
I mean, dude, it like the only thing is that it's shot like an actual movie, and that's where
I don't
the
even think it's shot very well.
comes from. Because there's
I meant just quality of camera.
What's that?
I meant just quality of camera. You know, I
Yeah,
mean,
like,
some of the
that's what I
shots
mean,
are okay.
too.
It actually
looks like a movie. Like it doesn't look like it was filmed with a toaster. No, I'm serious. Like this is one of the worst things you could watch. Like if you're like watching this or anything, literally anything else. Like look at the Hall of Pain. I'm not joking. Our entire Hall of Pain would be a better choice. Not all of them at once, but you know, listen to okay.
This makes me want to watch The Howling 7 right now, just to clean my palate.
No, I'm not joking. I would rather watch Axed, Entity, Halloween Resurrection is fucking masterpiece compared to this.
Masterpiece.
Warlock 3, Silent Night, Deadly Night 3, Jaws: The Revenge, any of the Children of Corns, Jack Frost. There's literally not a film in here that I would rather watch I Spit on Your Grave, Deja Vu over. And I'm still mad Puppet Master vs. Demonic Toys in the Hall of Pain didn't deserve it.
Oh, that's gutter.
No, it's better than this.
No, guys.
Yeah, it's more entertaining.
If you're out
sure.
there right now, and you have two choices between watching I Spit on Your Grave, Deja Vu, or killing your family, I suggest you do the latter.
Jesus.
Yep.
No, seriously, I it's a 0.5 because there just is no redeemable factors for it at all. It's offensively long. It truly is offending me that it's this long, and I didn't even know what to do. Like while I was watching it, I was like, I don't know what to do here. Like this is getting. It's so long. I remember looking at the time and I'm like, there's still 28 minutes left. How is that even possible?
I told you not to procrastinate because it's a hard watch.
And I did procrastinate. I didn't. Well, I'm so glad that I watched each of the other ones, but I did take a day off, then watch this one, which was nice and refreshing because, you know, I had a little break in between. But I did watch this last night and I was just like, dude,
it got 1.5. For 3 votes.
So
it's the lowest rating possible. I think it is the lowest rating we've ever given, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think that one just took the cake. I thought for sure Savage Vengeance would be the lowest, but woo.
Well, before we even got to this review, I still was wondering if Savage Vengeance would be the worst. But as we talked about it, it made it clear to me.
Yeah, I thought maybe we might be at like 1.5 or something, but no. Just discussing it just literally pissed me off.
Right? Do you feel
I got
upset?
Mad. I actually started getting pissed off when I was talking about it because I realized how offended I was that they made me watch this shit. You know, this is criminal. Like, I mean, honestly, man,
this is criminal.
They should be charged. They should be charged.
He was serious too.
You know what? This is criminal.
They should be fucking
Give me the phone. I'm calling the cops.
Shit.
Get the cops.
They committed crimes here, man, making us watch this shit.
Told you,
dude. I paid for this shit.
Dude, they stole your money.
You worked a couple hours.
They raped my eyes and they stole your money. It's all criminal. It's all criminal.
Out and be like, dude, I kind of want my money back on this thing.
Dude, I would return that shit.
I feel like I got a bad deal here. Dude, just post that picture from Hellraiser 2. I'm in hell. Help me.
You do realize, JP, that you just ruined your entire media collection by having that in there. You just tainted the whole fucking thing.
Here's the thing: to film a video of me breaking it.
I'm just gonna think of every other title I could have got for. I could have paid for 2/3 of the Zombie 4K.
Oh, you could have got a couple Shout Factory, Scream Factory movies that are going out of print.
I could have got those, which there are a couple that I needed still.
But no, you got I Spit on Your Grave, Deja Vu.
And it's a burn on demand.
And it's a fat book. Like even the DVD Blu-ray is not even printed right. It's not even the right case, and it doesn't even sit on the side.
Just chap your ass right there.
Side looks like shit. It's just fucking shit.
God, that's horrible.
It's lazy,
so
greedy,
fucking
and it's
bad.
lazy.
Oh, it's so bad.
I'm so confused. What do we do from here?
I think we actually need to take a break from podcasting now, because this might have just ruined my ambition to ever record again.
Like I told you, Moose.
I'm sad because this happened.
How could God let things like this happen?
This just proved that there is no God, because God would never let this shit ever happen.
Not only would God not let it be made, but he definitely wouldn't have let us watch it.
Right?
No, he made me watch it twice. What's that say?
Like, I feel like Moods got out lucky on this, because Dave watched it twice. I watched it and paid for it, and Moods didn't do anything but watch it.
Yeah.
You got off lucky, dude.
I did, man.
What's fucked up is I wouldn't even sell it.
Even though they raped me.
I just have to have it.
Dude, I hope this goes so out of print and it becomes worth like $400 one day.
Why? Somebody could just burn it.
Because nobody's gonna have it to burn it, because nobody's.
Oh, they will.
No.
Deja Vu. Fuck this movie. I'm so mad.
Oh, Mears Archie played the priest playing the organ in this movie.
Really?
Did they show him?
Yeah, I think maybe he turned around for a second.
Roger Ebert should be rolling over in his grave.
Dude, I'd rather dig up Roger Ebert and piss on him than watch this movie again.
Fuck.
I wouldn't really need a choice. I'd just do that.
Oh my god. All right. That's enough of the I spit on your grave, Deja Vu.
I don't ever want to talk about it again. Can we not talk about it? Let's not talk about it ever again. We got to make a rule here.
We're never going to bring it up. It's like a pact.
Yeah, exactly. We can't talk about it. Nobody brings it up. We just don't even.
I might not even put it on the thumbnail.
No, and you know what? I think we're fair. I think we rate fair.
I think so too.
I'm generous. Even if I don't like a movie, I'm like, it's not actually bad though, so I can't rate it under a 5. You know what I mean?
Dude, it's very rare I give out a 0.5 or even a 1. Like, it's super rare.
I try not to. I didn't even give a Savage Vengeance a 1. I gave it a 1.5.
I'm still scratching my head about that though.
What, Savage Vengeance?
No, you're 1.5. What was the extra half point for?
I kind of like the chainsaw scene, and it kind of makes me laugh because Donald Farmer's just running around doing stupid shit.
Oh,
but it's off. Hey, remember that cop in the mustache moods?
It's so funny though. It's literally so funny.
Fucking line, he fucks it up.
You know it's bad when Mood says he feels like watching The Howling 7 to watch the taste out of his mouth of
clean my palate with
grace.
It's like taking a shot of shit to get that taste of this movie out of your mouth.
Dude, oh man, I
need a palate cleanser for Christ's sake.
I just want to throw on The Howling 7 and just listen to the soundtrack play. Just to clean the palate, man. That's how desperate I am to get away from this fucking piece of shit.
Almost Invisible, Beware the Children are some of the 2 worst movies I've ever seen. I wonder how bad they are compared to this. I've not revisited it in over 10 years.
The only film that compares to this one is Beneath the Mississippi.
I think I saw that at video stores all the time, and I would always avoid it.
What, Beneath the Mississippi?
I think so. It was always like $1.
It was always everywhere.
No one wanted it.
I think I'm the only person that's ever seen it.
I think you're the only person that ever bought it.
It came on a 20-pack, so.
Yeah, well.
I watched that one.
Oh my god, I have like a fucking splitting headache.
How long is this show?
Oh my god, I feel like fucking I just got spit on for like however long that review was.
I think fucking Mears Archie just spit on our graves for making us watch that fucking movie.
That's what I feel like. I feel like I just got drenched in spit. Just
I feel like that's
all over you.
Do you think that was the social commentary? He wanted to let us know what it felt like to be raped.
If that's the case, the movie's genius.
Because I bought it.
Could you imagine?
Right? Like me buying it, I clearly was raped, right?
How insensitive is that for you to compare you losing $23 and 2.5 hours of your time to somebody being raped?
I don't think it's insensitive at all.
You want to know what it's like to be raped?
Comparison.
You want to know what it's like to be raped? Watch my movie.
Yeah, exactly. That's what happened here.
Is this a new type of filmmaking? If it is, I don't want to watch anything else.
No, I mean, Bill Zabub probably could have did a better job on this.
At least there would be extreme nudity and bad jokes.
And really, really bad
and probably
anti-religious jokes. Yeah. All right. Well, that's going to conclude I Spit on Your Grave franchise. Oh, I'm not going to say thank you for picking this Patreon because I'd be lying. This was
last film ruined all the stuff that I liked.
This was probably one of them. I mean, you know, some of the movies aren't the worst ever, and some actually legitimately are the worst ever.
2 Hall of Painters out of 6 movies.
Like, you know, but mixed in with a Hall of Famer and shit. Like, oh man, this was a really, really fucking exhausting, mentally exhausting show to prep for and record, because it's just, I don't know, man. It's just one of those things.
I feel genuinely drained.
I need to fucking eat, man. I've been
about the full Mike Merriman in like 5 minutes.
I'm just exhausted from, like, my brain is just fucking done. Brain rape. But let's get out of here.
I feel like we need to go to a support group now.
I feel like I might end up like fucking, you know.
Let's write our congressman. Get this movie taken off the shelf.
I feel like we need to have our revenge now.
Let's make a Facebook group. It says, I survived. I spit on your grave, Deja Vu.
Spit on your grave, Deja Vu.
When did you first
support group for people that have watched it?
I'm not ready to tell my story yet. It's like
it's literally a support group for people that have actually just seen it.
I came home. I just got home from work and I saw a package. It was sitting there. It was stacked with some other packages. You know, I got a lot of stuff in the mail that day. I started opening it, and the first one I opened is I Spit on Your Grave, Deja Vu. Like, it was waiting for me. So I started to watch it, and it just didn't seem right. Just something was off.
Something felt off. And
I started
feeling uncomfortable.
That's when Kevin came in. Hey, Kevin!
Violated. I was so violated. My ass hurts. God.
And now I see it everywhere I go.
In the stars, in the grass, everywhere.
I saw the movie with Denzel Washington, and I got flashbacks. Isn't there a movie
anytime somebody screamed?
Isn't there a movie called Deja Vu with Denzel?
Yeah, there is.
I didn't even register it.
Dude, I ordered the Denzel Washington movie
anymore.
Could you imagine the dude sitting in the support group and crying his eyes out and being like, "Man, I ordered this Denzel Washington Deja Vu.
I'm a really big fan of John Q.
And I just popped in the movie without looking at the cover art, and it turned out to be I Spit on Your Grave, Deja Vu."
Like,
completely traumatized.
You'll never be able to watch Training Day again.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm delusional right now. Like, straight delusional. Yeah, man. Dave, thanks for coming on again. Love having you on the show.
I don't want to live.
Oh fuck. I'm gonna go do something that I'm probably gonna regret after I get off here. But JP, take us out of here.
Bye.
That's it?
I can't go on.
All right.
Curly Bill from Tombstone. Well, bye.
We're all just so out of it, so we will see you guys later.
We do stuff.
Maybe.
Deuces.
Game over.